biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
जनता का प्यार और आशीर्वाद.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election news, NDTV.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
हर महीने 2.5 करोड़ हमारे देश में आंगनवाड़ी का हमारा सिस्टम होम विजिट करता है। मतलब साल का कम से कम 24 से 25 करोड़ होम विजिट्स हमारे मंत्रालय के माध्यम से होता है। हर आंगनवाड़ी बहन के पास एक स्मार्टफोन हो और स्मार्टफोन में एनालिटिक्स के साथ उनके पास एक ऐप हो, डिवाइस इनेबल्ड हो कि वो हर एक बेनिफिशियरी तक, लाभार्थी तक रिकॉर्ड सहित पहुंच सके।
आज के दिन में ऑलमोस्ट 10% आंगनवाड़ी.
Hello guys, welcome back after the break to your favorite show Tech with TG, and today in this episode आज हम जो बात कर रहे हैं डिटेल में, it's all about Android. You know what? There was a time, पहले ऐसा होता था, if you were to compare Android और iOS, तो आपको लगता था कि okay, iOS has certain new features या Android has certain better features, whatever. But today, because all these operating systems, they have matured a lot. The kind of apps that we get in the Play Store or the App Store for that matter, they are really amazing. मतलब today they are almost at par with each other. लेकिन अगर हम बात करते हैं Android की, the core focus that Google has, it's all about productivity, personalization and privacy. और मुझे ऐसा लगता है in future Google will continue to focus on all these three domains. Because what we have realized is that the mobile phone is always at the center of the action. अगर हम एक स्मार्ट होम की बात करते हैं, you talk about a connected ecosystem, your mobile phone remains to be the centerpiece. And now just think about everything running on Android. चाहे वो आपका एक IoT डिवाइस हो, आपके घर का एक स्मार्ट स्पीकर हो, और हो सकता है आपकी कार हो जहां पे एंड्रॉइड ऑटो है. आई थिंक दैट्स व्हाट गूगल इज लुकिंग एट द फ्यूचर ऑफ एंड्रॉइड. बट द बेस्ट पार्ट इज बिकॉज वी हैव द एंड्रॉइड ओपन सोर्स प्रोग्राम, द AOSP, developers can customize Android the way they want to. And that's the reason, for example, today if you see Samsung or Oppo or OnePlus, you know, all these brands, essentially होता तो Android ही है, but the kind of UIs that you get, the kind of options that you get, they are different because these brands have customized Android the way उनको चाहिए था. तो फ्यूचर में कस्टमाइजेशन तो रहेगा, बट आई थिंक ये जो पूरा सेंट्रल एक्सपीरियंस होने वाला मोबाइल फोन का, ये डेफिनेटली डोमिनेट करेगा एंड विल सी एंड्रॉइड रनिंग ऑन वेरियस मोर थिंग्स. बट अभी लेट्स डिस्कस सम लेसर नोन फैक्ट्स अबाउट एंड्रॉइड. यू नो व्हाट, जब एंड्रॉइड लॉन्च हुआ, जब पहला फोन आया, गूगल ने एक्वायर कर लिया था, एवरीथिंग वाज रनिंग फाइन, बट इवन एट दैट टाइम द इंडस्ट्री एक्सपर्ट्स बिलीव्ड that it would fail. Android successful नहीं होगा, सबका ये मानना था शुरुआत में. Now one more interesting thing, just remember about the first Android phone. मैंने आपको बताया it was HTC Dream. उस फोन में there was no virtual keyboard because option था ही नहीं उस टाइम पे. It was with a physical keypad. And it helped Google because आप स्क्रीन को जबरदस्ती टच नहीं कर रहे हैं, आप केवल कीबोर्ड से अपनी एंट्रीज कर रहे हैं एंड द फोन वुड फील फास्टर. अदरवाइज अगर आप स्क्रीन पे टैप कर रहे हैं और अगर वो बहुत स्लो रिस्पॉन्ड कर रहा है, यू माइट थिंक दैट द फोन इज लैगिंग. बट बिकॉज आप स्क्रीन पे केवल टू द पॉइंट टच करते थे, you know, specifically for icons or something, otherwise for all the entries you would use the buttons, the phone would feel faster to you. I'm sure आपने Android का ये जो logo है, ये सब तरफ देखा होगा. It's easily identifiable, but you know, I mean, इसका एक असली नाम भी है and Google calls it the bug droid. गूगल ने तो खैर $50 मिलियन पे किए एंड्रॉइड को खरीदने के लिए। अब अमाउंट सुन के लग सकता है ओके इट्स ह्यूज, but actually it's peanuts, because today you just look at the market size, the dominance of Android. But for a fact, even though Google paid that amount, it's still free for you and me, because the AOSP, the Android open source project, remains to be free. And as a developer, people can make their own changes. उनको customization का पूरा एक flexibility वाला जो freedom का experience है वो मिलता है OSP के साथ में to completely tweak Android the way they want. Now guys, speaking of Android, I'm sure आपके दिमाग में Google Nexus lineup जो है वो जरूर आता है. And the Google's Nexus S4G was an amazing phone and it came along with tons of firsts. सबसे पहला तो it was for the first time that Google collaborated with Samsung for a new smartphone. इसको डेवलप किया Samsung ने. It was the first phone in the world to come with Android 2.3 version, which was Android Gingerbread. For a fact, ये दुनिया का पहला फोन था जिसमें हार्डवेयर और सॉफ्टवेयर सपोर्ट था फॉर नियर फील्ड कम्युनिकेशन, जिसको हम आज NFC बोलते हैं. And it was also certified by NASA because ये फोन स्पेस में गया था. Yes, the Google Nexus S4G. So guys, that's about it, and I'm sure आपको आज इस एपिसोड में काफी कुछ सीखने को मिला है, जानने को मिला है about Android. And one thing as a takeaway would be कि एक टाइम पे what was considered as a small tiny startup, a very small group of friends जिन्होंने एक नया विजन लेके एक चीज की शुरुआत करी. Today we have billions of users globally using this on a daily basis. तो मुझे लगता है कि ये क्लियरली हमको दिखाता है कि इन दिस टेक स्पेस देयर इज नो लिमिट, देयर इज नो बाउंड्री. इफ यू हैव अ विजन, इफ यू हैव समथिंग न्यू, the open market is available for you. और मुझे लगता है कि Android is one clear example of that. 2003 से 2023 तक इतने कम टाइम में reaching billions of users with a clear market dominance clearly shows that the tech is moving very 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 fast. वैसे एपिसोड जो है वो बस खत्म होने वाला है. It's always very fast कि हम एंड पे पहुंच जाते हैं. Just stay tuned for next week's show because मैं आपसे बात करने वाला हूँ कुछ और इंटरेस्टिंग चीजों के बारे में. In between, if you have any feedback, any question, any query, you know the address. It's tg@ndtv.com. I'm gonna see you next week. Have a good day. Take care.
Meet Sufia Sufi, a world-renowned ultra-runner who traded in her job as an airport ground handling officer for not one, but 5 Guinness World Records. With the world as a track, she has become the epitome of human endurance, breaking national and international records with every feat that she undertakes. Sufia has traversed the lengths of Kashmir to Kanyakumari, north to south of Qatar, through some of the most grueling terrain in the world. And now she plans to go around the world on her foot.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
हर महीने 2.5 करोड़ हमारे देश में आंगनवाड़ी का हमारा सिस्टम होम विजिट करता है. मतलब साल का कम से कम 24 से 25 करोड़ होम विजिट्स हमारे मंत्रालय के माध्यम से होता है। हर आंगनवाड़ी बहन के पास एक स्मार्टफोन हो और स्मार्टफोन में एनालिटिक्स के साथ उनके पास एक ऐप हो, डिवाइस इनेबल्ड हो कि वो हर एक बेनिफिशियरी तक, लाभार्थी तक रिकॉर्ड सहित पहुंच सके।
आज के दिन में ऑलमोस्ट 10% आंगनवाड़ी जो है ऑन बोर्ड।
Management system protocols enables is giving the Angawadi workers the knowledge.
Since Anganwadi workers are frontline workers and are interacting with society on a day-to-day basis, I think this is going to be a game changer in that sense.
हम बहुत ज़्यादा केपेबल हैं और बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रेंथ है, जितना हम सोचते हैं उससे कहीं ज़्यादा। हमारी एक ह्यूमन बॉडी है जिसे कह सकते हैं एक मिरेकल है। आप जैसे उसे चलाएंगे वैसे चलेगी। सबसे पहला जो स्टेप होता है इंसान का वो होता है माइंड से ट्रेन करना अपने आप को। पॉजिटिव माइंड से ट्रेन करके आप मेंटली अगर फिट हैं और मेंटली तैयार हैं किसी भी चीज़ के लिए, तो मुझे लगता है कि 90% आप सक्सेस पा सकते हैं उसमें। तो सबसे पहले मेंटली रेडी होना ज़रूरी है किसी भी चीज़ के लिए।
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
Business and technology.
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Today, generating renewable energy is much cheaper than using fossil fuel-based power. We are really at the beginning stages of this huge energy transition. Over time, all fossil fuels will be replaced by clean energy sources of generation.
Simple question. Are we on track?
There are multiple targets that we have enunciated as a country. Number one, we have a 2070 net zero target. We have a 2047 energy independence target. There's a 2030 target for 500 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity. There is a lot of work going on. I won't say confident because confidence is a strong word, but I'm very hopeful that we would be able to come very close to achieving that target.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
जनता का प्यार और आशीर्वाद।
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
how often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
हर महीने 2.5 करोड़ हमारे देश में आंगनवाड़ी का हमारा सिस्टम होम विजिट करता है। मतलब साल का कम से कम 24 से 25 करोड़ होम विजिट्स हमारे मंत्रालय के माध्यम से होता है। हर आंगनवाड़ी बहन के पास एक स्मार्टफोन हो और स्मार्टफोन में एनालिटिक्स के साथ उनके पास एक ऐप हो, डिवाइस इनेबल्ड हो कि वो हर एक बेनिफिशियरी तक, लाभार्थी तक रिकॉर्ड सहित पहुंच सके।
आज के दिन में ऑलमोस्ट 10% आंगनवाड़ी जो है ऑन बोर्ड।
Management system protocols enables is giving the Angawadi workers the knowledge.
Since Anganwadi workers are frontline workers and are interacting with society on a day-to-day basis, I think this is going to be a game changer in that sense.
Meet Sufia Sufi, a world-renowned ultra-runner who traded in her job as an airport ground handling officer for not 1 but 5 Guinness.
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I am Vedant Agarwal. Well, the big news today, the political face-off between the BJP and the Congress over the cash haul. It is being seen as India's biggest cash haul ever. We'll get you all the latest on that. But first up, the headlines. The BJP ups the ante on Congress over corruption. The BJP questions Congress's silence and holds protest across states. Well, IT raids on the Congress MP in Odisha and Jharkhand on premises linked to him. This, as with 290 crore rupees and counting, India's biggest ever cash haul has now been reported. And NIA raids in Maharashtra and Karnataka. Over 40 locations raided and 15 people have been arrested. As per reports, the raids are linked to ISIS terror conspiracy. And after the Congress's victory in Telangana, the Speaker's appointment stokes a row. Well, BJP leaders meet governor and register their protest. This after they refuse to take oath. The BJP objects to Owaisi Jr. as being appointed as a Protem Speaker. And 6 days since the BJP victory, no chief ministers in sight in the three heartland states. The BJP in Rajasthan says Ashok Gehlot took 16 days to form the government. Why question us? Congress meanwhile says we will fix accountability on our laws. The big political face-off between Mamata Banerjee and the centre over pending central funds. Mamata Banerjee writes to PM Modi and seeks time to meet him. She says all states getting their share, why not Bengal? Our lead story this afternoon, well, the big political face-off between the BJP and the Congress over the massive cash seizure. Marathon press conferences being addressed by top BJP leaders. In fact, the BJP holding mega protests across states. You can see visuals of BJP protests from Jaipur, Jammu, also here in the national capital. The BJP really upping the ante on the Congress over corruption. And this seizure of the nearly 300 crore rupees worth of cash from premises allegedly linked to Congress's Rajya Sabha MP from Jharkhand, Dheeraj Prasad Sahu, comes close in the heels of the Congress's defeat in the three heartland states. Well, the cash haul is being reported as the highest ever in recent times. Now, the unaccounted cash has been recovered through searches being conducted by the Income Tax Department against an Odisha-based distillery group and entities linked to it. There you can see those visuals of the cash being recovered. Absolutely startling visuals. Over 300 crore, nearly 300 crore rupees worth of cash being recovered by the income tax, and these raids are still going on. Now, the BJP is raking up the issue in a big way. Party workers holding protests across the country.
3 बार लगातार राज्यसभा का मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट बनाया गया और राहुल गांधी जी के काफ़ी नज़दीक हैं, और वो तो जाहिर होता है इस बात से कि सोनिया जी, राहुल जी, प्रियंका जी और मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे सब ने चुप्पी साधी हुई है, मुंह में सबके दही जमा हुआ है कि कांग्रेस ही वो रिकॉर्ड बनाते रहेंगे जिसकी शायद आपको, हमें और देश को उम्मीद थी। हम जानते हैं कि भ्रष्टाचार का सिलसिला यही लोग चला सकते हैं, और आज साहूकार जी के माध्यम से बताएं कि ये साहूकारिता कांग्रेस के कितने लोगों के बीच मौजूद है और इस भ्रष्टाचार का क्या ही अंत है।
गरीबों का पैसा जो कांग्रेस के नेता और कांग्रेस पार्टी हड़पती है, वही संकल्प प्रधानमंत्री जी ने लिया है। एक एक रुपया गरीबों को हम लौटाएंगे और ऐसे भ्रष्टाचारी लोगों को सख्त से सख्त सजा हम लोग दिलवाएंगे।
We applaud the efforts of the IT department of Government of India. They are doing a commendable job, and whatever has been unearthed so far during the raid in Odisha and in the neighboring states is very shocking. In fact, we never knew that the MP, Rajya Sabha MP from Congress from the state of Jharkhand, Shri Dheeraj Sahu, would be indulging in so much of corruption with so many people involved and with a huge network to aid and assist him.
So that is the latest political flashpoint after the elections. But moving now to a nationwide terror crackdown. Well, 15 people have been arrested following NIA raids in Maharashtra and Karnataka. 43 locations across Maharashtra, mostly in districts next to Mumbai, were raided. Raids were also conducted in Pune in an ISIS terror module case. Of course, this comes close on the heels of various such raids being conducted by NIA. In fact, it's a multi-security agency probe that we're looking at. In Karnataka, meanwhile, searches are taking place at one location in Bengaluru. Huge amounts of unaccounted cash, firearms, sharp-edged weapons, incriminating documents, smartphones and other digital devices were seized during the raids.
What we hear is that in Bengaluru's Tanri Road is where the raid is happening. The NIA has been raiding since this morning, and we also hear that it is the residence of Ali Abbas Petiwala that is being raided. We also hear that Ali Abbas Petiwala is living with his wife as well as his children. His wife supposedly a dietitian. A couple of months ago, Bengaluru police had busted a terror case here, and based on that, a couple of people were arrested, and the accused persons, we are told, were in touch with this Ali Abbas Petiwala, and that is how the NIA have been led to this particular location and to Ali Abbas Petiwala at this point in time. Right now, the NIA is tight-lipped. More details would emerge once the raid is completed, and once the mobile phones as well as laptops that have been seized by the NIA will be looked into. Further details will emerge only after.
मैं आपको बता दूं कि कुछ महीनों पहले महाराष्ट्र के पुणे में पुणे पुलिस ने 2 लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया था, और उनसे जब पूछताछ शुरू की तो उनके तार ISIS से होने की बात सामने निकल कर आई थी, और ये पूरा मामला महाराष्ट्र ATS को सौंप दिया गया था। उसके बाद भी कुछ ऐसी जानकारियां सामने निकल कर आई कि इस पूरे मामले को NIA ने टेक ओवर किया, और उसके बाद से जिन 2 लोगों को गिरफ्तार किया गया था उनसे जो लीड्स मिले, उसके बाद से ये ताबड़तोड़ छापेमारी जो है वो देखने को मिल रही है। लगभग 13 लोगों को फिलहाल हिरासत में लिया गया है, जिनसे कड़ाई से पूछताछ की जा रही है। जो जानकारी सामने निकल कर आ रही है वो ये है कि कोई बड़ी आतंकवादी साजिश को अंजाम देने की कोशिश में ये लोग लगे हुए थे, और इसी सिलसिले में महाराष्ट्र और कर्नाटक के कुछ ठिकानों में ये रेड जो है फिलहाल चल रही है। हालांकि जिन लोगों को हिरासत में लिया है, क्या उनकी गिरफ्तारी भी होगी, देर शाम तक इस पर एजेंसीज की तरफ से खुलासा हो सकेगा।
So the big terror crackdown there. Moving now to Telangana. Well, a fresh political row just days after Revant Reddy took oath as the Chief Minister. Now, BJP MLAs in the state have said that they will not take oath if it is administered by the new Speaker, the Protem Speaker, and AIMIM leader Akbaruddin Owaisi. Now, Owaisi has been sworn in as the Protem Speaker. The BJP, meanwhile, is alleging that the appointment is not as per convention. The party has taken their complaint to the governor, the state governor, and they have also registered their protest by saying that we will not take oath till something is done about it. Listen to all the reactions coming in.
कांग्रेस पार्टी ने मजलिस पार्टी का व्यक्ति को प्रोटेम स्पीकर का अपॉइंटमेंट करना, वो विधानसभा का जो नियम है, परंपरा है, ये परंपरा के खिलाफ है। ये बहुत सीनियर MLAs को अपमान भी है। इसलिए हम चाहते हैं जो प्रोटेम स्पीकर जो मजलिस पार्टी का इलीगली अपॉइंट हुआ है, परंपरा के खिलाफ अपॉइंट हुआ है, उनके समक्ष में हमारे MLAs ओथ नहीं लेंगे।
And well, speaking of poll-bound states, in fact, states that went to polls recently, in the Hindi heartland states, the Congress has suffered a massive defeat. And after that, the Congress has been holding marathon meetings to review the party's performance in the polls. In Rajasthan as well, that review meeting was held. And the Congress says that we will fix accountability. Listen in.
बहुत कई कैंडिडेट्स हमारे बहुत कम वोटों पर हारे। ऐसे कैंडिडेट भी हैं जो 1500 से भी कम हैं, उनके सब के ऊपर चर्चा हुई, और साथ ही हमने आज से ही उनको बोल दिया है कि हम पार्लियामेंट की तैयारी करेंगे, और जहाँ जहाँ कोई हमें खामियाँ रहेगी, कमियाँ थी, उनको हम पूरा करके और एकजुट होकर इलेक्शन जो है लड़ेंगे। राजस्थान में बहुत बेटर जो है परफॉर्मेंस रही है बाकी स्टेटों की, और आपने देखा है कि कभी भी बहुत देर बाद कांग्रेस इतनी सीटों पर पहुंची है, और वोट शेयर हमारा डाउन नहीं है। हमारा आधा मेरे ख्याल 40.44% हम पहले से बड़े हैं।
So, well, the Congress brainstorming as to why it lost the polls. We'll take a short break now. News continues on the other side.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
हर महीने 2.5 करोड़ हमारे देश में आंगनवाड़ी का हमारा सिस्टम होम विजिट करता है। मतलब साल का कम से कम 24 से 25 करोड़ होम विजिट्स हमारे मंत्रालय के माध्यम से होता है। हर आंगनवाड़ी बहन के पास एक स्मार्टफोन हो और स्मार्टफोन में एनालिटिक्स के साथ उनके पास एक ऐप हो, डिवाइस इनेबल्ड हो कि वो हर एक बेनिफिशियरी तक, लाभार्थी तक रिकॉर्ड सहित पहुंच सके।
आज के दिन में ऑलमोस्ट 10% आंगनवाड़ी जो है ऑन बोर्ड।
Management system protocols enables is giving the Angawadi workers the knowledge.
Since Anganwadi workers are frontline workers and are interacting with society on a day-to-day basis, I think this is going to be a game changer in that sense.
हम बहुत ज़्यादा केपेबल हैं और बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रेंथ है, जितना हम सोचते हैं उससे कहीं ज़्यादा। हमारी एक ह्यूमन बॉडी है जिसे कह सकते हैं एक मिरेकल है। आप जैसे उसे चलाएंगे वैसे चलेगी। सबसे पहला जो स्टेप होता है इंसान का वो होता है माइंड से ट्रेन करना अपने आप को। पॉजिटिव माइंड से ट्रेन करके आप मेंटली अगर फिट हैं और मेंटली तैयार हैं किसी भी चीज़ के लिए, तो मुझे लगता है कि 90% आप सक्सेस पा सकते हैं उसमें। तो सबसे पहले मेंटली रेडी होना ज़रूरी है किसी भी चीज़ के लिए।
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Today, generating renewable energy is much cheaper than using fossil fuel-based power. We are really at the beginning stages of this huge energy transition. Over time, all fossil fuels will be replaced by clean energy sources of generation.
Simple question, are we on track?
There are multiple targets that we have enunciated as a country. Number one, we have a 2070 net zero target. We have a 2047 energy independence target. There's a 2030 target for 500 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity. There is a lot of work going on. I won't say confident because confidence is a strong word, but I'm very hopeful that we would be able to come very close to achieving that target.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. when the noise ends, the last word begins.
हर महीने 2.5 करोड़ हमारे देश में आंगनवाड़ी का हमारा सिस्टम होम विजिट करता है। मतलब साल का कम से कम 24 से 25
Welcome back. The Prime Minister has launched the Uttarakhand Global Investors Summit, and the Investors Summit talks about from poverty to prosperity. Well, India will be among the top 3 economies. This is what the Prime Minister has said, and he also talks about his vocal for local mission. Take a look.
बड़ी विनम्रता के साथ अभी जो टनल में फंसे हुए 41 श्रमिक भाइयों को निकालने का श्रेय धामी जी ने भारत सरकार में प्रधानमंत्री जी को, सारी एजेंसियों को देने का प्रयास किया। मगर धामी जी मैं आज निसंकोच कहना चाहता हूं कि आपके नेतृत्व के प्रयास ने ही 41 मजदूरों को सकुशल बाहर निकाला है। पूरा देश चिंतित था, पूरा देश सोच रहा था क्या होगा इस श्रमिक भाइयों का। इतने दिन तक रास्ते नहीं निकलते थे और बीच में एक के बाद एक व्यवधान आते थे, मगर बड़े धैर्य पूर्वक अंदर उनका मोरल बूस्टिंग करने के प्रयासों सहित मैं बारीकी से देख रहा था पूरी चीज को। प्रधानमंत्री जी स्वयं इसको मॉनिटर भी कर रहे थे, मगर इसका एग्जीक्यूशन धामी जी ने बहुत अच्छे तरीके से किया और कई बार वो उत्तराखंड की जनता को स्थान पर जाकर संबोधित भी किए। उनके चेहरे पर अद्भुत शांति और आत्मविश्वास जो था वो बहुत बड़ी बात है, एक नेतृत्व के लिए बहुत बड़ा प्रमाण है। मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देना चाहता हूं इस सफल रेस्क्यू के लिए उत्तराखंड सरकार और विशेष कर श्री धामी जी को। अटल जी ने उत्तराखंड की स्थापना करी, उसके पीछे उद्देश्य था कि इतने बड़े उत्तर प्रदेश में कहीं ना कहीं उत्तराखंड के विकास को निग्लेक्शन का अनुभव होता था, विकास हो नहीं पाता था। और 2 दशक के सफर के बाद आज मैं कह सकता हूं कि अटल जी ने उत्तराखंड को बनाया था, मोदी जी ने उत्तराखंड को संवारा है और अब मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में उत्तराखंड आगे बढ़ रहा है। मित्रों, आज यहां पर डेस्टिनेशन उत्तराखंड के नाम से ग्लोबल इन्वेस्टर समिट हुई। 2 दिन की समिट में 3.5 लाख करोड़ के MOU हुए और आज कई प्रकार की नई शुरुआत उत्तराखंड के अंदर अनंत संभावनाओं को खोलने वाली शुरू हुई है। परंतु आज मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं कि भारत का विकास जो ये 1 दशक में हुआ है, वो 1 दशक में पूरी दुनिया चकाचौंध हो जाए इस प्रकार से हर एक क्षेत्र में भारत आगे बढ़ा है। इसके पीछे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का एक दूरदृष्टिपूर्ण नेतृत्व भी है और नेतृत्व की अंतिम छोर तक बातों को फॉलो अप करने की क्षमता भी है।
मैं विश्वास के साथ ये कह सकता हूं कि हमारे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी के विजन के अनुरूप नए भारत का नया उत्तराखंड देश के ग्रोथ इंजन की भूमिका निभाने को भी तैयार है और तत्पर है। भाइयों बहनों, इस सम्मेलन की सफलता के पीछे आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी की प्रेरणा है। उन्होंने हर प्रकार से, जैसे वहाँ पर शुरुआत में गुजरात का वाइब्रेंट गुजरात शुरू हुआ था और जब हमने उनसे मार्गदर्शन लेने के लिए कि हम इस प्रकार का कार्यक्रम करना चाहते हैं, निवेशकों को आमंत्रित करना चाहते हैं, तो उन्होंने हमारी टीम को पहले गुजरात जाने के लिए कहा, लखनऊ जाने के लिए कहा, अन्य स्थानों पर हमारी टीम गई। इसके पीछे उन्हीं की प्रेरणा है, उन्हीं की पहल के कारण आज हम इस प्रकार का निवेशकों का सम्मेलन आयोजित कर सके। इस महत्वपूर्ण आयोजन के लिए उनकी प्रेरणा, उत्साह एवं सहयोग देने के लिए आदरणीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का और आदरणीय गृह मंत्री जी का मैं हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। निवेशक सफल को सम्मेलन सफल बनाने में हमें न केवल निवेशकों का साथ मिला, बल्कि केंद्र सरकार के विभिन्न विभागों के लोगों ने भी अपनी सहभागिता सुनिश्चित कर इस सम्मेलन को पूर्ण रूपेण सफल बनाने में अपना योगदान दिया।
And well, now a special report. Navigating an unfamiliar place is uniquely challenging for people with disabilities, even more so when you don't have the use of eyesight for spatial information. But Tiffany Brar is looking to change that. As part of the initiative Samath by Hyundai, we travelled to Thiruvananthapuram to meet Tiffany, who holds workshops with the visually impaired to teach them how to navigate everyday spaces. Take a look.
Tiffany Brar has proved that blindness is not a barrier, and now the disability rights advocate and founder of the Jyotirgamaya Foundation is on a mission to help those with visual impairments become self-reliant and independent. This echolocation workshop, the first ever by the Jyotirgamaya Foundation, is part of that mission. The workshop, and indeed the foundation itself, are born from Tiffany's own experiences of being excluded and discriminated against because of her disability.
Because that's what blind people always, most of us were taught to have a low confidence. I mean, our parents would say, no, udhar nahi jana, gir jaoge. No. I think the first words I learned was no, because I continued hearing my parents say that.
Let him hear the direction where the...
During this workshop, blind participants were taught how to make use of sound in order to gauge their surroundings, which is called echolocation. This echolocation, along with cane techniques on busy roads and in parks, will enable them to identify various objects only by their echoes. The workshop is just one part of the varied and multi-utility vocational training that Tiffany and her team provide.
Here we train visually impaired people in mobility orientation, computers, use of Android and iPhones, Windows, Linux, interpersonal skills and English. We accept students from all over India who wish to learn these things. It's a 4 to 6 month fully fledged training course.
I've been hearing about this thing called echolocation, and I thought I should check it out, and that's when I came to know that Jyotirgamaya is organizing this workshop, and I thought I should give it a try so that I can become more independent, because being independent is what I value the most.
Our outdoor spaces are not designed with accessibility and mobility in mind. People with low or no vision are often at risk of getting seriously injured while crossing streets or navigating roads with potholes and ditches, and the injuries are not always just physical.
These kind of things really affect us mentally. Like we're like, should we walk on the road, should we not? Now people like Tony and me and a few other people would say, okay, to hell with it, we'll continue, we'll walk, we'll do whatever it takes, but we need to get there. But there are many people who are closeted inside the four walls of their house and who don't know mobility.
It is for those people closeted inside their homes that Tiffany and her team seek to create a space of learning and growth. For almost 7 crore Indians living with blindness, it is a harsh reality to have to adapt to a world that doesn't adapt to their specific needs. But these barriers aren't just physical.
It's not just infrastructure, it's the attitudinal barrier. People have to be useful. They have to be made to feel that they are useful. That acha tum ye karo, tum wo karo, just like anyone else, just like any other employee. We just need some adaptations.
A born fighter, Tiffany has refused to let her disability either define her or limit her. Through her Jyotirgamaya Foundation, Tiffany has helped train and empower countless blind people, earning her awards, accolades and recognition. That degree of independence and self-belief is what Tiffany wants for other blind people in India, and this workshop is just the beginning.
Meet Sufia Sufi, a world-renowned ultra-runner who traded in her job as an airport ground handling officer for not 1 but 5 Guinness World Records. With the world as a track, she has become the epitome of human endurance, breaking national and international records with every feat that she undertakes. Sufia has traversed the lengths of Kashmir to Kanyakumari, north to south of Qatar, through some of the most grueling terrain in the world. And now she plans to go around the world on her foot.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
हर महीने 2.5 करोड़ हमारे देश में आंगनवाड़ी का हमारा सिस्टम होम विजिट करता है। मतलब साल का कम से कम 24 से 25 करोड़ होम विजिट्स हमारे मंत्रालय के माध्यम से होता है। हर आंगनवाड़ी बहन के पास एक स्मार्टफोन हो और स्मार्टफोन में एनालिटिक्स के साथ उनके पास एक ऐप हो, डिवाइस इनेबल्ड हो कि वो हर एक बेनिफिशियरी तक, लाभार्थी तक रिकॉर्ड सहित पहुंच सके।
आज के दिन में ऑलमोस्ट 10% आंगनवाड़ी जो है ऑन बोर्ड।
Management system protocols enables is giving the Angawadi workers the knowledge.
Since Anganwadi workers are frontline workers and are interacting with society on a day-to-day basis, I think this is going to be a game changer in that sense.
हम बहुत ज़्यादा केपेबल हैं और बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रेंथ है, जितना हम सोचते हैं उससे कहीं ज़्यादा। हमारी एक ह्यूमन बॉडी है जिसे कह सकते हैं एक मिरेकल है। आप जैसे उसे चलाएंगे वैसे चलेगी। सबसे पहला जो स्टेप होता है इंसान का वो होता है माइंड से ट्रेन करना अपने आप को। पॉजिटिव माइंड से ट्रेन करके आप मेंटली अगर फिट हैं और मेंटली तैयार हैं किसी भी चीज़ के लिए, तो मुझे लगता है कि 90% आप सक्सेस पा सकते हैं उसमें। तो सबसे पहले मेंटली रेडी होना ज़रूरी है किसी भी चीज़ के लिए।
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Today, generating renewable energy is much cheaper than using fossil fuel-based power. We are really at the beginning stages of this huge energy transition. Over time, all fossil fuels will be replaced by clean energy sources of generation.
Simple question. Are we?
नमस्कार, स्वागत है आप सभी का एनडीटीवी की इस खास पहल अमृतकाल की आंगनवाड़ी में, जिसका आधार है पोषण भी पढ़ाई भी। इसका आधार हमारे भविष्य से जुड़ा हुआ है, हमारे बच्चों से जुड़ा हुआ है। मानसिक तौर पर, शारीरिक तौर पर स्वस्थ और सेहतमंद बच्चे, साक्षर बच्चे। कहा जाता है कि अर्ली इयर्स में 5 चरण में संपूर्ण विकास बच्चों का होता है। हम सब जानते हैं शारीरिक विकास उसमें से एक है, मानसिक तौर पर विकसित होना उसमें से एक है, भाषा का विकास और सोशल और इमोशनल स्किल्स और डेवलपमेंट, साथ ही फाइन मोटर स्किल्स। इन सभी मोर्चों पर आंगनवाड़ी में कोशिशें हो रही हैं और कामयाबी भी हासिल हो रही है। तो यही है आज चर्चा का मुद्दा कि हमारा भविष्य कितने बेहतर हाथों में है। और इसी मुद्दे को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए मेरे साथ बेहद खास पैनल इस वक्त यहाँ पर मंच पर मौजूद हैं। अमनीत कुमार हैं, कमिश्नर और सेक्रेटरी, महिला और बाल विकास मंत्रालय हरियाणा सरकार की, आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर। करनाल से आई हैं कविता राणा, आप दोनों का बहुत स्वागत। और साथ ही अजीज़ गुप्ता, को फाउंडर रॉकेट लर्निंग और पोषण भी पढ़ाई भी पहल से जुड़े हुए हैं। स्वागत है अजीज़। और शुभ्रा चैटर्जी, बड़ा नाम, विक्रमशिला वाइस प्रेसिडेंट और डायरेक्टर, साथ ही अर्ली चाइल्डहुड केयर एंड एजुकेशन टास्क फोर्स की सदस्य। आप सभी का स्वागत है। शुभ्रा जी, अगर मैं आपसे शुरू करूं, दुनिया भर में जो 5 साल या उससे कम उम्र के बच्चे हैं, उनमें से 17% भारत में रहते हैं हमारे बच्चे हैं। और कहा यह जाता है कि इस उम्र में करीब करीब ब्रेन का डेवलपमेंट 85% या 90% तक हो जाता है। ऐसे में हमारी प्राथमिकताएं, हमारी प्रायोरिटीज़ इन बच्चों के लिए क्या है?
ये जो ब्रेन रिसर्च से हमको पता चला है कि 85% ब्रेन डेवलपमेंट हो जाता है, इसका सीधा एक असर पड़ा है, सारे दुनिया भर में भी पड़ा है, हमारे देश में भी, कि पूर्व प्राथमिक शिक्षा को बहुत महत्व दी जाए। और इसीलिए हमारी जो नई शिक्षा नीति आई है 2020 साल में, उसमें पहली बार हमारे देश की किसी शिक्षा नीति में पूर्व प्राथमिक शिक्षा को इतना इम्पोर्टेंस दिया गया है। और इसमें बताया गया है कि 3 साल की जो पूर्व प्राथमिक शिक्षा है, 3 से 6, और फिर पहले जो 2 क्लास है, क्लासेस 1 और 2 प्राथमिक के, इनको लेकर एक फाउंडेशनल लर्निंग, ये हमारी नींव है सारी। और अगर हम मजबूत एक राष्ट्र बनाना चाहते हैं तो इसकी शुरुआत यहीं से होनी चाहिए। इसीलिए हमारे देश में 14 लाख आंगनवाड़ी है, जिसमें 3 से 6 साल की उम्र के बच्चे जाते हैं, तो इनको जहाँ पर पूर्व प्राथमिक शिक्षा दी जाती है। तो अभी आज का जो प्रयास हम देख रहे हैं, पोषण भी पढ़ाई भी, इसमें पढ़ाई का जो आंगनवाड़ी का जो हिस्सा है वो थोड़ा सा उसमें कमज़ोरी थी कुछ, तो उसको मजबूत बनाने के लिए खास कुछ पहल लिए जा रहे हैं। और हम आशा करते हैं कि जो 9 करोड़ बच्चे आंगनवाड़ी में आज जा रहे हैं, उनको अच्छी तरह से पूर्व प्राथमिक शिक्षा मिलेगी, वो आगे जाके बहुत तरक्की करेंगे और देश को भी मजबूत बनाएंगे।
जी, अजीज़ ये बताइए कि आंगनवाड़ी में ऐसे अर्ली इयर्स में पढ़ाई का क्या रोल है? पोषण के साथ पढ़ाई कैसे की जा रही है वहाँ?
जी, तो काफ़ी एक्सपर्ट्स बोलते हैं कि प्री प्राइमरी स्कूल, प्री प्राइमरी एजुकेशन का मतलब है कि स्कूल के लिए तैयारी होगी, कि आप शिक्षा में जाएंगे, उसके लिए आप तैयार रहेंगे जब आप जाएंगे। लेकिन जो रिसर्च दिखा रहा है कि ये बस स्कूल की तैयारी नहीं है, इसका मतलब है ज़िंदगी के लिए तैयारी। क्योंकि जो आपकी क्रिएटिविटी है, इंटेलिजेंस है, जो आपकी फिजिकल एबिलिटी भी है, जो आप दिमाग भी और आपका जो तन भी है, दोनों डेवलप इसी उम्र में हो रहा है। एंड इसीलिए जो आपका पोटेंशियल है, जो आप आगे जाके क्या कर सकते हैं ज़िंदगी में, वो इन सालों पे निर्भर है। तो आपको अक्षर, आपको डिजिट्स, नंबर, ये सब जानने तो बहुत ज़रूरी है ही, लेकिन साथ साथ बस रंग, अक्षर, ये सब नहीं है। आपको क्लासरूम में कैसे बैठना होता है, दूसरे लोगों के साथ कैसे बात करना होता है, थोड़ा आपका जो कॉन्फिडेंस और जो आपका उसमें जो तजुर्बा डेवलप होता है, वो इसमें बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है। और इसलिए हम तो एटलीस्ट जो पोषण भी पढ़ाई भी में बस ये नहीं है कि आप सेंटर तैयार कर रहे हैं, बट आप पेरेंट का माइंडसेट भी तैयार कर रहे हैं कि आपको बच्चों को, अब यूनिवर्सिटी की ग्रेजुएशन को आप इतना बड़ी चीज़ मानते हैं, उसके लिए आप कितना भी पैसा भी खर्च करने के लिए रेडी होते हैं। लेकिन आंगनवाड़ी से जब वो बच्चा निकले 6 साल की उम्र में, तो उसकी ग्रेजुएशन सेरेमनी आप आंगनवाड़ी में हो और आप जाइए, और क्योंकि बच्चे अब ज़िंदगी के लिए तैयार हो गया है, तो ये सबसे ज़्यादा महत्वपूर्ण बात हमें दिखती है इसमें।
बिल्कुल। अमनीत जी, हरियाणा एक ऐसा राज्य है जहाँ की आंगनवाड़ी की सक्सेस स्टोरी की बहुत लंबी लिस्ट है। तो पोषण भी, पढ़ाई भी, पहल की कामयाबी आपने कैसे हासिल की? कितना काम हुआ ज़मीन पर?
सबसे पहले यहाँ बैठे हुए जितने भी श्रोता हैं और मेरे साथ जो पैनल में उपस्थित हैं, ये मैं बताना चाहूँगी कि भारत सरकार के सौजन्य से जो हमारा ICDS कार्यक्रम चल रहा है, हरियाणा में करीब 26,000 आंगनवाड़ियों के ज़रिए इसको ग्रामीण और शहरी क्षेत्र में पूरी तरह से इम्प्लीमेंट किया जा रहा है। जो हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के दिशा निर्देश थे और उसके बाद जो पोषण अभियान की शुरुआत हुई, उससे एक नई ऊर्जा का एक संचार हुआ है आंगनवाड़ी के पूरे जो ट्रेडिशनल फ्रेमवर्क में। और उसको जारी रखते हुए जो प्रदेश सरकार है, हरियाणा सरकार, उसने भी एक पहल की। पोषण भी, पढ़ाई भी के साथ साथ हमने अपने प्ले स्कूल बनाने के एक बहुत अच्छा प्रयास किया, जिसमें प्रदेश सरकार ने अभी तक 8,000 प्ले स्कूल की अनाउंसमेंट की है और 4,000 हम क्रियान्वित कर चुके हैं। तो ये प्ले स्कूल क्या है? ये अर्ली चाइल्डहुड एजुकेशन की, जैसे कि अभी बात की वक्ता ने, नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी जो हमारी है उसके साथ समन्वय बनाते हुए बच्चों को तैयार करना, प्रशिक्षण देना और उनको स्कूल के लिए भी तैयार करना और आने वाले जीवन काल के लिए भी तैयार करना। सबसे बड़ा जो हमारे सामने चैलेंज था वो था कि हमारी जो आंगनवाड़ी कार्यकर्ता हैं, हमारी एक आंगनवाड़ी बहन आज आपके समक्ष उपस्थित हैं, इनकी कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग करना ताकि ये ट्रेडिशनल फ्रेमवर्क से निकल के कैसे ये अपने आप को टीचर के रूप में, प्री स्कूल एजुकेटर के रूप में चयनित कर सकें। उसमें मैं बताना चाहूँगी कि हमारे जो ट्रेडिशनल लर्निंग पार्टनर्स हैं और हमारे कुछ NGOs हैं जिन्होंने हमारे साथ काम किया, चाहे वो प्रथम ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, चाहे रॉकेट लर्निंग है, उन्होंने कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग की। हमारे उन 4000 वर्कर्स को हमने चयनित किया जो अच्छी एजुकेशन के साथ थे, कईयों ने टीचर ट्रेनिंग पहले भी की हुई थी। उसके बाद हमने अपने प्ले स्कूल्स की जो है टीचर लर्निंग मटेरियल और प्ले स्कूल एजुकेशन किट्स मुहैया कराई ताकि बच्चों को एक अच्छा वहाँ पे एनवायरनमेंट मिले। वहाँ पर लोकल फर्नीचर, बच्चों के लिए उनके स्पेसिफिक टॉयज़, लर्निंग टूल्स, वो सब की उपलब्धता कराई। और बहुत अच्छी बात मैं बताना चाहूँगी कि पोषण ट्रैकर के साथ साथ हरियाणा ने अपना एक पोर्टल डेवलप किया है, बाल संवर्धन पोर्टल। तो मॉनिटरिंग और इवैल्यूएशन के लिए हर एक बच्चा जो प्ले स्कूल में आ रहा है और अर्ली चाइल्डहुड एजुकेशन ले रहा है, उसकी हम मैपिंग कर रहे हैं। उसकी फिजिकल डेवलपमेंट, मेंटल डेवलपमेंट, पेडागॉजी के तहत पूरा इस कार्य जो करिकुलम को डेवलप किया गया है। हमारा जो हरियाणा का स्कूल एजुकेशन बोर्ड है, उससे हमने मान्यता प्राप्त करवाई है ताकि अनस्ट्रक्चर्ड वे में हम कुछ भी ना पढ़ाएं बच्चों को। और हमारी टेक्निकल एक्सपर्टीज़ के साथ, क्योंकि आज हमारे पैनल में भी जो लोग उपस्थित हैं वो भी आपसे आगे भी मैं समझती हूँ कि बताएंगे कि स्ट्रक्चर क्रिएट करना कितना ज़रूरी है अर्ली चाइल्डहुड एजुकेशन के लिए, ताकि आने वाले टाइम के लिए इसको रेप्लिकेट किया जा सके। तो हरियाणा में माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी ने स्टेक होल्डर्स के साथ बहुत सी अपने डिस्कशंस की हैं, चाहे वो आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर हों, चाहे पेरेंट्स हों। कॉल इन करके पेरेंट्स का फीडबैक लिया गया, जो उनके सुझाव थे उनको शामिल किया गया। और हम आशा करते हैं कि इसी तरीके से हम हरियाणा में आने वाले वर्ष में और जो है 8000 प्ले स्कूल्स को क्रियान्वित कर सकेंगे।
बिल्कुल, उदाहरण एक सेट किया है हरियाणा ने बाकी राज्यों के लिए, और पीछे पीछे सभी राज्य चल रहे हैं हरियाणा के। कविता राणा, तो जो पहल की हम बात कर रहे हैं, पोषण भी पढ़ाई भी, आपने क्या देखा है, कितना बदलाव आया है बच्चों के विकास में इसको देखकर?
मैम, पहले से बहुत ज़्यादा बदलाव आया है। बच्चे पहले से और ज़्यादा इंटरेस्ट से आंगनवाड़ी में आते हैं। मतलब पहले बच्चे मतलब रोते थे आते हुए, मतलब ही हमें वहाँ सिर्फ राशन मिलता है या कुछ भी, मतलब इतना मतलब वहाँ फैसिलिटीज़ नहीं थी। पहले बच्चे इतने इंटरेस्ट से नहीं आते थे। अब पहले से मतलब और ज़्यादा अच्छा हुआ है टीचिंग लर्निंग मटेरियल की वजह से। टॉयज़ हैं, मतलब हमें भी अच्छे से ट्रेन किया गया है। पहले से हम बच्चों को अच्छे से करा पा रहे हैं पहले से। मतलब हमें भी अब अच्छा लगता है कि हमारा कॉन्फिडेंस डेवलप हुआ है पहले से, तो बच्चों को हम अच्छे से करा रहे हैं। पेरेंट्स भी फीडबैक देते हैं कि बच्चे बहुत खुश होकर आते हैं अब आंगनवाड़ी में। मतलब आपने क्या तरीका अपनाया है कि बच्चे मतलब पहले से बहुत अच्छा कर पा रहे हैं। और मतलब नेक्स्ट डे वो बच्चे कहते हैं कि हमें आंगनवाड़ी छोड़ के आओ। और हमसे भी बच्चे बात करके जाते हैं कि मैम नेक्स्ट डे आप क्या कराओगे, कल क्या कराने वाले हो, कौन सी गेम के थ्रू आप मतलब खेल खिलाओगे। मतलब प्ले वे के तरीके में हम बच्चों को पढ़ाते हैं, विदाउट बर्डन, विदाउट बाउंडेशन। जितनी देर बच्चा रुचि लेके खेल सकता है, पढ़ सकता है, उसी तरीके से हम बच्चों को कराते हैं।
तो एक तरह से जो परसेप्शन था आंगनवाड़ी का, वो इस पहल से बदला है, आप मानती हैं? हाँ
जी मैम,
बिल्कुल। शुभ्रा जी, बच्चों में 3 साल की उम्र में ही उनके ब्रेन में 1 मिलियन न्यूरल कनेक्शंस हर सेकंड फॉर्म होने लगते हैं। तो ऐसे में जब भरपूर पोषण के साथ पढ़ाई की शुरुआत हो तो क्या फ़ायदे होते हैं?
तो थोड़ा शुरू से शुरू करते हैं। एक बच्चा जब जन्म लेता है तो कहा जाता है कि वो 10,000 करोड़ मस्तिष्क कोश को लेकर जन्म लेता है, 10,000 crores, एंड आई बिलीव कि इट इज इक्वल द नंबर ऑफ स्टार्स इन द मिल्की वे। तो इतना, तो आप सोचिए एक बच्चे में कितनी संभावना है। और जिंदगी के पहले जो 1000 दिन है, फर्स्ट 2 years में, वो सेकंड में इतने न्यूरल कनेक्शंस बनते हैं। तो इससे न्यूरल कनेक्शंस बनना कब बनता है? न्यूरल कनेक्शन जब कोई सीख होती है। Whenever a child learns something, वो घर में ये मेरी माँ है, ये दूध दे रही है, सारी कुछ उसकी सीख है। एंड द चाइल्ड कंस्ट्रक्ट्स सारी दुनिया के बारे में अपनी एक समझ बनाते हैं, ये एब्स्ट्रैक्ट करना सीखता है, बहुत कुछ सीखता है। तो अब आंगनवाड़ी में जाकर भी 6 साल तक हमारी जो ब्रेन डेवलपमेंट की जो स्पीड है वही रहती है। थोड़ा सा कम हो जाता है लेकिन काफ़ी तेज़ रहती है। पहले 2 साल जैसा नहीं रहता है। लेकिन इस समय बच्चों को एक कहा जाता है एक विंडो ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटी। हाँ, इस समय कुछ चीज़ों की सीख जैसे होगी वो बाद में जाकर वो खिड़की बंद हो जाएगी, कभी नहीं वैसे होगा। तो इसीलिए मेरे ख्याल से पूर्व प्राथमिक शिक्षा में हमको कुछ फंडामेंटल चीज़ पर ध्यान देना चाहिए। ABCD क ख ग घ 1 2 3 4 ये पढ़ाने नहीं चाहिए, ये बाद में सीखने के लिए बहुत क्लास की है। अभी बच्चा जो है वो कुछ फंडामेंटल चीज़ें सीखता है, नॉलेज प्रोसेसिंग सीखता है। हम लोग सोचते हैं खेल रहा है, लेकिन वो मैचिंग, सॉर्टिंग, क्लासिफिकेशन, दीज आर कॉग्निटिव प्रोसेसिंग स्किल्स। नॉलेज को हम इसी से विश्लेषण करना सीखते हैं, आगे जाकर ये सब काम आता है। तो आंगनवाड़ी में जो बच्चे अच्छी तरह से उनको सपोर्ट मिलती है, वो दे बिकम वेरी गुड कम्युनिकेटर्स, दे बिकम वेरी गुड प्रॉब्लम सॉल्वर्स, और दे आर सो सेल्फ कॉन्फिडेंट, उनकी आर्टिकुलेशन बहुत अच्छी होती है, कम्युनिकेशन अच्छी होती है। तो दीज आर द लाइफ स्किल्स एक्चुअली जो आंगनवाड़ी में मिलती है।
ये लाइफ स्किल्स अब बच्चे सीख रहे हैं, लेकिन 8 करोड़ करीब 8 करोड़ अजीज बच्चे हैं जिन तक आंगनवाड़ी के ज़रिए पहुंचा जा रहा है। ऐसे में आपने क्या देखा है, किस तरह के कॉग्निटिव अचीवमेंट्स बच्चों में देखने को मिल रहे हैं?
शुभ्रा जी ने ऑलरेडी कुछ चीज़ें तो बताई हैं, बट जैसे जो कोशिश रहती है कि जो इंडिया का नेशनल करिकुलम फ्रेमवर्क भी बना है नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी के बाद, अभी हर आंगनबाड़ी में उसके रिलेटेड पढ़ाई की जा रही है खेल के माध्यम से। और जो हम देख रहे हैं खेल, खिलौने, एक्टिविटी के माध्यम से बच्चे कुछ इम्पॉर्टेंट स्किल सीख पा रहे हैं। जैसे 6 साल की उम्र तक आपको बेसिक गिनती 10 तक आ जाती है, नहीं आती, अक्षर आपको समझ आ पाते हैं, नहीं आ पाते, तो ये तो है ही। लेकिन और ज़रूरी चीज़ें हैं कि आपने कितने शब्द सुने। ऐसा रिसर्च भी है कि अगर कोई बच्चा गरीब घर में है तो 3 साल की उम्र तक उसने 3 करोड़ शब्द कम सुने होते हैं, अगर कंपेयर करो किसी अच्छे जो थोड़ा ज़्यादा घर जहाँ ज़्यादा बातचीत माता पिता भी कर रहे हैं या टीचर भी बच्चे से कर रहे हैं। और इसका फ़र्क पड़ता है आगे जाके आपको कहानी पढ़ने में, समझने में। तो अभी मैं ये भी बोलना चाहूँगा कि कई बार हमें लगता है कि बच्चा जब भी किसी पेरेंट को बोलते हो कि अच्छा आपका बच्चा 5 साल की उम्र में क्या जानता है, तो वो फटाफट 1 to 30, 1 2 3 4 करके 30 तक वो बोल देते हैं। लेकिन ज़्यादा ज़रूरी ये नहीं है कि उसको 1 to 30 आता है, लेकिन उसको बोलते ये क्या है तो वो 3 बोल नहीं पाते। तो ज़्यादा ज़रूरी है कि वो एक्टिविटीज़ एक दूसरे से करें, समझें, साथ साथ ही वो अक्षर, लेटर्स, सॉर्टिंग, शेप आकार समझना, ये सब ज़रूरी है। और ऑल्सो ये एक और चीज़ भी बोली जाती है, सोशल इमोशनल स्किल्स। उसके ज़रिए आप एक दूसरे से कैसे बात कर रहे हैं। आपको अगर कोई काम दिया गया है, आप उसको 3 छोटे छोटे टुकड़ों में करके स्टेप बाय स्टेप कर पा रहे हैं, नहीं कर पा रहे हैं। तो ये सब स्किल्स जो हमें एज एन अडल्ट लगता है कि बहुत आसान है, वैसे तो मैंने बहुत एडल्ट देखे हैं जो ये नहीं कर पाए, कि उनको कोई मुश्किल काम दोगे तो उसको छोटे छोटे चीज़ों में वो नहीं डिवाइड कर पाते। ये स्किल आप बचपन में सीखते हैं और ये बहुत ज़रूरी है इन एडिशन टू एकेडमिक स्किल्स जो हम सब जानते हैं।
जी अवनी जी, हरियाणा के आंगनवाड़ी अब प्ले स्कूल्स, प्री स्कूल से मुकाबला कर रहे हैं, तो क्या ये अपग्रेड आप लोगों के लिए आसान था? आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर्स को एजुकेटर्स बनाना, आंगनवाड़ी में इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर तैयार करना, कि वो इसके लिए, इस पहल के लिए तैयार हैं?
ये एक जर्नी है और अभी जर्नी की शुरुआत हुई है। और मैं सबसे पहले धन्यवाद करना चाहूँगी भारत सरकार का, जिन्होंने कॉन्टेक्स्ट सेटिंग की है कि ट्रेडिशनल जो एक प्रारूप था एक आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर के 6 तरीके की सर्विसेज उसने अपने आंगनवाड़ी के द्वारा बच्चों को और माताओं को देनी थी, उससे ऊपर उठ के अब आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर एक और जो है प्रयास कर रही है और बहुत अच्छे तरीके से कर रही है। तो हरियाणा के एक्सपीरियंस में सबसे पहले, जैसे कि मैंने थोड़ा सा पहले भी बताया, हमने अपने अच्छे वाली आंगनवाड़ी जहाँ पे ग्रेजुएट और हमारी टीचर ट्रेनिंग करी हुई बहनें थी, उन आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर्स को पहले फेज़ में ट्रेन किया और उनकी ट्रेनिंग के बाद उनको हमने टीचर लर्निंग मटेरियल मुहैया कराया और उनको बहुत सारे स्किल सेट्स दिए। क्योंकि अगर आप ये अपेक्षा करेंगे कि एक आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर सडनली एक दिन जाके पढ़ाई कराना शुरू कर देगी स्ट्रक्चर्ड रूप में, तो वो संभव नहीं है। सबसे पहले स्टेट हेडक्वार्टर पे एक टेक्निकल ग्रुप फॉर्म हुआ और शिक्षा विभाग के साथ मिलके हमने अपना करिकुलम फाइनलाइज किया, जो कि काफ़ी प्रयास लगा, जिसमें 8 से 9 महीने लगे, बिकॉज टेक्निकल एक्सपर्ट्स ने अपने सुझाव दिए और वो सबको हमने सम्मिलित करके नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी के साथ अलाइन करके काम किया। अब आज के दिन जब हम 4000 अच्छे प्ले स्कूल डेवलप कर चुके हैं, तो जो गांव है वहाँ से फीडबैक आ रहा है। जो सरपंच हैं वो कह रहे हैं कि हमारी आंगनवाड़ी को अपग्रेड कर दीजिए, हमारे यहाँ भी आप बाल वाटिका प्ले स्कूल खोल दीजिए। तो एक बहुत अच्छा उससे एक पेरेंट्स के लिए बहुत अच्छा रुझान बढ़ रहा है। और जब पेरेंट्स के लिए हमने एक शिक्षा चौपाल भी शुरू की है, और वो हम जैसे हमारा पोषण भी शिक्षा भी अभियान चलता है, तो उसके साथ पेरेंट्स को इनवाइट करते हैं, जिसमें हम स्कूल रेडीनेस के लिए उनको तैयार करते हैं, उन्होंने बच्चों के लिए क्या क्या तैयारी करनी है कि वो हमारे प्ले स्कूल में शामिल हो सकें, तो उनका इंटरेस्ट जागरूक हो रहा है। तो जो हरियाणा की पढ़ी लिखी पंचायतें हैं, आई होप एवरीबडी नोज़ कि हरियाणा में सारी की सारी शिक्षित पंचायतें हैं, और उसमें से 33% महिलाएं हैं सभी सरपंच। तो बहुत अच्छा एक जो हमारे महिला और बाल विकास विभाग है, महकमा है, उसके लिए बहुत अच्छा है कि लोगों की मैट्रिक्स पे और उनके इम्पॉर्टेंट जो एजेंडा है पंचायती राज का, उसमें आ गया है कि मैंने अपने गांव की आंगनवाड़ी को अपग्रेड कराना है, जैसे पड़ोस के यहाँ पे हुई है। और दूसरा एक अच्छी चीज़ जो हमने शुरू की है वो है कि स्कूल के साथ ही हमने इसको कोलोकेट करने की कोशिश की है, ताकि जैसे ही बच्चा वहाँ पर स्कूल के एनवायरनमेंट में आए और वो प्ले स्कूल में जाना शुरू करे, तो आने वाले 2 वर्ष के बाद जब वो ट्रांजिशन होके प्रॉपर स्कूलिंग में जाएगा, तो उनको बहुत ज़्यादा डिफरेंस नहीं लगेगा और बच्चा पूरी तरीके से सक्षम होगा, और वो कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ हमारा जो जनरल एजुकेशन एनरोलमेंट है, हमारा GER है, वो भी ठीक रहेगा, और हमारी शिक्षा की जो प्रणाली है उसमें वो बिल्कुल सीमलेसली इंटीग्रेट हो जाएगा। तो ये भी हमें महिला और बाल विकास को ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा कि जो शिक्षा विभाग है वो एक ब्रॉडर पैराडाइम सेट कर चुका है, हमें अपने आप को उसके साथ शामिल करते हुए धीरे धीरे बढ़ना है।
जी, आप कविता, जो सवाल मैंने अमनीत जी से पूछा था, अपग्रेड होना, आप आंगनवाड़ी कार्यकर्ता थी, अब एजुकेटर के तौर पर आपको देखा जाता है, तो
जी मैम,
एक स्किल अपग्रेडेशन आपके लिए एक बेहतर प्रोफेशनल स्किल भी है और एक अच्छे प्रोफेशनल बनने के लिए अच्छा जरिया भी।
जी मैम, हमारी जैसे ट्रेनिंग हुई है पिछले 2-3 सालों में, उस ट्रेनिंग्स का हमें मैम बहुत ज़्यादा फ़ायदा हुआ है। हमारा मतलब हमारे अंदर एक टीचर वाला कॉन्फिडेंस आ गया है। अब बच्चों को हम अपने आप को हम आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर ना कह के प्ले स्कूल की टीचर कहते हैं। मतलब हमें अच्छा लगता है कि हमारे मतलब स्किल्स डेवलप हुई हैं, हमारे अंदर कॉन्फिडेंस आया है, हम बच्चों को अच्छे से करा पा रहे हैं, बच्चे मतलब अच्छे से कर रहे हैं, हमें मतलब इंटरनल हमें भी अच्छा लग रहा है, हमें भी अच्छा फील होता है अभी हमें एज ए टीचर काम कर रहे हैं अब
जी
प्ले स्कूल में।
जी, तो शुभ्रा जी, आंगनवाड़ी में जैसे कि अब वर्कर्स एजुकेटर्स हैं, ऐसे में जो कॉग्निटिव स्किल्स हैं, न्यूमरेसी स्किल्स हैं, प्री लिटरेसी स्किल्स हैं, जो आप लोग लगातार कह रहे हैं कि बोलना, सुनना, पढ़ना, लिखना सब साथ साथ चल रहा है पोषण के साथ साथ, तो ऐसे में जो फिज़िकल ग्रोथ के साथ जो इमोशनल डेवलपमेंट भी होना चाहिए, उस पर किस तरह से काम हो रहा है आंगनवाड़ी में?
सोशल इमोशनल डेवलपमेंट ये एक ये प्री प्राइमरी एजुकेशन की एक बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ है। मैंने कहा तो जाता है कि जो कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स एंड सोशल इमोशनल डेवलपमेंट ठीक से हो जाए तो यू आर सॉर्टेड मोर और लेस, बाकी सब होगा। तो सोशल
इमोशनल कोशेंट हाई होना चाहिए, और
सोशल इमोशनल मतलब इमोशन पर रेगुलेशन पाना, सेल्फ कंट्रोल, बहुत कुछ रहता है। और ये जो आंगनवाड़ी में फ्री चॉइस प्ले होता है, बच्चे अपने मन से अपने लर्निंग कॉर्नर्स में जाके खेल सकते हैं, उसमें वो शेयरिंग सीखते हैं, वो प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग सीखते हैं, कॉन्फ्लिक्ट रेजोल्यूशन सीखते हैं। ये सब भारी भारी शब्द है, लेकिन वो बहुत आसानी से ये सीख जाते हैं, और इन्हीं से थ्रू ऑल दिस उनको, और ऐसे भी जब कोई कॉन्वर्सेशन में वो बैठते हैं तो वेटिंग फॉर वंस टर्न, ये भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। हम तो बहुत से अडल्ट को देखे हैं जिनको आता नहीं है ये चीज़ अभी तक। हाँ, लाइन में ठीक से खड़े होना, अपने टर्न के लिए वेट करना, वो जो पेशेंस, वो सब सीखते हैं आंगनवाड़ी में, और हम देखते हैं एक मैजिकल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन हो जाता है बच्चे में। थोड़े दिन आते हैं तो सारे पेरेंट्स बोलते हैं हमारा बच्चा बिल्कुल बदल गया है, पहले बैठता नहीं था, अब बैठता है, बातें सुनता है, बातें करता है कितनी अच्छे से। एंड दीज आर सो इम्पॉर्टेंट, much more important than formal learning।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। और अजीज़, क्या ये भी हकीकत है कि बच्चों के जो डेवलपमेंट माइलस्टोन्स हैं उसको असेस करने का यही उम्र होता है जब बच्चे या आंगनवाड़ी जाते हैं या प्री स्कूल जाते हैं, प्ले स्कूल जाते हैं, तो इस पहल के ज़रिए भी ये असेस आसानी से हो पा रहा है?
जी, तो डेवलपमेंटल माइलस्टोन्स एक बहुत ही ज़रूरी चीज़ है 0 से 6 साल की उम्र में, कि अलग अलग बच्चे एक उम्र में 6 महीने के, 1 साल, 2 साल, 3 साल, क्या क्या उनको तब तक आना चाहिए। और ये नहीं कहना है कि हर बच्चा एक ही तेज़ी से बढ़ेगा, कुछ बच्चे कुछ चीज़ जल्दी सीखेंगे, कुछ दूसरी चीज़। लेकिन ये तो ज़रूर है कि शायद अगर एक बच्चा अगर 3 साल की उम्र तक चल नहीं पा रहा है तो शायद उसको फिर हेल्थ सिस्टम में रेफ़र करना चाहिए या कुछ और मदद ढूंढनी चाहिए। तो ज़रूरी काम जो बहुत सारा अभी डिसेबिलिटी प्रोटोकॉल और पोषण भी पढ़ाई भी में भी हो रहा है कि आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर की मदद की जाए, ट्रेनिंग की जाए कि अगर कुछ गलतियां हो रही हैं या मुश्किल हो रही है तो उसको कैसे बच्चे की अच्छी तरीके से मदद की जा सकती है। पोषण भी पढ़ाई भी के बारे में बताना चाहूँगा कि वो कैसे ECC जो अर्ली चाइल्डहुड एजुकेशन है उसके इंडिकेटर्स को कैसे पहुँच पा रहे हैं। अभी एक कहानी है, एक आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर, एक मीनल पवार नाम की, जो महाराष्ट्र में कहती थी कि मैं 45 साल की हूँ, 20 साल से सर्विस में हूँ और अभी तक मेरे सेंटर को लोग दलिया सेंटर या खिचड़ी सेंटर के नाम से जानते थे और अब जाके पिछले 1 आध साल में जब से बहुत कुछ राज्य सरकार, भारत सरकार ने किया है तो उसको लर्निंग सेंटर बोला जाता है और वहाँ बच्चे प्राइवेट वाले भी वापस आ रहे हैं। और ये हमेशा उनके लिए बहुत दुख की बात थी कि हम अच्छा काम करेंगे लेकिन प्राइवेट क्यों जाए। तो 13 लाख आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर की ट्रेनिंग हो रही है, बिल्कुल लास्ट माइल पे उनके ब्लॉक के लेवल पे, ताल्लुक लेवल पे ट्रेनिंग की जा रही है पोषण भी पढ़ाई भी में। ECC डे जो मैम ने बात की, शिक्षा चौपाल किए जा रहे हैं, टॉय मेकिंग, TLM मेकिंग वर्कशॉप की जा रही है कि कम्युनिटी समाज मिलके बच्चों के लिए अच्छे स्तर पे टॉयज़ बना पाएँ, खिलौने बना पाएँ। और इससे ये एक मेक इन इंडिया मॉडल है कि भारत में सबसे पहले सबसे बड़ा प्री स्कूल हाई क्वालिटी सिस्टम कैसे बनाया पा रहा है वो हो रहा है। और ये एक मॉडल है जो मुझे लगता है कि हम पूरे दुनिया में एक्सपोर्ट करेंगे, कि हम बस कुछ चीज़ वस्तु नहीं एक्सपोर्ट करेंगे लेकिन ये आइडिया कि समाज में एक बहुत अच्छा प्री स्कूल बन सकता है वो हम आइडिया बना भी रहे हैं और हम आगे जाके एक्सपोर्ट भी ज़रूर करेंगे।
अमनी जी, एक और मोर्चे पर आंगनवाड़ी ने कामयाबी हासिल की है वो गैप्स भरने में है। जो गरीब परिवारों के बच्चे हैं या फिर लो इनकम फैमिलीज़ के बच्चे हैं, ख़ास तौर से लड़कियां, उनको इस आंगनवाड़ी से जोड़कर उनकी पढ़ाई का एक बेस भी तैयार हो रहा है। आपका अनुभव क्या कहता है?
बिल्कुल, जैसे आपने बताया, जो गांव का बच्चा है, इर्रिस्पेक्टिव कि वो लड़का है या लड़की, उसके ऊपर तवज्जो हमारी सभी आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर्स देती हैं। लेकिन जैसे कि आप सबको पता भी है कि बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ अभियान जो शुरू किया गया था वो हरियाणा से ही किया गया था और उसका एक बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट इंडिकेटर ये भी है कि कितनी बच्चे जो हैं, गर्ल चाइल्ड जो हैं, स्कूल में एनरोल हो पा रही हैं। तो उसके तहत हमारे जो विलेज हेल्थ एंड न्यूट्रिशन डे होता है और उसकी जो आइडेंटिफिकेशन ऑफ चिल्ड्रन है वो सारी मैपिंग हम कर पा रहे हैं। और पोषण ट्रैकर पे भी आप डेटा जब देखेंगे तो जो भारत सरकार का पोर्टल है वो एक डैशबोर्ड के तहत पूरी इंडिकेटर हमें बता देता है कि हमारी कौन सी आंगनवाड़ी में बच्चे कम आ रहे हैं, कहाँ पर बच्चे पहले आ रहे थे अब लैग आ गया है। तो हम उसको मैपिंग करके हमारी जो कंसर्न सुपरवाइजरी ऑफिसर्स हैं उनके थ्रू मॉनिटरिंग करते हैं। ये सपोर्टिव सुपरविजन का जो फॉर्मेट हम डेवलप कर रहे हैं और वैसे भी हम ऑनगोइंग उनकी मीटिंग्स और VCs लेते रहते हैं, उससे आइडेंटिफिकेशन टू द लास्ट माइल, मतलब हर बच्चे का एक मैपिंग हो चुकी है और पोषण ट्रैकर में हर बच्चे की प्रोग्रेस दिख रही है। और हरियाणा का अपना जो पोर्टल है बाल संवर्धन पोर्टल, उसमें मैं बताना चाहूँगी कि हम हर बच्चे का जो प्रोग्रेस है शिक्षा और उसका मानसिक और फिजिकल डेवलपमेंट है उसको भी मैप करते हैं। तो एक तरीके से जो बच्चा हमारी आंगनवाड़ी में आ रहा है केवल हम उसको नहीं कवर कर रहे, उसमें बाल संवर्धन पोर्टल में हम जो बच्चे हमारे यहाँ नहीं भी आ रहे आंगनवाड़ी में लेकिन वो प्राइवेट प्ले स्कूल में जा रहे हैं, किसी अन्य स्कूल में जा रहे हैं या घर पे हैं, उन सभी की मैपिंग हमने की है। तो एक बहुत बड़ा राज्य सरकार का प्रयास था, क्योंकि अभी तक हम सिर्फ आंगनवाड़ी तक अपने आप को सीमित नहीं रखना चाहते और महिला और बाल विकास डिपार्टमेंट का ओनर्स है कि भाई वो 0 से 6 वाला जो एज ग्रुप बिल्कुल साइलेंट एज ग्रुप है उसको मैप करें और हर बच्चे को हम ट्रैक कर रहे हैं इर्रिस्पेक्टिव ऑफ द फैक्ट कि वो आंगनवाड़ी में आ पा रहा है या वो कहीं और बाहर शिक्षा ग्रहण करने जा रहा है या घर पे है अपने पेरेंट्स के साथ। तो इसमें गर्ल चाइल्ड का भी एनरोलमेंट बहुत हम फोकस करते हैं और सुनिश्चित करते हैं कि सारे पैरामीटर उसमें पूरे किए जाएं।
तो पोषण भी पढ़ाई भी कविता क्या इस गैप को फिल कर पाई है, क्योंकि मुख्य धारा से जो इलाके कटे हुए हैं, जिन तक जिस शहरी सुविधाएं हैं वो नहीं पहुंच पाती, जो छोटे बड़े शहरों की सुविधाएं नहीं पहुंच पाती। लेकिन इस पहल ने आपने क्या देखा है, जोड़ा है बच्चों को, परिवारों को उनकी पढ़ाई के लिए?
जी मैम, इस पहल से बहुत मतलब शहरों से और गाँव को जोड़ा है। मतलब अब इस ऐप के ज़रिए मतलब हमें हर चीज़ की नॉलेज आती है। मतलब जैसे हमारा डिपार्टमेंट हमसे मतलब थोड़े थोड़े दिन के बाद ड्रॉप आउट चिल्ड्रन की रिपोर्ट्स लेते हैं, लड़कियों की भी रिपोर्ट्स लेते हैं। जैसे कोई लड़कियां स्कूल ड्रॉप आउट हो गई हैं 8th में 10th में किसी रीज़न की वजह से, तो हमें हम उनका रीज़न ढूंढ के उनके माता पिता से कांटेक्ट करते हैं। जैसे लड़कियों की मतलब वो लड़कियां भी हमसे कई बार आके कहती हैं कि मैम हमारे पेरेंट्स हमें आगे नहीं पढ़ाना चाहते, क्योंकि हम उन्हीं की कम्युनिटी से होते हैं, तो वो हमसे मतलब डायरेक्टली बात कर पाते हैं बिना झिझक के। मतलब उन्हें कोई डर नहीं होता, वो हमारी ही आंगनवाड़ी से निकल के गए होते हैं, हमारे साथ कांटेक्ट होता है उनका, अच्छा टच होता है उनका हमारे साथ। तो वो हमसे मतलब लड़कियां हमसे शेयर करती है कि हमारे पेरेंट्स आगे नहीं पढ़ाना चाह रहे, या कुछ डिस्कशन होता है ऐसा, तो हम उनके पेरेंट्स से बात करते हैं। भी अगर अफोर्ड नहीं भी कर पा रहे तो आप गवर्नमेंट स्कूल डाल दीजिए, कुछ मतलब कोई हेल्प सरपंच से, किसी NGO से, कुछ भी मतलब जैसे भी होता है हम उनके लिए भी पूरी कोशिश करते हैं मैम।
जी शुभ्रा जी, कविता जी के अनुभव को सुनकर तो ये लग रहा है कि ये एक अच्छा ज़रिया है आंगनवाड़ी, और ख़ास तौर से ये पहल पोषण भी पढ़ाई भी, कि हम जो गैप्स हैं जिस पर हरियाणा सरकार, जैसा कि अमनी जी कह रही हैं कि काम हो रहा है, वो गैप्स जल्दी से जल्दी आंगनवाड़ी के ज़रिए भी फिल हो पाएंगे।
हाँ, अगर हमारे देश में सचमुच हम पूर्व प्राथमिक शिक्षा को यूनिवर्सलाइज करना चाहते हैं, हाँ, तो अभी फॉर्मल स्कूल में थोड़ा सा टाइम लगेगा, क्योंकि हमारे जो देश में जो फॉर्मल स्कूल्स में 10% में मुश्किल से ये प्री प्राइमरी सेक्शन है। लेकिन हमारी जो आंगनवाड़ीज़ है ये 14 लाख है और बहुत विस्तृत है, हर एक गांव में इसकी पहुंच है। तो आंगनवाड़ी की जो पूर्व प्राथमिक शिक्षा है, इसको अगर मजबूत बनाया जाए तो इसमें ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा बच्चे बहुत कम समय में उसको फ़ायदा मिलेगा, और आगे जाकर इसका हम फल देखेंगे। अच्छा,
किस तरह से ये एक फॉर्मल एजुकेशन का बेस अजीज़ ये बन सकते हैं आगे चलकर? आप कह रहे हैं कि अभी काम भी हो रहा है, लेकिन और ज़्यादा आप टास्क फोर्स का हिस्सा हैं, तो किस तरह से ये और इसमें बच्चों को जोड़ा जा सकता है आंगनवाड़ी के ज़रिए?
आंगनवाड़ी का बहुत बड़ा फायदा है कि वो हर गांव में हर स्तर पे हैं। हर गांव में 2 या 3 आंगनवाड़ी होते हैं और हर 1000 लोगों के यूनिट में आंगनवाड़ी हैं। तो बच्चों को पहुंचना वहाँ बहुत आसान है, छोटे बच्चों को, और वहाँ फिर अच्छी तरह से अगर आंगनवाड़ी का अभी बहुत सारे एफर्ट किए जा रहे हैं। अभी पढ़ाई पे तो बहुत काम हुआ ही है कि ट्रेनिंग होनी चाहिए, वहाँ मटेरियल अच्छे तौर पे होना चाहिए। तो अभी सरकार ने मंत्री जी ने बजट को भी 3 गुना इस साल किया है, तो इस पर बहुत ज़्यादा फोकस किया गया है कि राज्य सरकारों के पास भी वो रिसोर्सेज आने चाहिए, और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे भी और काम किया जा रहा है। तो जैसे बहुत सारे सक्षम आंगनवाड़ी बनाए जा रहे हैं, तो राज्य सरकार ने 2 लाख आंगनवाड़ियों को सक्षम आंगनवाड़ी बनाने का काम चालू रखा है, और कई राज्य और ज़्यादा भी अपने तौर पे भी करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। तो ये 3 चीज़ें, एक तो आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर बहुत बढ़िया तरीके में ट्रेंड हों, ना कि वो मतलब, लेकिन उनको तब भी खेल के माध्यम से पढ़ाने का हो, तो ये दोनों चीज़ें मिलके हों। दूसरी चीज़ के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर अच्छी तरह से अवेलेबल हो, और तीसरा कि जो टीचिंग लर्निंग मटेरियल बोला जा रहा है वो हर जगह पे कैसे पहुंच सकता है। तो मुझे लगता है कि लास्ट 1-2 साल में बहुत इतना सारा काम इस चीज़ पे ऑलरेडी हुआ है NEP के बाद में, कि आंगनवाड़ी को पहली बारी वो दर्जा दिया जा रहा है लर्निंग सेंटर का, और अगले 3 से 4 साल में मुझे लगता है कि इंडिया में पूरा यूनिवर्सल हाई क्वालिटी प्री स्कूल सिस्टम जो हर समाज, हर गांव में, समाज के हर कोने में हो, वो साकार हो जाएगा वो सपना।
बिल्कुल, आप लोगों को सुनकर तो यही लग रहा है कि पोषण भी, पढ़ाई भी एक बेहतरीन ज़रिया है बच्चों के संपूर्ण विकास के लिए। शुभकामनाएं आप चारों को, इसी तरह का काम करते रहिए। और इस सेशन में इतना ही, नमस्कार।
Verdict of 5 states.
एक भरोसा
Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
जनता का प्यार और आशीर्वाद
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
हर महीने 2.5 करोड़ हमारे देश में आंगनवाड़ी का हमारा सिस्टम होम विजिट करता है। मतलब साल का कम से कम 24 से 25 करोड़ होम विजिट्स।
Hello and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rao. Stay with us for all the news you need to follow. Let's take a look at the headlines. We're tracking. Member of Parliament Danish Ali has been suspended from the BSP. Mayawati has expelled Ali for anti-party activities. The BJP targets the Congress over the massive cash seizure that has taken place in Odisha and Jharkhand. The Congress is in the dock, or their Congress MP is the one who has been raided by the IT department. The BJP questions the Congress's silence and holds protests. 290 crore have been counted so far. The first arrest in the sensational Sukhdev Singh Gogamedi murder case accused Ramveer, who cooperated with the shooter Rohit and Nitin in Jaipur, who killed the Karni Sena leader, has now been arrested. Union Minister Meenakshi Lekhi has clarified that she has not signed any paper with a question on the declaration of Hamas as a terrorist organization. The MEA is now correcting the matter and said that it was MOS Muralidharan who actually replied to this question in the House. NI raids 44 locations in Maharashtra and Karnataka. Raids are linked to an ISIS terror conspiracy. According to the investigating agencies, 15 people have been arrested. And a political row erupts in Telangana over the appointment of Akbaruddin Owaisi as the Protem Speaker. BJP MLAs object to the appointment, say they will not take oath. Our top story now in the Lok Sabha MP from Amroha and the BSP leader Danish Ali has been suspended from his party. A statement says he's been suspended for anti-party activity. You were warned many times against statements or actions against the policies, ideologies and discipline of the party. But despite that, you've continuously been acting against the party, is what the statement that was released by the BSP says, which announces his suspension from the party. Let's go across to Tanishq now for more. And Tanishq, recently, Mr. Danish Ali had been in the news after he was abused on the floor of Parliament by BJP MP Ramesh Bhiduri. He was also part of the ethics committee where Mahua Moitra was tried.
Well, exactly. Yes, Gargi. Now, if we look at the political implications of Danish Ali being expelled from the BSP, we can look at it in two ways. First, there have been time and again allegations against the BSP that they are soft towards the BJP. So Danish Ali was fiercely against the BJP in the parliament, and especially he was in the talk. He was in the talks after unparliamentary words were used against him by BJP leader Ramesh Bhiduri. So expelling Danish Ali somewhat gives the legitimacy over the allegations that BSP is going soft towards the Bharatiya Janata Party. While on the other hand, BSP has been time and again maintaining in Uttar Pradesh that they are not either with BJP or with the India bloc. This also again gives a clear message that BSP is trying to steer away completely from the India bloc. Danish Ali, we saw, as you mentioned about during this Mahua Moitra controversy, Danish Ali was the part of ethics committee and was taking stand of Mahua Moitra and was seen together with India bloc with India bloc leaders. So this, of course, gives a clear message that first, BSP is a little soft towards the Bharatiya Janata Party, and second, it is trying to clearly steer away from the India bloc. Now, but if you look at the implications of this, this could be an opportunity for both Samajwadi Party and the Congress, as Danish Ali is a minority leader, and he won elections in 2019 from Amroha, from BSP. Before that, he was with JDS. So this, of course, gives a clear opportunity. It is a clear opportunity for the Congress and Samajwadi Party to include him in the party, and of course increase their foothold in the Uttar Pradesh, especially with the 2024 Lok Sabha elections coming up.
All right, Danish, thanks so much for joining us with all those details. So Danish Ali suspended from the BSP for alleged anti-party activities. News now from Rajasthan on the Karni Sena leader murder case, and the first arrest in Sukhdev Singh Gogamedi murder case has taken place. The accused Ramveer, who apparently cooperated with the two shooters, Rohit and Nitin, who were identified earlier. He had cooperated with these shooters in Jaipur. So this person, Ramveer, has been arrested. He's a resident of Nitin's village, and he had cooperated in the crime in Jaipur. Well, let's go across to Harsha for more on this. Harsha, so the first arrest in this case, however, this is not one of the shooters, but he's somebody who actually helped them.
Yes, absolutely. So what he actually did was he was sent here earlier and he stayed in Jaipur ahead of the murder. And when these two carried out that killing, he helped them to escape. In fact, when they ran from there, because the car that they had come in, they had shot the person who had brought them in the car, that Shekhawat had been shot dead by these two people themselves. So that they had no vehicle to escape in, they apparently then, snatched somebody's scooter and ran away with that, and then abandoned the scooter. And then this Ramveer is the one who took them on a bike, and he took them till the bus depot, and he put them on the bus to Nagaur. So that's his role in the entire exercise, and he has been caught by the Rajasthan.
All right, and the police hoping that through him they will get more information about the shooters.
Yes, because, they seem to be, it's not a one-off case, because he has obviously, he stayed in a hotel and, they helped him with that, and then they helped him stay in someone's flat. So, this was all very well planned, and the ones who carried out the shooting had this entire support sort of structure from other accomplices. So these people are definitely part of the crime and seem to be very much involved in planning. It's not like they didn't know. So I think this is quite a key lead that the police has found.
All right. Thanks so much, Harsha, for joining us with those details. Now, the other big story we're tracking, the BJP is targeting the Congress over the massive cash seizure of 290 crore after income tax department raids on a Congress MP from Jharkhand. Marathon press conferences were held today by top BJP leaders, so really upping the ante against the Congress over corruption. The seizure of this nearly 300 crore from the premises allegedly linked to Congress Rajya Sabha MP from Jharkhand, Dheeraj Prasad Sahu, come close on the heels of the Congress's defeat in the three heartland states. The cash haul is being reported as the highest ever in recent times. The unaccounted cash has been recovered through searches conducted by the Income Tax Department against an Odisha-based distillery group and entities linked to it. The BJP is raking up the issue in a big way, with party workers today holding protests across states and also press conferences addressed by senior BJP leaders.
3 बार लगातार राज्यसभा का मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट बनाया गया और राहुल गांधी जी के काफ़ी नज़दीक हैं, और वो तो जाहिर होता है इस बात से कि सोनिया जी, राहुल जी, प्रियंका जी और मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे सब ने चुप्पी साधी हुई है, मुंह में सबके दही जमा हुआ है कि कांग्रेस ही वो रिकॉर्ड बनाते रहेंगे जिसकी शायद आपको, हमें और देश को उम्मीद थी। हम जानते हैं कि भ्रष्टाचार का सिलसिला यही लोग चला सकते हैं, और आज साहूकार जी के माध्यम से बताएं कि ये साहूकारिता कांग्रेस के कितने लोगों के बीच मौजूद है और इस भ्रष्टाचार का क्या ही अंत है।
ये सारा पैसा
गरीबों का पैसा जो कांग्रेस के नेता और कांग्रेस पार्टी हड़पती है, वही संकल्प प्रधानमंत्री जी ने लिया है। एक एक रुपया गरीबों को हम लौटाएंगे और ऐसे भ्रष्टाचारी लोगों को सख्त से सख्त सजा हम लोग दिलवाएंगे।
सबसे ज्यादा एक्सटॉर्शन तो इस देश में बीजेपी कर रही है, ईडी के नाम पे, सीबीआई के नाम पर। देश भर में जिस तरीके से छापेमारी हो रही है, वो एक तरीका है कि अंडर द टेबल कैसे सेटिंग करके, क्योंकि आज तक तो कोई कन्विक्शन हुआ नहीं, तो वो क्या हुआ जिनके ऊपर छापे पड़े थे 5 साल से 10 साल से जो चल रहा है। तो हमें बीजेपी से तो क्लीन चिट लेने की जरूरत नहीं है।
In other news now, 15 people have been arrested following raids by the NIA in Maharashtra and Karnataka. Several locations across Maharashtra, mostly in districts next to Mumbai, were raided. Raids also conducted in Pune in an ISIS terror module case, and raids conducted in Karnataka as well, and 15 people have been arrested. Huge amounts of unaccounted cash, firearms, sharp-edged weapons, incriminating documents and smartphones and other digital devices have been seized during the raids, is what investigating agencies and sources have told NDTV. So big raids taking place there in Maharashtra and Karnataka. Let's go across to Ronak now for more on this story. Ronak, what are the details we know so far?
जी देखिए, जो सुबह 13 लोगों को हिरासत में लेकर पूछताछ की जा रही थी, अभी उन्हें गिरफ्तार जो है वो दिखा दिया गया है और एक बड़ी कामयाबी यहाँ पर एनआईए को मिलती हुई दिख रही है। दरअसल जो बात की जा रही थी कि जो पुणे ISIS मॉड्यूल है जिसको लेकर लगातार एनआईए की तरफ से जांच की जा रही थी और उसी सिलसिले में जो पहले आरोपियों को गिरफ्तार किया गया था उनके पास से जो लीड मिली है उसके बाद ये छापेमारी ताबड़तोड़ देखने को मिली और अभी जो ताज़ा जानकारी मिल रही है कि अब भी कुछ जगहों पर जो ठाणे के पड़गा इलाके में मौजूद है वहाँ पर अब भी छापेमारी देखने को मिल रही है। जी
All right. Thanks so much, Ronak, for joining us. So the 13 people who were held earlier from Maharashtra have now been placed under arrest as these raids continue. Union Minister Meenakshi Lekhi today clarified that she has not signed any paper with a question on declaration of Hamas as a terrorist organization. The response from the Union Minister comes after a purported picture of an unstarred question of declaring Hamas as a terrorist organization was being circulated on social media, along with a response from Ms. Lekhi on the question. The MEA has now clarified that it was Minister of State for the MEA V. Muralidharan who replied to the Parliament question of designation of Hamas as a terrorist organization. Let's listen in to what Ms. Lekhi said.
मैं आपके माध्यम से सबको बताना चाहती हूँ कि मैंने कोई ऐसा कागज उस प्रश्न से संबंधित साइन नहीं किया है और ये जो ब्रीच हुई है मैंने ये सीधा पीएमओ को टैग किया है, डॉक्टर एस जयशंकर को टैग किया है, फॉरेन सेक्रेटरी को फोन लगाया है और कहा है इसकी जांच होनी चाहिए और हवाला दिया जाना चाहिए कि जिन लोगों ने ये गलत काम किया है उनके ऊपर कार्रवाई हो। वही तो मैं आपके माध्यम से बताना चाहती हूँ कि ये लोकसभा की वेबसाइट पे बिना मंत्री के हस्ताक्षर के चला कैसे गया, पहली चीज। लेकिन अगर लोकसभा की वेबसाइट पे आया है तो बिना एमईए के आया नहीं है, तो एमईए से किसने ये गुस्ताखी की है इसका पता लगाया जाएगा।
Well, let's go across to Kadamni now for more. And Kadamni, you know, the MEA has clarified that this was some sort of a technical error. They've corrected it. It was the other Minister of State who had replied to that question. Though Ms. Meenakshi Lekhi's response to this has been very, very strong. Even now she's saying that I've asked the Foreign Secretary and Dr. Jaishankar and want a big investigation into this entire matter.
Well, this was a matter which she said was a breach and something which she did not sign and she had not seen had gone on Lok Sabha website. And this needs to be investigated. That's what she said while doing a press conference this afternoon. The issue came up when this was put out on Twitter, and you know the situation at the moment about Hamas, and the question was about whether India is going to declare it a terrorist organization. The answer was quite straightforward. It said that the government of India departments which deal with it, maybe they would be looking at it. But the thing is that something without the signature, without the knowledge of the minister had gone on the website. Now she has said that she wanted an investigation. Now some time back, MEA has come back with this clarification. They have clearly said that this was a technical error and technical correction has been made. Now it seems that it was other Minister of State, V. Muralidharan, who had actually replied to this Parliament question, and the technical correction is being carried out. Gargi.
All right. Thanks so much, Kadamni, for joining us with those details. Now, a fresh political row in Telangana just days after the Revant Reddy government took oath, and Revant Reddy took oath as Chief Minister. Now, BJP MLAs in the state have said that they will not take oath if it is administered by the new Speaker, the Protem Speaker, AIMIM leader Akbaruddin Owaisi. Remember, Owaisi has been sworn in as the Interim Protem Speaker in the state, as he is one of the most senior MLAs. However, the BJP has alleged that the appointment is not according to the convention. The party has taken their complaint to the state governor.
कांग्रेस पार्टी ने मजलिस पार्टी का व्यक्ति को प्रोटेम स्पीकर का अपॉइंटमेंट करना, वो विधानसभा का जो नियम है, परंपरा है, ये परंपरा के खिलाफ है। ये बहुत सीनियर एमएलएस को अपमान भी है। इसलिए हम चाहते हैं जो प्रोटेम स्पीकर जो मजलिस पार्टी का इलीगली अपॉइंट हुआ है, परंपरा के खिलाफ अपॉइंट हुआ है, उनका समक्ष में हमारा एमएलएस ओथ नहीं लेंगे।
And NDTV's Uma Sudhir spoke with Uttam Kumar Reddy, who said he should have been the Protem Speaker, but since he was sworn in as a minister, he could not be the Protem Speaker. He's also said in the previous government as well, there was an AIMIM leader who was the Protem Speaker.
One thing was that the BJP MLAs did not come to take the vote, saying that you are developing ties with the MIM and therefore made Akbaruddin Owaisi as the Protem Speaker, and therefore they are refusing to take oath.
See, that's totally wrong. I should have been the Protem Speaker normally because I'm the senior most MLA in the Assembly. But since I'm already sworn as a minister, I can't be a Protem Speaker. That is why they had to look for people of 6 terms from other parties. And it's been a precedent in the past also. Remember, last time when TRS government was there, then also they had an MIM guy as a Protem Speaker. So this is only a constitutional procedure being followed. And as of now, we would like to have good relations with everybody. So there is the government will be stable. We like to have good relationship. We will not have a vindictive, vengeful attitude. We would like to do good for the people of Telangana and good for the Congress party.
Well, there's time for us to slip into a short break. Coming up on the other side, the controversy over the delay in announcing the Chief Minister of Rajasthan.
Meet Sufia Sufi, a world-renowned ultra-runner who traded in her job as an airport ground handling officer for not 1 but 5 Guinness World Records. With the world as a track, she has become the epitome of human endurance, breaking national and international records with every feat that she undertakes. Sufia has traversed the lengths of Kashmir to Kanyakumari, north to south of Qatar, through some of the most grueling terrain in the world. And now she plans to go around the world on her foot.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail. where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
हर महीने 2.5 करोड़ हमारे देश में आंगनवाड़ी का हमारा सिस्टम होम विजिट करता है। मतलब साल का कम से कम 24 से 25 करोड़ होम विजिट्स हमारे मंत्रालय के माध्यम से होता है। हर आंगनवाड़ी बहन के पास एक स्मार्टफोन हो और स्मार्टफोन में एनालिटिक्स के साथ उनके पास एक ऐप हो, डिवाइस इनेबल्ड हो कि वो हर एक बेनिफिशियरी तक, लाभार्थी तक रिकॉर्ड सहित पहुंच सके।
आज के दिन में ऑलमोस्ट 10% आंगनवाड़ी जो है ऑन बोर्ड।
Management system protocols enables is giving the Angawadi workers the knowledge.
Since Anganwadi workers are frontline workers and are interacting with society on a day-to-day basis, I think this is going to be a game changer in that sense.
हम बहुत ज़्यादा केपेबल हैं और बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रेंथ है, जितना हम सोचते हैं उससे कहीं ज़्यादा। हमारी एक ह्यूमन बॉडी है जिसे कह सकते हैं एक मिरेकल है। आप जैसे उसे चलाएंगे वैसे चलेगी। सबसे पहला जो स्टेप होता है इंसान का वो होता है माइंड से ट्रेन करना अपने आप को। पॉजिटिव माइंड से ट्रेन करके आप मेंटली अगर फिट हैं और मेंटली तैयार हैं किसी भी चीज़ के लिए, तो मुझे लगता है कि 90% आप सक्सेस पा सकते हैं उसमें। तो सबसे पहले मेंटली रेडी होना ज़रूरी है किसी भी चीज़ के लिए।
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Today, generating renewable energy is much cheaper than using fossil fuel-based power. We are really at the beginning stages of this huge energy transition. Over time, all fossil fuels will be replaced by clean energy sources of generation.
Simple question, are we on track?
There are multiple targets that we have enunciated as a country. Number one, we have a 2070 net zero target. We have a 2047 energy independence target. There's a 2030 target for 500 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity. There is a lot of work going on. I won't say confident because confidence is a strong word, but I'm very hopeful that we would be able to come very close to achieving that target.
Welcome back. Well, it's been 6 days since the BJP won the elections in Rajasthan, but no announcement on who will be the chief minister. In fact, many names doing the rounds, and Ashok Gehlot, the former chief minister, in fact, took a pot shot at the BJP, saying what is taking them so long to decide on the chief minister. The BJP, however, hit back, saying Gehlot took 16 days to form government.
अशोक गहलोत जी शायद वो दिन भूल गए 2018 का, जब सरकार गवर्नमेंट के फॉर्मेशन होने में, सरकार बनने में 16 दिन लगे थे। अभी हमारे पर्यवेक्षकों की नियुक्ति हो गई, शीघ्र ही विधायक दल की बैठक होगी और उसके बाद आगामी प्रक्रिया तय होगी।
In other news now, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee has said that she has written a letter to Prime Minister Narendra Modi seeking time to meet him on any day between the 18th and 20th of December in Delhi. The Renewable Congress leader has sought the meeting to discuss the non-payment of dues by the centre to West Bengal. Remember, this is an issue that the Renewable Congress has been raising again and again. Mamata Banerjee will be travelling to Delhi on the 17th of December.
मैं दिल्ली जा रहा हूँ इसी के लिए कि 18th, 19th और 20th के मैं एनी डे प्राइम मिनिस्टर को लेटर लिख के टाइम मांगा कि हम हमारा साथ फ्यू एमपीज को लेके हम मीट करने चाहती हूँ कि हमारा 100 दिन का काम रुपया नहीं दिया है और 100 दिन का काम पे जो काम किया है उसका रुपया भी नहीं दिया गया है और हमारा 1,15,000 मनी हमारा रुक के रखा है। हेल्थ में भी टाका रुपया देना, हमारा शेयर देना बंद कर दिया है। हमारा बांग्ला बाड़ी करने के लिए जो शेयर था हमारा वो भी बंद कर दिया। हमारा ग्रामीण रास्ता का भी शेयर बंद कर दिया। हॉस्पिटल का शेयर जो हेल्थ का भी मिलता है हमारा, जो हमारा शेयर से मेरे को उसका रुपया नहीं चाहिए, लेकिन हमारा जो शेयर है हॉट स्टेट का अगर मिलता है तो हमारा क्यों नहीं मिलेगा?
All right, so will the Prime Minister meet Mamata Banerjee? Well, that's to be seen. Time for us to slip into a short break. News updates continue on NDTV. Do keep watching.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Meet Sufia Sufi, a world-renowned ultra-runner who traded in her job as an airport ground handling officer for not one, but 5 Guinness World Records. With the world as a track, she has become the epitome of human endurance, breaking national and international records with every feat that she undertakes. Sufia has traversed the lengths of Kashmir to Kanyakumari, north to south of Qatar through some of the most grueling terrain in the world. And now she plans to go around the world on her foot.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
हम बहुत ज़्यादा केपेबल हैं और बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रेंथ है, जितना हम सोचते हैं उससे कहीं ज़्यादा। हमारी एक ह्यूमन बॉडी है जिसे कह सकते हैं एक मिरेकल है। आप जैसे उसे चलाएंगे वैसे चलेगी। सबसे पहला जो स्टेप होता है इंसान का वो होता है माइंड से ट्रेन करना अपने आप को। पॉजिटिव माइंड से ट्रेन करके आप मेंटली अगर फिट हैं और मेंटली तैयार हैं किसी भी चीज़ के लिए, तो मुझे लगता है कि 90% आप सक्सेस पा सकते हैं उसमें। तो सबसे पहले मेंटली रेडी होना ज़रूरी है किसी भी चीज़ के लिए।
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Today, generating renewable energy is much cheaper than using fossil fuel-based power. We are really at the beginning stages of this huge energy transition. Over time, all fossil fuels will be replaced by clean energy sources of generation.
Simple question, are we on track?
There are multiple targets that we have enunciated as a country. Number one, we have a 2070 net zero target. We have a 2047 energy independence target. There's a 2030 target for 500 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity. There is a lot of work going on. I won't say confident because confidence is a strong word, but I'm very hopeful that we would be able to come very close to achieving that target.
हमारी इस खास पेशकश में आपका बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। अमृतकाल की आंगनबाड़ी के बारे में हम बात कर रहे हैं और किस तरह से आंगनबाड़ी के जरिए बच्चों का विकास किया जा रहा है, पोषण भी, पढ़ाई भी, इस पर भी हमने बात की। पोषण कितना ज़रूरी है, उसके साथ पढ़ाई कितनी ज़रूरी है और बच्चों का समग्र विकास कितना ज़रूरी है, इन सब गंभीर मुद्दों पर हमने बात की। लेकिन एक ऐसा मुद्दा भी है जो गंभीर भी है लेकिन अपने आप में बहुत मनोरंजक भी है, और हम बात करेंगे खिलौनों की, क्योंकि खिलौने जो हैं वो बच्चों के सबसे शुरुआती साथी होते हैं और जो बचपन में सीखा जाता है, खिलौनों के साथ सीखा जाता है, खासकर वो भुलाना उतना आसान नहीं होता। और जो शोध है, जो रिसर्च है, वो भी ये कहते हैं कि जो खिलौनों के ज़रिए सीखा जाता है या खिलौनों के ज़रिए जो मस्तिष्क का विकास होता है 6 साल से कम की उम्र के दौरान, वो 85% तक हो जाता है। तो किस तरह से हम देख रहे हैं कि लगातार बदलते वक्त के साथ खिलौने भी बदलते जा रहे हैं, सीखने के तरीके भी बदलते जा रहे हैं और किस तरह से वो बच्चों की क्रिएटिविटी पर असर डालते हैं, ये भी यहाँ पर देखना बहुत महत्वपूर्ण होगा। तो बहुत ही ख़ास पैनल मेरे साथ आज यहाँ पर जुड़ रहा है। मैं स्वागत करूँगी तृप्ति गुरहा जी हैं, जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी हैं यहाँ पर मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ विमेन और चाइल्ड डेवलपमेंट से, और यहाँ पर डॉक्टर मीनाक्षी रेंगन है, डिप्टी डायरेक्टर है रीजनल सेंटर NIPCCD इंदौर से। प्रोफेसर वनीता कौल है, प्रोफेसर एमिरेटा ऑफ एजुकेशन एट अम्बेडकर यूनिवर्सिटी इन दिल्ली, पास्ट डायरेक्टर भी आप रह चुकी हैं स्कूल ऑफ एजुकेशन स्टडीज़ में, और NCERT से भी आप लगातार जुड़ी रही हैं। बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका। और मैत्री मैत्रा जी भी हैं, DPIIT से हैं, डिपार्टमेंट फॉर प्रमोशन ऑफ इंडस्ट्री एंड इंटरनल ट्रेड रिसर्च NRS टीम से हैं। तृप्ति गुहा जी, सबसे पहले मैं आपके पास ही यहाँ पर आना चाहूँगी कि किस तरह से खेलना और सीखना जो है यहाँ पर बहुत ज़रूरी होता है पोषण के साथ साथ। तो जब आंगनवाड़ी में बच्चे आ रहे होते हैं तो किस तरह से उन्हें वहाँ तक लेकर आना और उसके बाद उनकी वो रुचि बनी रहे, और वो आंगनबाड़ी जो कार्यकर्ता हैं उन्हें भी वो ट्रेनिंग देना कि बच्चों की रुचि बनी रहे, उन्हें हम उलझा कर रखें उस चीज़ में ताकि वो सीखते भी रहें।
थैंक यू। मैं नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ पब्लिक कोऑपरेशन एंड चाइल्ड डेवलपमेंट को यहाँ पर रिप्रेजेंट कर रही हूँ, जो कि मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ वुमेन एंड चाइल्ड डेवलपमेंट का ओनली ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूट है फॉर इट्स फील्ड फंक्शनरीज। सो ये 1975 से ICDS के अंतर्गत जो आंगनवाड़ी फील्ड फंक्शनरीज हैं उनकी ट्रेनिंग करता रहा है। अभी पिछले पैनल में हम लोगों ने पोषण भी पढ़ाई भी के बारे में सुना, तो इसमें बेसिकली हम लोगों ने बहुत ही एक महत्वाकांक्षी एक उद्देश्य रखा हुआ है कि हम अपने 14 लाख आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर्स पे हम पहुंचना चाहते हैं, उनको हम ट्रेन करना चाहते हैं, जिसके लिए हमने 40,000 स्टेट लेवल मास्टर ट्रेनर्स को ट्रेन करने का बीड़ा उठाया है। हम उसमें काफ़ी हद तक सक्सेसफुल भी रहे हैं। हमने अभी तक करीब 2600 स्टेट लेवल मास्टर ट्रेनर्स को ट्रेन किया है, और जो करीब 118 डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स में और 22 स्टेट्स में विस्तृत हैं। तो इन स्टेट लेवल मास्टर ट्रेनर्स को हमने एक 3 दिन का मॉड्यूल दिया हुआ है, जिसमें पढ़ाई भी है, पोषण भी है और अर्ली डिटेक्शन ऑफ डिसेबिलिटी भी है ना। जो पढ़ाई पार्ट है वो हम लोगों ने इस तरह से उसका मॉड्यूल सेट किया है कि वो ज़्यादातर प्ले वे बेस्ड हो, क्योंकि प्ले कम्स नेचुरली टू अ चाइल्ड। तो हम लोगों ने जितने अभी आपने आंगनवाड़ी कार्यकर्ताओं से बात की, एक छोटे से स्टॉल पे भी आंगनवाड़ी के हमको अभी वसुधा जी लेके गई थी। तो ये आंगनवाड़ी जो एक आंगनवाड़ी सेंटर होता है उसमें आप देखेंगे तो इन्होंने इतने अच्छे से खिलौने सजा के रखे होते हैं। एक साइड इनका प्रिटेंड प्ले का कॉर्नर होगा, एक साइड इनका आर्ट्स एंड क्राफ्ट्स का कॉर्नर होगा, एक साइड इनका प्ले बुक स्टोरीज़ का काउंटर होगा। तो उसी जो ये ऑलरेडी सेटअप है उसको हम इस पोषण भी पढ़ाई भी के माध्यम से एनरिच करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, और जिसके लिए हमारे साथ काफ़ी एक्सपर्ट्स भी जुटे हुए हैं, जिनके माध्यम से हमने अपने ये मॉड्यूल बनाया है।
जी, प्रोफेसर वनीता कौल, खिलौने किस तरह से बच्चों के विकास में अहम भूमिका निभाते हैं, ये शायद एक बार फिर से हम लोगों के लिए समझना बहुत ज़रूरी है, और उसी बारे में मैं आपसे जानना चाहूँगी कि किस तरह से खिलौने एक बड़ी भूमिका निभाते हैं फिज़िकल ग्रोथ में, मेंटल ग्रोथ में।
हाँ, ये बहुत अच्छा सवाल है। खिलौने या खेल बच्चों के जीवन से बहुत जुड़ा हुआ है। कहते हैं ना, इट्स सेकेंड नेचर टू द चाइल्ड। तो बिना खेल के बच्चा जो है वो नीरस रहता है। किसी ने कहा है कि अगर बच्चा को भूख न लगे तो वो
ठीक ऐसा ठीक ऐसी परेशानी की बात नहीं, खाना नहीं खा रहा है तो अगर खेल नहीं रहा है तो बहुत परेशानी की बात है। सो खेल जो है वो बच्चे की ज़िंदगी से इतना जुड़ा हुआ है और उसका कारण ये है कि खेल जो है शुरू से जब से बच्चा पैदा होता है तब से ही वो कुछ ना कुछ खेलता रहता है, पैर बाढ़ता है, टांगें नांगता है, इस तरह से करके वो बड़ा होता है, मतलब उसकी टांगें स्ट्रांग होती हैं, खड़ा होना सीखता है, बैठना सीखता है, वो सब उसके जो खेल उस बच्चे का होता है वो उस तरह का होता है। लेकिन उस वक्त भी बच्चों की सेंसरी डेवलपमेंट बहुत होता है बचपन में, जब बच्चा पैदा होता है उसके बाद जो शुरू के साल होते हैं उस समय बच्चों को झुंझुना देते हैं, बच्चों को वो झूमर देते हैं उनके उसमें रख करके, उस सब से बच्चों का स्टिमुलेशन होता है, उनको अलग अलग तरह की चीज़ें देखने को मिलती हैं जिससे कि कॉग्निटिव डेवलपमेंट का जो एक आधार बनता है जी। और उसी तरह से शारीरिक विकास होता है, बच्चे खेलते हैं, दौड़ते हैं, भागते हैं, उससे उनकी लार्ज मसल डेवलपमेंट होती है, उनका भाषाई विकास होता है। बच्चे जैसे अभी मैम ने बताया कि वो एक्टिविटी कॉर्नर्स बने होते हैं आंगनवाड़ी के अंदर, तो आंगनवाड़ी के अंदर जो एक्टिविटी कॉर्नर्स बच्चे मिल करके खेलते हैं, तो खेल के द्वारा ही मतलब उसको कराना नहीं होता है पर वो अपने आप से ही बहुत एक स्वाभाविक ढंग से बच्चे एक दूसरे से बोलते हैं, करते हैं, तो भाषाई विकास भी होता है, उनका बौद्धिक विकास भी होता है, किस तरह से लड़ाई झगड़े न करें और आराम से दो मिल करके खेलें, तो एक जो जैसे कहते हैं संवेदनात्मक विकास भी होता है। तो इस तरह से हर तरह से बच्चे का पूर्ण विकास जो है वो खेल द्वारा हो जाता है।
बिल्कुल, और इससे हम कहीं ना कहीं समझते हैं कि कितना महत्वपूर्ण है। मैत्री मैम, आपकी तरफ अगर मैं आना चाहूँ तो ऐसे में आंगनबाड़ी सेंटर में कैसे उन्हें शामिल किया जाता है और जब इस तरह के खिलौने शामिल किए जाते हैं तो कितना फ़र्क आप देखते हैं लर्निंग प्रोसेस में बच्चों की?
जी, थैंक यू। सो जो आंगनबाड़ीज़ में हम लोग अभी टॉयज़ की सप्लाई कर रहे हैं, वहाँ पे एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत जो इनिशिएटिव है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का, उसके थ्रू होता ये है कि सपोज़ अगर मैं महाराष्ट्र में हूँ, एज अ स्टूडेंट इन एन आंगनबाड़ी, मैं केरला के किसी टॉय के बारे में मैं जानूँगी, तो उसके थ्रू मैं वहाँ की जो कल्चर है, वहाँ की जो हिस्ट्री है, जो इंडिया के नेशनल हीरोज़ हैं, उनके बारे में भी मैं जान सकूँगी। सिमिलरली जो टॉयज़ हैं वो बहुत ही सस्टेनेबल मटेरियल से बनती हैं, जो हमारी इंडिजिनस टॉयज़ हैं, जैसे कि पेपर हो गया, वुड हो गया, क्ले हो गया। सो थ्रू ऑल ऑफ दिस वो सस्टेनेबिलिटी के बारे में भी जान सकते हैं। एंड जैसे आप जानते हैं कि जो नेशनल एक्शन प्लान फॉर टॉयज़ है, इट फोकसेस ऑन इंडियन ईथोस, माइथोलॉजी एंड कल्चर। सो इसके थ्रू जो टॉयज़ बन भी रही हैं इंडिया में, दे आर फोकसिंग अ लॉट on the Indian culture, and I think that is a very important part of any child's early learning, and that is what they're trying to achieve through it.
बिल्कुल। डॉक्टर मीनाक्षी, आप पूर्वोत्तर के राज्यों में लगातार आपने काम भी किया हुआ है और स्वदेशी खेलों और खिलौनों के ऊपर आपने एक डॉक्यूमेंटेशन भी किया हुआ है। आप बताएं किस तरह से आपको अलग अलग परिस्थितियां नज़र आ रही हैं और किस तरह से बच्चों की लर्निंग जो है वो अलग हो जाती है, क्या फाइंडिंग्स आपकी रही हैं, क्या अनुभव आपके रहे हैं?
थैंक यू। मैं ये शुरू में कहना चाहूँगी, अगर बचपन में अगर खिलौना नहीं है बच्चों के साथ, तो बच्चों ने बहुत एक बड़ा सा हिस्सा बचपन जीने का मिस किया हुआ होता है। तो हर बच्चों के पास एक खिलौना होना है, और जैसे कि आप लोगों ने देखा है, ये महंगा खिलौना होना ज़रूरी नहीं है, आसपास में जो भी चीज़ें उससे हम खिलौना बना सकते हैं। हम लोगों ने नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न स्टेट्स में 5 स्टेट्स में एक डॉक्यूमेंटेशन किया था, वहाँ बच्चे जो खेलते हैं उसी को हम लोगों ने ऑन द स्पॉट डॉक्यूमेंट किया था। तो उसमें ये पाया गया, बच्चे जो है, पेरेंट्स भी बताते हैं, जो उस खिलौनों का बनाने का जो प्रोसेस है उसमें भी बच्चा का इन्वॉल्वमेंट होता है, बच्चा का एक इमोशनल इन्वॉल्वमेंट होता है। मेरे पापा ये मेरे लिए बना रहा है, और अल्टीमेटली वो क्या होगा, कैसा निकलेगा, एक कल्पनाशील जगत में भी बच्चा को लेके जाता है, और साथ में उससे जरिए बच्चा का क्रिएटिविटी भी बढ़ता है। तो एक बच्चा का खिलौना जब बन जाता है, बच्चा केयर भी लेते हैं, वो ये मेरे लिए पापा ने बनाया है तो मुझको केयर करना है, वो भी विकास बच्चों में होता है। तो इसीलिए खिलौना देने के साथ साथ अभिभावक अगर बच्चों के साथ बैठ के थोड़ा सा क्वालिटी टाइम दे के बच्चों के साथ खेले, तो बच्चों का विकास बहुत अच्छा होता है।
बिल्कुल, तो हर जगह से यही बात निकल कर आ रही है कि खिलौने जो हैं वो बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभा रहे हैं, और शायद अब जो पेरेंट्स हैं, क्योंकि वो काम में व्यस्त होते हैं, जिस तरह की न्यूक्लियर फैमिलीज अब देखने को मिल रही हैं, तो उतना वक्त भी नहीं है शायद इन बातों को लेकर सोचने का, और कहीं ना कहीं उसके चलते बच्चों की जो क्रिएटिविटी है उस पर भी असर पड़ रहा है। प्रोफेसर वनिता, यहाँ पर मैं ये भी आपसे समझना चाहूँगी कि खिलौनों के बारे में अभी आपसे मैं बात कर रही थी, जबकि वो कौन से खिलौने होते हैं जो शुरुआत में बेहद ज़रूरी होते हैं। कई बार पेरेंट्स को वो भी नहीं पता होता कि कौन से इंपॉर्टेंट खिलौने होते हैं जो लर्निंग में ज़रूरी होते हैं, उस बारे में भी आप ज़रूर बताएं।
हाँ, खिलौने ऐसे होने चाहिए जिनसे बच्चे खेल सकें, तभी वो खिलौना कहा जाएगा। तो ऐसे नहीं होने चाहिए जिनको कि कोई जैसे कई बार पेरेंट्स बहुत महंगे महंगे खिलौने लेके आते हैं और कहते हैं कि आराम से रख दो, संभाल के रख दो, टूट ना जाए, उठा। तो बच्चे तो खेलेंगे, तोड़ेंगे, उससे सीखेंगे। तो इसलिए ऐसे खिलौने होने चाहिए जो कि बच्चों को अट्रैक्ट करें, बच्चे उनके संग खेल पाएँ। जैसे कि मान लो आप गुड़िया है, तो एक अच्छी गुड़िया बच्चे के लिए वो होगी जिसको कि बच्चा कडल कर सके, उससे बच्चों का सोशियो इमोशनल नीड्स का बहुत पूर्ति होती है। लेकिन वो नहीं होगी जो कि एक हम डॉल उस पे केस में रखते हैं ना, जैसे बारबी डॉल है या जापानीज डॉल है, वो सजाने के लिए अच्छी है लेकिन बच्चों के खेलने के लिए नहीं है। उसी तरह से अगर हम कहें कि छोटा बच्चा है उसके लिए छोटी बॉल चाहिए, वो नहीं, छोटे बच्चे के लिए बड़ी बॉल चाहिए क्योंकि वो आराम से पकड़ सकता है। तो बच्चों की जो लेवल है उसकी भी जानकारी होनी बहुत ज़रूरी है कि क्या बच्चे के लिए अप्रोप्रिएट है। जो थोड़े बड़े बच्चे हो जाएंगे तो वो छोटी बॉल से खेल सकेंगे। उसी तरह से बच्चों को ये बिल्डिंग ब्लॉक्स जो हैं, जैसे एक्टिविटी कॉर्नर्स की बात हुई थी, तो बिल्डिंग ब्लॉक्स जो है बहुत ही अच्छा एक माध्यम है बच्चों के सीखने का, और जो बहुत एंजॉय करके सीखते हैं। खेल का एक बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट है एंजॉयमेंट, तो एंजॉयमेंट होना बहुत ज़रूरी है। तो बिल्डिंग ब्लॉक्स से बच्चों के बहुत सारे कॉन्सेप्ट्स हो जाते हैं जो कि खेल खेल में बच्चे सीख जाते हैं, बताना नहीं पड़ता। मतलब टीचर का एक रोल होता है गाइड करने का, लेकिन उसके जो एक्सपीरियंस जो होता है, अनुभव जो होता है खेलने का, उससे बच्चे सीखते हैं।
बिल्कुल। यहाँ पर मैत्री मैम, आपसे मैं ये भी जानना चाहूँगी कि प्रधानमंत्री ने नेशनल एक्शन प्लान फॉर टॉयज़ वो लेकर आए थे, उस पहल के बारे में बताएं, और सरकार क्या उससे अचीव करना चाहती थी और किस तरह के परिणाम उससे देखने को मिले हैं शुरुआती दौर में कम से कम।
जी, तो नेशनल एक्शन प्लान फॉर टॉयज़ लॉन्च किया गया था सितंबर ऑफ 2020 में, जिसमें 14 मिनिस्ट्रीज हैव कम टुगेदर इन अ वन ऑफ अ काइंड कोलैबोरेटिव अप्रोच, जिसमें 21 एक्शन पॉइंट्स डिज़ाइन की गई हैं डिपेंडिंग अपॉन ईच मिनिस्ट्रीज स्ट्रेंथ। तो ये जो 21 एक्शन पॉइंट्स हैं, दीज कवर द होल वैल्यू चेन ऑफ अ टॉय, right from using toys as a learning resource to designing and manufacturing of toys to promotion of indigenous toys to finally trade and investment. So इससे हो ये रहा है कि right from early childhood to selling it out to the global market, इन सारे steps में the government is supporting the Indian toy industry. अगर हम देखें कि क्या की इनिशिएटिव्स ली गई हैं इस संदर्भ में, एक मिस्ट्री शॉपिंग एक्सरसाइज कंडक्ट करी गई थी इन 2019, जहाँ पे 33% ऑफ द टॉयज़ दैट वर एक्चुअली अंडर कंसिडरेशन ओनली पास्ड द क्वालिटी स्टैंडर्ड्स, कट टू 2023 जहाँ पे 85% ऑफ द टॉयज़ हैव एक्चुअली पास द टेस्ट। सो इससे हमें क्लियरली पता चल रहा है कि देयर हैज़ बीन अ डेवलपमेंट इन द क्वालिटी स्टैंडर्ड्स ऑफ टॉयज़। अगर हम देखें यूजिंग टॉयज़ एज अ लर्निंग रिसोर्स या डेवलपमेंट ऑफ टॉय बेस्ड पेडागॉजी, ये सब चीज़ें पहले हम सुनने को नहीं हमें मिलती थी, बट अभी गिवन द फोकस्ड अप्रोच ऑन द स्पेसिफिक सेक्टर, ये सब चीज़ें भी डेवलप हो रही हैं। बहुत सारे क्लस्टर्स हैं अक्रॉस द कंट्री जो सपोर्ट की जा रही हैं बाय द मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ MSME एंड टेक्सटाइल्स। एडिशनली बहुत सारे इवेंट्स भी कंडक्ट किए जा रहे हैं, जैसे टॉय फेयर हुआ था, फिर टॉयकथॉन कंडक्ट किया गया था बाय मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ हायर एजुकेशन एंड थिंग्स लाइक दिस। सो ऑल ऑफ दीज कंसोलिडेटेड एफर्ट्स, इफ आई माइट से, हैव लेड टू एन इंक्रीज इन एक्सपोर्ट्स ऑफ टॉयज़। अगर हम 2019 से लेकर 23 हम कंपेयर करें तो क्लोज टू 60% इंक्रीज इन एक्सपोर्ट ऑफ इंडियन टॉयज़ हुआ है। Similarly, around 57% decrease in the import of toys भी हम देखने को मिल रहा है। तो इससे हम ये बोल सकते हैं कि overall the ecosystem of toys in India is getting developed, and with time I think we will be able to become a toy economy as the Prime Minister has wished to see. Thank you.
बिल्कुल। तृप्ति जी, यहाँ पर जब स्मृति ईरानी जी जब आई थी, सुबह मंत्री जी जब उन्होंने बातचीत की थी, तो उन्होंने कहा था कि जो पुराने ज़माने की लोरियाँ थी वो भी जा रही हैं और हम कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि अलग अलग भाषाओं में उनको भी लेकर आएँ, अलग अलग राज्यों से के साथ मिलकर भी काम कर रहे हैं। तो जब अलग अलग राज्यों के साथ मिलकर काम करना होता है तो वो तालमेल बैठाना कितना मुश्किल, कितना आसान आप लोगों के लिए साबित होता है, क्योंकि उसमें बहुत सारे लोगों को सम्मिलित करना होता है, पूरी एक टीम को जोड़ना होता है, आंगनवाड़ी कार्यकर्ता होते हैं, उन तक वो संदेश पहुंचना होता है, फिर वो उस संदेश को बच्चों तक लेकर जाते हैं।
जो हमारा ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूट है ये ना सिर्फ दिल्ली में बेस्ड है, इसके 5 रीजनल सेंटर्स भी हैं। जो 5 रीजनल सेंटर्स और ये हेडक्वार्टर मिलके पूरे देश को कवर करता है। तो अभी हम ये हमारे ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर जो अभी बात हो रही थी कि उन्होंने टॉयज़ के बारे में इतनी सारी बातें कही हैं, उनके क्लैरियन कॉल से कितना एक्सपोर्ट बढ़ा है, कितना इंपोर्ट कम हुआ है, और NAPT के तहत भी जैसे और मिनिस्ट्रीज़ इंक्लूडेड हैं, हमारी मिनिस्ट्री भी उसमें इंक्लूडेड है। इन सब से प्रोत्साहित होके हमने भी एक अपने दिल्ली के स्तर पे एक नेशनल सेमिनार कराया ऑफ क्रिएशन वर्कशॉप, जिसमें हमारे पैनल पे एक्सपर्ट्स ने डिस्कस किया, जिसमें हमारे लाइव क्रिएशन ऑफ टॉयज़ बाय मास्टर क्राफ्ट्समैन ये हुआ, और हमारे आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर्स ने भी वो जैसे खिलौने बनाते हैं उन्होंने भी बना के दिखाया। और इसके बाद फिर इससे और प्रोत्साहित होकर हमने एक नेशनल रिपोजिटरी ऑफ टॉयज़ भी बनाया है अपने ट्रेनिंग इंस्टीट्यूट में। इसमें हमारे पास, जैसे मीनाक्षी ने बताया कि नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न सेक्टर में कुछ काम कर रखा था, हमने सारे देश से हमने ये वर्कशॉप्स करके हम वहाँ पे क्या खिलौने होते हैं, वहाँ के क्या फोकलोर्स होते हैं, वहाँ पे क्या इंडिजिनस स्पोर्ट्स होते हैं, और तो और वहाँ पे दिव्यांग बच्चे किस तरह के स्पोर्ट्स खेलते हैं, ये सारा हमने अपने रिपोजिटरी में शामिल करना शुरू कर दिया है। हम 4 वर्कशॉप ऑलरेडी कर चुके हैं, जिसमें आई थिंक हमारा 70% तो देश कवर हो चुका है, और बाकी भी 1-2 वर्कशॉप्स हैं। तो ये सारी रिपोजिटरी बन के हमारे पास आ जाएगी। इसके अलावा जो आपने स्टेट्स में सामंजस्य की बात कही, तो एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत, इसके अंतर्गत जो 2 स्टेट्स आपस में मैप्ड हैं, उससे हम अपनी वर्कशॉप्स के थ्रू हम उनकी स्टेट्स की बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस लेके और उसको कंपाइल करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। और आपको ये जान के आश्चर्य होगा कि बहुत दूर दूर स्थित जो स्टेट्स हैं उसमें भी आपस में कुछ ऐसा सामंजस्य है कि खुद आश्चर्य होता है कि अच्छा, ये भी बैम्बू का काम करते हैं, वो भी बैम्बू का काम करते हैं, इनके यहाँ इस तरह की गुड़ियाँ बनती हैं, हमारे यहाँ भी इस तरह की गुड़ियाँ बनती हैं। तो ये काम हमारे लिए भी एक बहुत ही रिवॉर्डिंग काम है, और हमको बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिल रहा है कि हमारे देश में टॉयज़ के नाम पे कितनी विरासत भरी हुई है, जो हमको कलेक्ट करके लानी है और जो हमें अपने बच्चों तक पहुंचानी है, क्योंकि हमारे उन टॉयज़ में सब कुछ है। दे आर इको फ्रेंडली, दे आर दे डिपिक्ट आवर कल्चर, ट्रेडिशन, माइथोलॉजी, और सबसे जो बड़ी बात है, दे आर लो कॉस्ट। और हम जो अपना TLM आंगनवाड़ी वर्कर्स को दे रहे हैं, उसमें हम यही कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि हम लो कॉस्ट लोकली सोर्स मटेरियल को यूज़ करें। और जैसे अभी आंगनवाड़ी कॉर्नर पे आपने देखा, छोटी छोटी चीज़ों से वो सारे डेवलपमेंटल डोमेन को एड्रेस कर पा रहे हैं। तो आई थिंक
बिल्कुल ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण चीज़ें हैं, क्योंकि लोगों तक उसकी रीच भी होना चाहिए, ये भी बहुत ज़रूरी है, और सब एक जैसी आय वाले नहीं होते, तो सब तक उसकी पहुंच हो, ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण होता है। डॉक्टर मीनाक्षी, मैं कहीं पर पढ़ रही थी कि डॉक्टर रविन्द्रनाथ टैगोर जो हैं, उन्होंने वो कहते हैं कि सबसे अच्छे खिलौने वो हैं जो अधूरे होते हैं और जिसे बच्चे जब पूरा करते हैं, क्योंकि उससे कहीं ना कहीं उनकी क्रिएटिविटी जो है वो स्टिमुलेट होती है, उस पर असर पड़ता है, उससे फ़र्क पड़ता है। आप किस तरह से देखती हैं इस विचार को?
मैं अपना एग्जाम्पल लेना चाहूँगी
जी।
हम सभी का बचपन का कुछ ना कुछ अटैचमेंट होगा खिलौनों से। तो मेरे पास एक बिस्किट का डब्बा था, मेरे पापा लेके आए थे जब टूर से आए थे। बिस्किट जब ख़त्म हो गए, वो टीन का डब्बा था, उसमें मेरी मम्मी ने कपड़ों से गुड्डा गुड़िया बनाने के लिए सिखाया था, तो मैंने बनाया था। और मेरी जो भाई था, उसने पापा के टॉर्च से बल्ब चुरा के मेरे लिए लाइट भी अटैच कर दिया था। तो वो जो था, बाद में मेरे भाई को पापा से थोड़ा सा डोज भी मिला, क्योंकि रात को जब लाइट नहीं जला है तब उसको डोज मिला था। तो फिर भी मेरे अभी भी मन में वो जो टीन के डब्बा के अंदर 2 गुड्डा गुड़िया था, देखने में अच्छा नहीं था, तो अभी भी मेरे लाइफ में फ्रेश है वो, अभी भी चाहे तो मुझे वो लाना है, ऐसा मुझे महसूस होता है। तो उसी से मेरा क्रिएटिविटी भी बढ़ा था। जो गुड्डा गुड़िया है अपना कल्चर का जो ड्रेस है उसको कैसे पहना है, उसको कैसे सुंदर करे, वो क्रिएटिविटी मेरे दिमाग में चल रहा था। उसी तरह जब हम लोगों ने नॉर्थ ईस्टर्न में वो स्टडी किया था, डॉक्यूमेंटेशन किया था, तब लगा कि बच्चे जो है, बड़े बच्चे भी अपना क्रिएटिविटी लगा के छोटे भाई बहनों के लिए कुछ थर्मोकोल लगा के बैम्बू के नीचे एक नाव बना दिया था जो पानी में तैरता है। थोड़ा साइंस भी उसमें आ जाता है। तो जब बनाते हैं बड़े भाई बहन, छोटे भाई बहन भी साथ में रहते हैं, उनका भी इमेजिनेशन बहुत बढ़ता है। उसके साथ कुछ ये जोड़ दे, इसके साथ ये लगा दे, जो बहुत सुंदर होगा। तो ऐसा इन लोगों के बीच में एक बॉन्डिंग भी होता है, एक दूसरे से सीखते भी हैं और बच्चों का क्रिएटिविटी इसी तरह से बढ़ता भी है।
बिल्कुल। डॉक्टर मीनाक्षी जी को सुनने के बाद मैं एक गुजारिश आप लोगों से भी करूंगी कि अपने बचपन की कोई खिलौनों से जुड़ी यादें वो ज़रूर ताज़ा करें, आप लोग याद कर लें। तब तक मैं प्रोफेसर वनीता आपसे ये समझना चाहूँगी कि पहले जो खिलौने होते थे उसमें पेरेंट्स के साथ इंटरेक्शन जो था वो बढ़ता था, चाहे वो हाथ से बनाने वाले हों या वो खरीदे गए हों, लकड़ी के हों, जोड़ने वाले हों, जैसे आप ब्लॉक्स की बात आप यहाँ पे कर रहे थे। लेकिन अब हम जब देख रहे हैं खिलौने बदल गए हैं अब पहले के मुकाबले। अब बच्चा अगर खिलौने से खेल रहा है, आज के ज़माने का जो खिलौना है वो ज़्यादातर बैटरी ऑपरेटेड होते हैं और वही उन्हें अट्रैक्ट भी करते हैं क्योंकि उन्हें दिए ही वो गए, जिस तरह से आप भी कह रहे थे। तो लो कॉस्ट वाली बात भी यहाँ पर नहीं है और दूसरा कि उससे उनकी क्रिएटिविटी भी कहीं ना कहीं ख़त्म हो रही है और पेरेंट्स के साथ जो बातचीत एक होती है, पेरेंट्स भी कहीं ना कहीं वो खिलौना दे के अपने दूसरे काम में व्यस्त हो जाते हैं। तो वो संवाद जो ख़त्म हुआ है उसका भी एक असर पड़ता है। अगर वो संवाद होता तो बच्चों की ग्रोथ पर किस तरह का असर होता है और उसके नहीं होने से कितना नुकसान यहाँ पर बच्चों का हो रहा है।
हाँ, बिल्कुल सही कहा आपने, क्योंकि खेल बच्चे अपने खिलौनों से खेलते हैं लेकिन अपने माता पिता के साथ भी उनका काफ़ी उसके खेल के द्वारा वार्तालाप होता है, इंटरेक्शन होता है और एक इमोशनल बॉन्ड होता है, जैसे उन्होंने कहा अभी। सो वो बहुत ज़रूरी होता है। लेकिन आजकल क्या है कि लोग पेरेंट्स के पास उतना टाइम नहीं होता है कई बार, क्योंकि और कई चीज़ों में व्यस्त होते हैं। तो इसलिए वो होता है कि चलो खिलौना ले दो, बच्चा खुश रहेगा, तंग नहीं करेगा। लेकिन जो इंटरेक्शन एक पेरेंट्स के संग है वो बहुत ज़रूरी है। और जो बात आपने कही खिलौने इस तरह के जो होते हैं बैटरी ऑपरेटेड होते हैं, तो मैं आपको बताऊं कि मैं एक लट्टू ढूंढ रही थी एक बार एक छोटे बच्चे के लिए लेने के लिए। मुझे लगा कि लट्टू बहुत अच्छा होगा। क्यों, क्या होता है उसमें क्यूरियोसिटी होती है, बच्चा सोचता है कैसे ये घूम रहा है, क्या है। तो एक थोड़ा सा एक साइंटिफिक माइंडसेट की शुरुआत होती है। तो मैं किसी दुकान में गई और मैंने कहा कि लट्टू है आपके पास, तो वो मेरा मुंह देखने लगा कि आप कौन से ज़माने की बात कर रही है। तो कहीं पे किसी की दुकान में भी मुझे लट्टू नहीं मिला, एक छोटी सी चीज़ जो कि बड़ा ट्रेडिशनल इंडिजिनस टॉय है एंड इट इज़ ग्रेट फन फॉर चिल्ड्रन। सो इसलिए इट इज़ बहुत ज़रूरी है कि ऐसे खिलौने हों जो कि बच्चों को क्यूरियोसिटी हो, उससे थोड़ा उनको एक और सीखने की लगन हो, एक समझने की लगन हो, तोड़ के जैसे आपने वो बात कही कि वो अधूरा हो, क्योंकि उससे बच्चा फिर जोड़ेगा उसको और उससे वो सोचेगा कि किस तरह इसको पूरा करूं। तो क्रिएटिविटी बच्चों की शुरू होती है और माता पिता के साथ खेलना सब बच्चों को बहुत अच्छा लगता है। वो बहुत बच्चों का टाइम देना, बच्चों के संग खेलना, बच्चों के संग बातचीत करना माता पिता के लिए बहुत ज़रूरी है।
बिल्कुल। मैत्री जी, यहाँ पर जिस तरह से तृप्ति मैम भी अभी बात कर रही थी, एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत की हम बात कर रहे थे, तो किस तरह से जो मकसद है, जो खिलौनों को एक लर्निंग रिसोर्स की तरह इस्तेमाल करना है, शिक्षा की एक तकनीक के रूप में इस्तेमाल करने की जो बात कही जा रही है, जब उसे ज़मीन पर हम इम्प्लीमेंट करने जाते हैं, लागू करने जाते हैं, तब कितनी दिक्कतें आती हैं और अगर वो इम्प्लीमेंट हो जाता है तो कितना फ़र्क उसका पड़ता है, वो भी बताएं, क्योंकि ये भी समझना ज़रूरी है कि जब हम कोई कोशिश कर रहे हैं तो उसका असर कितना होता हुआ नज़र आ रहा है।
जी, तो एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत इनिशिएटिव के अंडर जैसे मैम ने भी हमें कहा था कि हम 2 डिफरेंट कल्चर्स की इंटरमिंगलिंग की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। तो ऑफ कोर्स ये जो इनिशिएटिव है, व्हेन वी स्टार्ट फ्रॉम ग्राउंड ज़ीरो, इट विल टेक टाइम टू डेवलप, बट आई थिंक अभी तक वी हैव बीन एबल टू मेक क्वाइट अ प्रोग्रेस। जो टॉय बेस्ड पेडागॉजी भी डेवलप की गई है बाय द मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एजुकेशन, दैट इज़ ऑल्सो हेल्पिंग अ लॉट, बिकॉज यूजिंग टॉयज़ एज अ लर्निंग रिसोर्स, पहले हम जैसे इस पैनल में भी डिस्कस हुआ है, इससे पहले पैनल में भी वी वर डिस्कसिंग, टॉयज़ को एक एज अ फन एक्टिविटी कंसिडर किया जाता था, बट मिक्सिंग फन विथ learning is something that everyone is now focusing on. So आंगनवाड़ी हमारे जो वर्कर्स हैं, जो टीचर्स हैं, उनको भी ट्रेनिंग्स दी जा रही हैं, जो मिडिल स्कूल में हैं उनको भी ट्रेनिंग्स दी जा रही हैं, तो डिफरेंट इनिशिएटिव्स आर बीइंग अंडरटेकन. सो आई थिंक चैलेंजेस तो हैं, बट कंसोलिडेटेड एफर्ट्स ली जा रही हैं बाय एवरीवन टू ओवरकम देम.
जी, आप सभी पैनलिस्ट का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे जुड़ने के लिए. और कहीं ना कहीं ये बात निकल कर आ रही है कि ये चीज़ें सिर्फ आंगनबाड़ी या दूसरी जगहों तक ही सीमित ना रहे, सभी जगहों पर ये लागू हो, क्योंकि जब समाज का हर तबका उस चीज़ से रूबरू हो रहा होता है तभी हम एक समग्र विकास की बात करते हैं और एक समावेशी विकास की बात करते हैं, और एक जैसा होंगे तभी हम एक दूसरे को समझ भी पाएंगे उस तरीके से. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आप सभी का हमसे जुड़ने के लिए.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
जनता का प्यार और आशीर्वाद.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Meet Sufia Sufi, a world-renowned ultra-runner who traded in her job as an airport ground handling officer for not one, but 5 Guinness World Records. With the world as a track, she has become the epitome of human endurance, breaking national and international records with every feat that she undertakes. Sufia has traversed the lengths of Kashmir to Kanyakumari, north to south of Qatar through some of the most grueling terrain in the world. And now she plans to go around the world on her foot.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
हम बहुत ज़्यादा केपेबल हैं और बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रेंथ है, जितना हम सोचते हैं उससे कहीं ज़्यादा. हमारी एक ह्यूमन बॉडी है जिसे कह सकते हैं एक मिरेकल है. आप जैसे उसे चलाएंगे वैसे चलेगी. सबसे पहला जो स्टेप होता है इंसान का वो होता है माइंड से ट्रेन करना अपने आप को. पॉजिटिव माइंड से ट्रेन करके आप मेंटली अगर फिट हैं और मेंटली तैयार हैं किसी भी चीज़ के लिए, तो मुझे लगता है कि 90% आप सक्सेस पा सकते हैं उसमें. तो सबसे पहले मेंटली रेडी होना ज़रूरी है किसी भी चीज़ के लिए.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
today, generating renewable energy is much cheaper than using fossil fuel-based power. We are really at the beginning stages of this huge energy transition. Over time, all fossil fuels will be replaced by clean energy sources of generation.
Simple question, are we on track?
There are multiple targets that we have enunciated as a country. Number one, we have a 2070 net zero target. We have a 2047 energy independence target. There's a 2030 target for 500 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity. There is a lot of work going on. I won't say confident because confidence is a strong word, but I'm very hopeful that we would be able to come very close to achieving that target.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Vedant Agarwal. Our big focus at this hour, well, BSP MP Danish Ali has been suspended from the party. What does this mean politically? What this means for the India bloc? We'll get you the latest on that. But first up, the headlines. MP Danish Ali suspended from the BSP. Mayawati expels Danish Ali for what she calls anti-party activities. Well, what next for the India bloc and what this means politically? Our focus. And in the massive cash haul, the BJP targets Congress over corruption. The Congress MP is in the dock. BJP ups the ante. The BJP questions the Congress's silence and holds protests across states. 290 crore rupees and counting, India's biggest ever cash haul. And the first arrest in the sensational Sukhdev Singh Gogamedi murder case. The accused Ramveer, who coordinated with the shooter, has now been arrested in Jaipur. And after a big row, Union Minister Meenakshi Lekhi has clarified that she did not sign any paper with a question on the declaration of Hamas as a terrorist organization. The Ministry of External Affairs is now correcting the matter and said that the MOS, Muralidharan, replied to the question. Meanwhile, the NIA is raiding 44 locations in Maharashtra and Karnataka. The raids are linked to alleged ISIS terror conspiracies. Well, 15 people have been arrested so far. A political row in Telangana with the appointment of Akbaruddin Owaisi as a Protem Speaker. The BJP MLAs object to the appointment, say that they will not take the oath. Our lead story this evening, well, BSP MP Danish Ali has been expelled from the party, and this comes close in the heels of the huge controversy over Ramesh Beduri's remarks, after which the BSP MP Danish Ali had registered protests and also sort of rallied the opposition. Now remember, Danish Ali has been a close aide of Deva Gowda, and it was on Deva Gowda's consent that he was actually inducted into the BSP. We'll come to the big questions and what does it mean in the larger political context. But why has the BSP actually expelled Danish Ali? We'll explore that first. Tanish Punjabi, our correspondent from Uttar Pradesh, is now joining us live on the broadcast from outside the BSP office. So Tanish, this comes as a rather unexpected move on the part of the BSP. Of course, in the larger political context, this may be the BSP's go-it-alone stance that has actually sort of triggered this move. But what are party sources telling you? What does anti-party activities actually mean?
Well, Vedant, first let me tell you that I'm standing outside the BSP office, and these doors might not see Danish Ali walk into them in the future. So, talking about suspension of Danish Ali from the BSP, it has been, parties long-standing tradition that whosoever crosses or goes against the party line, that person, the action is taken against that person. So if we talk about BSP in this, Danish Ali in this particular case, we know that Danish Ali was in the eye of a controversy, was in the eye of a storm when Ramesh Bidhudi passed some unparliamentary remarks in the parliament against Danish Ali. So he had been speaking very vociferously against the Bharatiya Janata Party in the parliament. So, and he, at the same point of time, he also tried to meet Rahul Gandhi, and he also met Nitish Kumar as well. So there were speculations that he might join some other party anytime soon. So before before Danish Ali could do any of that, Mayawati actually took an action against him and suspended him from the party. If we look at the political implications of this, so BSP has been time and again accused of going soft towards the on the Bharatiya Janata Party. While it maintains that it is, not a part of the NDA and not a part of the India bloc as well, it has been accused of going soft on the Bharatiya Janata Party. Now, this, of course, somewhat gives legitimacy to all those allegations that the BSP or the Mayawati is soft towards the Bharatiya Janata Party. As we know, as I just mentioned, Danish Ali was involved in a war of words between with the BJP, and also, somewhat taking a stand of Mahua Mitra in the whole controversy as well. So one clear message that BSP is a little soft towards the BJP. And second, if you look at from the opposition, from the India bloc point of view, BSP has been time and again maintaining that they are not a part of the India bloc, and they want to, this is a clear indication that they want to stay away from the India bloc as well. And BSP and Danish Ali was being seen rallied, as you just mentioned, that he was being seen rallying behind the opposition leaders, and from outside perspective, he seemed very much a part of the India bloc as well, be it anything in the parliament. So this, of course, sends again another clear message. If we look at what implication it can, what implication it can hold for other parties like the Samajwadi Party or the Congress. So Danish Ali is a minority leader. So this could be a great opportunity for the Samajwadi Party as well, and for the Congress as well, to include him in the party, and increase their foothold, especially in Uttar Pradesh, in the western Uttar Pradesh, where he is a member of parliament, that is from Amroha.
Absolutely, Tanishq, and you made a very interesting point that expulsions has been a key feature of Mayawati's politics in the early 2010s as well. We remember Swami Prasad Maurya, Brajesh Pathak, Ramveer Upadhyay. These big leaders were expelled and shown the door by Mayawati for indiscipline or anti-party activity. So that has been sort of a key feature of Mayawati's politics. Thanks very much, Tanishq, for joining us with the latest there. I'm also being joined by Amitabh Tiwari, a political strategist, to sort of decode what this actually means. But first, let's look at the big questions as to what the ramifications could be as far as Danish Ali's expulsion is concerned. Well, what does the BSP's run-in with Deve Gowda's aid mean? And before that, what does the BSP actually mean by anti-party activities? Because that has not been clarified. And secondly, as I said, Danish Ali has been a close confidant of Deve Gowda, and he was inducted only to the BSP only after his consent. And the third big question is, has Mayawati been upset with Danish Ali rallying opposition leaders after that entire Ramesh Bidhudi incident actually happened? The fourth big question, has the BSP, which has taken a go-it-alone stance, decided to expel Danish Ali because of his vicinity or proximity with opposition leaders? And the fifth big question, what does the India bloc stiff with regional parties and smaller parties and states actually mean for 2024? And the sixth big question, what next for the ex-JDS leader Danish Ali? We, of course, as I said, know his closeness with various opposition parties. Will he join the Congress? Will he join the SP? As Danish was also pointing out, it is a good opportunity for them to sort of cash in on the entire narrative around Danish Ali as well. So we'll explore all of that, and Amitabh Tiwari is with us. So Amitabh Tiwari, how do you look at this expulsion? It's rather interesting and unexpected. But looking at it in the larger political context, the BSP has said that it will go it alone as far as 2024 is concerned. And I'll come to you, but I'm being told that Danish Ali is currently speaking to the media. Let's dip in and try to listen to what he has to say.
मेहनत और लगन के साथ बहुजन समाज पार्टी को मजबूत करने का भरसक प्रयास किया और कभी भी किसी प्रकार का पार्टी विरोधी काम नहीं किया है। इस बात की गवाह मेरे अमरोहा की जनता है। मैंने भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार की जन विरोधी नीतियों का विरोध जरूर किया है और आगे भी करता रहूंगा। चंद पूंजीपतियों द्वारा जनता की संपत्तियों की लूट के खिलाफ मैंने आवाज उठाई है और आगे भी उठाता रहूंगा, क्योंकि यही सच्ची जनसेवा है। यदि ऐसा करना जुर्म है तो मैंने जुर्म किया है और मैं इसकी सजा भुगतने के लिए तैयार हूं। अमरोहा की जनता को मैं आश्वासन देना चाहता हूं कि आपकी सेवा में मैं हमेशा हाजिर रहूंगा। ये मेरी प्रतिक्रिया है। बाकी आप कुछ पूछना चाहते हैं?
धनुष भाई, आप कह रहे हैं कि कभी जो रिश्ते हैं वो कभी खराब नहीं रहे, तमाम चीज़ें। क्या लगता है कि अभी क्या वजह है कि चुनाव से, क्योंकि अब 2-3 महीने रह गए, इस वक्त आपको निलंबित किया गया है? क्या सिर्फ ये पूंजीपतियों के खिलाफ जो आवाज़ आपने उठाई है यही एक कारण है या कुछ और भी इसके पीछे है?
ये तो मैंने कहा कि मैं जिस दिन से मैं सांसद चुना गया, पहले दिन से मैंने जनता के हित और पार्टी की आइडियोलॉजी को ध्यान में रखते हुए संसद के अंदर, लोकसभा के अंदर मैंने इस देश के शोषित, वंचित, पीड़ित समाज की, किसान की, गरीब की, मजलूम की, पिछड़े वर्ग की, शेड्यूल कास्ट की, दलित की, अक़लियत की, बेजुबानों की जुबान बनने का काम किया। अगर ये सब पार्टी विरोधी है तो मुझे पता नहीं।
All right, so Danish Ali speaking there, he's saying that he's done nothing against his party. So Amitabh Tiwari, how do you look at these developments? Because as I said earlier as well, Mayawati's politics has been about expulsions. Many, prominent leaders have been shown the door, like Brijesh Pathak, as I was mentioning, Swami Prasad Maurya. But Danish Ali's expulsion comes at an interesting time after he was rallying the opposition over the Ramesh Baduri's remarks as well. So how do you look at this? Does this have to do anything with the BSP's run-ins in the past with various India bloc parties as well?
Yeah, so essentially, as you've mentioned, in BSP only Mayawati's dictate works. So Danish Ali was hogging a lot of limelight in the media because of his statements and his run-ins with Ramesh Baduri, etc. So this may not have been liked by the BSP boss Mayawati. Number two, BSP has officially maintained an equidistant stance from NDA and INDIA bloc. Now with Danish Ali rallying various India bloc partners on these issues, which is the Adani issue and the Ramesh Baduri issue, etc., Mayawati would have not liked his taking the center stage. The third part is that, see, Mayawati has already lost a lot of minority votes in the 2022 Vidhan Sabha elections, with the party winning just one Vidhan Sabha seat. And there have been accusations that Mayawati is acting as the B team of the BJP for quite a long time by the Samajwadi Party and the Congress. It also seems that he was having back-channel talks, as you've mentioned, with Congress and the JDU, because he knew that probably he might not be getting a ticket, or he was not in the good books, or he did not enjoy the same loyalty of Mayawati as earlier. And you've mentioned about expulsions. I think she's also expelled many minority leaders from the
Yes.
party. I just do not recall the name Nizamuddin or
Yes.
Nizam, anything of that sort.
Which is why there was a lot of discontent, amidst party cadre as well. If you remember in the early 2010s, particularly in 2015-16, when she had lost a lot of prominent faces. But looking at the larger national politics here, how can these faces, whether it is Danish Ali or Mahua Moitra, how can these faces actually help the India bloc going forward as far as 2024 is concerned? Because, while these may be viewed as contentious figures, they have been able to sort of rally the opposition. In fact, yesterday that visual of Mahua Moitra with all the opposition leaders behind her was quite strong as well. How do you think going into 2024 the opposition alliance can actually cash in on these figures?
See, if Danish Ali joins Congress party, then the Congress party gets a Muslim MP, sitting MP from the state, and with the environment of animosity between the Samajwadi Party and the Congress Party, and if they have to go it alone, then they get the ammunition to fight all the 80 seats on their own in UP, if it so comes to the point. Regarding Mahua Moitra, I think what has happened is that the India bloc was in tatters after this 3-0 dropping by the BJP in the Hindi heartland.
Right.
And there are issues which have clearly come to the fore with many leaders and parties not officially joining the December 6th unofficial or unofficial meeting. However, it seems that this issue has galvanized the opposition and has given them a chance now to ignore their differences and come to the table to again the resurgent NDA after the state election 2023 results.
Right. And Mr. Tiwari, my last question to you, looking at UP specifically as well, while many would say that, the BSP is largely irrelevant when it comes to, the politics of UP or the political landscape there. If you recall the past UP elections, the BSP did manage to sort of cut the Samajwadi Party's votes and, in specific areas, say, the Purvanchal, the BSP did have some role to play as far as the political dynamics are concerned. How do you see the BSP's go-it-alone stance, and what will be the BSP's role as far as 2024 is concerned?
See, the BSP bagged 13% vote share even in 2022 state elections. So in 2019, the Mahagathbandhan, which was the BSP plus SP plus RLD, were not able to challenge the BJP juggernaut in 2019 Lok Sabha elections. So with Mayawati out and Congress in, because Congress cannot compensate for the vote share of Mayawati, because it has 2 to 3% vote share in the Vidhan Sabha elections and 5 to 6% in the Lok Sabha elections against Mayawati's 18%. So it weakens the India bloc against a very strong NDA or the BJP in UP, and UP holds the keys to the power with 80 Lok Sabha seats. Mayawati contesting alone is likely to split the opposition vote and thus damage largely the India bloc, because most of vote bloc comprises of Dalits and Muslims, which might have otherwise gone to the India bloc partners, the Congress and the Samajwadi Party.
Right, and it remains to be seen how this plays out. I mean, let's not get ahead of ourselves as well. Let's see whether, Danish Ali joins the SP or the Congress. That remains to be seen, but interesting certainly, and comes at a very interesting time, both in state politics as well as national politics. Thanks very much, Mr. Tiwari, for joining us on NDTV. Moving now, the first arrest in the Sukhdev Singh Gogamedi murder case has been made. Accused Ramveer has been arrested in Jaipur, and as per the police, he cooperated with the shooter in the case, Rohit and Nitin, in Jaipur. In fact, Ramveer is a resident of Nitin's village. He had fully coordinated as far as this crime is concerned, and the police and the SIT team which was formed took this action after the instructions of the Jaipur Commissioner, Biju George Joseph. So the first arrest has been made, and Harsha Kumari Singh has more details on this.
He was sent here earlier and he stayed in Jaipur ahead of the murder, and when these two carried out that killing, he helped them to escape. In fact, when they ran from there, because the car that they had come in, they had shot the person who had brought them in the car. That Shekhawat had been shot dead by these two people themselves. So that they had no vehicle to escape in. They apparently then, snatched somebody's scooter and ran away with that, and then abandoned the scooter. And then this Ramveer is the one who took them on a bike, and he took them till the bus depot, and he put them on the bus to Nagaur. So that's his role in the entire exercise, and he has been caught by the Rajasthan.
All right, and the police hoping that through him they will get more information about the shooters.
Yes, because they seem to be. I mean, it's not a one-off case, because he has obviously, he stayed in a hotel, and they helped him with that, and then they helped him stay in someone's flat. So this was all very well planned, and the ones who carried out the shooting had this entire support sort of structure from other accomplices. So these people are definitely part of the crime, and seem to be very much involved in planning. It's not like they didn't know. So I think this is quite a key lead that the police has found.
All right, we'll step into a short break now. News continues on the other side.
Meet Sufia Sufi, a world-renowned ultra-runner who traded in her job as an airport ground handling officer for not one, but 5 Guinness World Records. With the world as a track, she has become the epitome of human endurance, breaking national and international records with every feat that she undertakes. Sufia has traversed the lengths of Kashmir to Kanyakumari, north to south of Qatar, through some of the most grueling terrain in the world. And now she plans to go around the world on her foot.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
हम बहुत ज़्यादा केपेबल हैं और बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रेंथ है, जितना हम सोचते हैं उससे कहीं ज़्यादा। हमारी एक ह्यूमन बॉडी है जिसे कह सकते हैं एक मिरेकल है। आप जैसे उसे चलाएंगे वैसे चलेगी। सबसे पहला जो स्टेप होता है इंसान का, वो होता है माइंड से ट्रेन करना अपने आप को। पॉजिटिव माइंड से ट्रेन करके आप मेंटली अगर फिट हैं और मेंटली तैयार हैं किसी भी चीज़ के लिए, तो मुझे लगता है कि 90% आप सक्सेस पा सकते हैं उसमें। तो सबसे पहले मेंटली रेडी होना ज़रूरी है किसी भी चीज़ के लिए।
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Today, generating renewable energy is much cheaper than using fossil fuel-based power. We are really at the beginning stages of this huge energy transition. Over time, all fossil fuels will be replaced by clean energy sources of generation.
Simple question, are we on track?
There are multiple targets that we have enunciated as a country. Number one, we have a 2070 net zero target. We have a 2047 energy independence target. There's a 2030 target for 500 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity. There is a lot of work going on. I won't say confident because confidence is a strong word, but I'm very hopeful that we would be able to come very close to achieving that target.
Verdict of 5 states.
Welcome back. Now, this has become a huge political flashpoint, and that is a massive cash haul of over 290 crore rupees from Odisha and Jharkhand. And, these are premises that are linked to a Congress MP. And the BJP is now targeting the Congress over the massive cash seizure. Now, the IT has, as I said, seized almost 300 crore rupees in cash over the past 4 days, and the raids are still continuing. And these are premises linked to Congress's Rajya Sabha MP from Jharkhand, Dheeraj Prasad Sahu. The Congress is, on the back foot now. The BJP is holding nationwide protests in Jammu, in Jaipur, in the national capital as well. In fact, marathon press conferences were also held by the BJP, raking up the issue, calling out the Congress for corruption. And this comes close on the heels of the Congress's defeat in the 3 heartland states where corruption was a huge issue.
बार लगातार राज्यसभा का मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट बनाया गया और राहुल गांधी जी के काफ़ी नज़दीक हैं, और वो तो जाहिर होता है इस बात से कि सोनिया जी, राहुल जी, प्रियंका जी और मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे सब ने चुप्पी साधी हुई है, मुंह में सबके दही जमा हुआ है कि कांग्रेस ही वो रिकॉर्ड बनाते रहेंगे जिसकी शायद आपको, हमें और देश को उम्मीद थी। हम जानते हैं कि भ्रष्टाचार का सिलसिला यही लोग चला सकते हैं, और आज साहूकार जी के माध्यम से बताएं कि ये साहूकारिता कांग्रेस के कितने लोगों के बीच मौजूद है और इस भ्रष्टाचार का क्या ही अंत है।
ये सारा पैसा, गरीबों का पैसा जो कांग्रेस के नेता और कांग्रेस पार्टी हड़पती है, वही संकल्प प्रधानमंत्री जी ने लिया है। एक एक रुपया गरीबों को हम लौटाएंगे और ऐसे भ्रष्टाचारी लोगों को सख्त से सख्त सजा हम लोग दिलवाएंगे।
सबसे ज्यादा एक्सटॉर्शन तो इस देश में बीजेपी कर रही है, ईडी के नाम पे, सीबीआई के नाम पर। देश भर में जिस तरीके से छापेमारी हो रही है, वो एक तरीका है कि अंडर द टेबल कैसे सेटिंग करके, क्योंकि आज तक तो कोई कन्विक्शन हुआ नहीं, तो वो क्या हुआ जिनके ऊपर छापे पड़े थे 5 साल से 10 साल से जो चल रहा है। तो हमें बीजेपी से तो क्लीन चिट लेने की जरूरत नहीं है।
And moving now, the nationwide terror crackdown by the NIA. 15 people have been arrested following NIA raids in Maharashtra and Karnataka. 44 locations across Maharashtra, mostly in districts next to Mumbai, were raided. Raids were also conducted in Pune in an ISIS terror module case. And this comes close on the heels of many such raids being conducted by multiple agencies across states.
जी देखिए, जो जानकारी अभी मिल रही है, ताज़ा जानकारी यह है कि जो सुबह के करीब 13 लोगों को हिरासत में लिया गया था, अब उन्हें एनआईए ने गिरफ्तार जो है वो दिखा दिया है। मुख्य तौर पर अभी भी कुछ ठिकानों पर छापेमारी जो है वो देखने को मिल रही है। कुछ लोगों से पूछताछ अब भी एनआईए की टीम करती हुई दिख रही है। मैं आपको बता दूं कि जो महाराष्ट्र AISI का जो मॉड्यूल था, उसको लेकर कहीं ना कहीं एनआईए लगातार जाँच कर रही थी और उसके उस सिलसिले में छापेमारी जो है वो देखने को मिली है। मुख्य तौर पर जो एनआईए के अधिकारी है वो ये जानना चाहते हैं कि जिस तरह की साजिश को अंजाम देने की कोशिश की जा रही थी और उसकी तह तक जाना चाहते हैं, और इसीलिए छापेमारी जो है देखने को मिल रही है। कि कुछ दस्तावेज उनके घर से मिले हैं, इस तरह की जानकारी जो है वो फिलहाल ये प्राथमिक जानकारी हमें मिल रही है कि कुछ ऐसे दस्तावेज मिले हैं जिससे कि ये कहा जा सकता है कि जो हैंडलर्स विदेश में बैठे हैं उनके जरिए संपर्क में रहा करते थे और ऐसे ही कई युवाओं को जो है बलगराने की कोशिश भी की जा रही थी। तो कुछ साहित्य वहां से बरामद जरूर किया है, लेकिन और क्या कुछ चीजें मिली है इसके लिए थोड़ा इंतजार करना होगा जब एनआईए की तरफ से आधिकारिक तौर पर इसमें जानकारी साझा की जाएगी।
So the nationwide terror crackdown. But moving now to the latest pictures of the Mumbai airport. Adani's Mumbai airport has redefined excellence in aviation. The airport is capable of handling over 1,000 flights in a single day. So 1,000 plus flights can actually run on a single runway in one day. So there you can see those visuals and how the Mumbai airport showcases sustainability. In fact, Mr. Gogamedi took to social media to say that the Mumbai airport is redefining excellence in aviation. It's now the best in Asia Pacific for services according to the ASQ in the 40 million plus passenger category. With the remarkable feat of handling over 1,000 flights in a single day on one runway, we are also leading in sustainability. All right, we'll take a short break now. News continues on the other side.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Meet Sufia Sufi, a world-renowned ultra-runner who traded in her job as an airport ground handling officer for not one, but 5 Guinness World Records. With the world as a track, she has become the epitome of human endurance, breaking national and international records with every feat that she undertakes. Sufia has traversed the lengths of Kashmir to Kanyakumari, north to south of Qatar through some of the most grueling terrain in the world. And now she plans to go around the world on her foot.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends,
How to learn to ride a scooter, Delhi woman gang raped in Ghaziabad. That's the headline that we read. This is yet another recent horrific headline that tells us how unsafe are Indian cities. A 23 young woman working in a factory asked 2 of her friends, a male and a female, to help her how to learn how to ride the scooter when she was dragged to bushes and raped by 3 men. Just imagine what this act of extreme violence and violation have done to this young woman, to her mind, her body, dreams, ambitions and life, and the devastation it has brought to her family. Now, is it any wonder that every parent of family starts worrying desperately if they can't reach their daughters who are out and about? I do it. For some reason, if I'm unable to reach my daughter, I go into a panic state. And I never feel the same sense of dread if I can't reach my son. That's the reality in a rapidly urbanizing and rising India. I don't think a day goes by without a case of violence being reported against a woman. On the urban agenda, we ask, what will it take to create safe and inclusive cities in our country? Economic progress means nothing if half the population steps out of their home every day, always watching their back. Now joining me on the show, Kiran Bedi, former Lieutenant Governor of Puducherry, who has served the United Nations as civilian police advisor in peacekeeping operations, and the first woman to have joined the officer rank of Indian Police Service in 1972. Also with us, Nandita Shah, co-founder and co-director at Akshara Center, an NGO working to the empowerment of women and girls. Kalpana Vishwanathan, co-founder and CEO of SafetyPin, a social enterprise that technology to data drive safe movement of women in urban spaces. Kiran Bedi, ma'am, I'm going to come to you first. We know what the reality is. The National Commission for Women reported a 30% rise in crimes against women in 2022, now which surpassed the highest number of complaints in 2014. My question to you is that we have a Prime Minister who says that we have to respect women on the 75th anniversary, independence anniversary of India. It's not as if the state is not reiterating its intention to provide protection and safe zones to women, but we're still not reaching anywhere. Why?
Because we're not reaching every home. We are not reaching every home. Every child, every rapist, boy rapist, is a product of his home. And we are not reaching his home. And if you don't reach home, how much correction will it be done in the school and colleges? All of us, you and I, whatever we're thinking is a product of the way we were brought up. And this is not being stated for the first time. Unless we value, understand how important nurturance is in crime prevention, we will not be able to prevent these horrific crimes. And parents who nurtured their sons properly, their sons are doing very well and they continue to respect women. But it's those homes which have let us down, where they are, it's like outsourcing to the streets. What they've done is they have outsourced the upbringing of their boys to the streets. And what will street groom? I think that's where. So we must say, and we do say that we must respect, we must stop these crimes. But the door stops and begins at every home. It doesn't stop. It begins with every home, but doesn't stop there. Then there are many other agencies outside the home. But they are all reactive. They also have a prevention element, I agree, but they also are reactive. But I think, look, a decent home doesn't produce a rapist. It's a neglected home which produces a rapist. So unless we address every home, and look at the colossal size of the problem, it's every home, because every home is producing a good citizen and a bad citizen. Look, we are on women Ladli schemes. We are women empowerment schemes. But why are we not on boys' responsibility schemes? We can also provide incentives. Why not?
I think, this should be something that must become the focus and agenda of the central government and all the newly appointed state governments as well, as they come to power and take responsibility of their chairs. I'm going to move to Nandita. Nandita Shah, you're running a campaign to do exactly that, for women to stand up, for people around to stand up, to bring a change in mindset and say, look, we are not going to take violence or even anything remotely disrespectful to women, right? Run us through how you perceive can our public spaces and cities be made safer, and what have you done to make that happen?
Okay, so I'm going to take from where Kiran Bedi stopped. Prevention is absolutely critical, but is home the only place of prevention? And what about the larger gender narrative that happens in society? And how do we change that? Because it's reinforcing everything. What's being cool, what's being masculine, and what is a toxic masculinity? And it's not enough for parents to be able to counter that. So I agree that the prevention is very important, and Akshara works a lot. And as you say, we will discuss the mindset change. But I think that our emphasis even on being responsive tends to be only increased policing. Like a lot of Nirbhaya funds are used for CCTV camera, and we feel that they have to be equally used for ensuring the services are available, that services are being able to support a woman who comes and fights for the rights. And it's not only about rape. See, when we tend to come to point of rape, like in Nirbhaya, everybody's out and everybody's very upset and very angry. But we are saying that when somebody touches and gropes my breast is the beginning of that sense of power that a man feels that he can get away. And when are we going to stop that? Because that is something that we just let go. Sometimes as women, we say that, every day I'm not going to fight this, because this is an everyday experience. We did a survey in Mumbai city, and 95% of women had said that they have experienced street sexual harassment. I mean, in a city like Mumbai, which is seen as so safe, each one of us have had some experience of street sexual harassment. So our plea is, let's begin where it doesn't seem so violative, like in rape. Give up on this kind of issue, because this is an everyday experience. And how much emphasis we are giving to the street lighting, we are giving to infrastructure improvement, because these are all part of making a city safer. And that's where we feel that, you know, like we do safety audits of different areas, and we try and take those examples of what is not working in our street to the corporators, to the BMC authorities, to say, let's change it. Let's change it together so that it becomes a place where we can all feel safe using that area. We are also working with the police, because we feel that police are doing what they can, but they have to take one extra step. Like in Mumbai,
so my question is, yes, a mindset change is needed, a big campaign is needed, but throw light. You've been part of the system, of the government, of the police system. How do we fill these gaps of at least spending money which is allotted for important response systems by the police and the system?
Certainty of punishment is also prevention. Because if the culprits know that we will get caught, and we will get convicted, we will get imprisoned, we will get life imprisonment, it's a prevention. But it's a deterrence. I agree with you. So every 2 people you catch, there'll be 20 waiting on the sidelines to one day again do it. That's why it's reoccurring. We are not at the root of the problem. The root of the problem is prevention at the source and the role of the community. Unless you address the root cause lies in the society itself.
All right, so mindset is one big thing, but what, according to you, are the biggest gaps in making our urban systems safe?
Yeah, I will identify, I think, about 4 gaps which I see, okay? So one is the physical infrastructure. So this includes just making our streets walkable, you know, the pavements walkable, the good lighting, which is something which should be there across cities. You know, an active street front, so that when women are actually standing, walking, using the streets, because data shows that women walk more than they use other modes of transport, it is essential to have that. So just physical infrastructure needs to be addressed. The second big lacuna is mobility and transport, because one of the big issues of living in a city is getting from place to place. How do you get your educational institution? How do you get to work? So the whole arena of making public transport safer, but also addressing the issue of last mile connectivity. It is fine you have the metro, but when you get off the metro, how do you get back? So the last mile connectivity is equally important as addressing the actual transport system. So that is the second big area. The third area, I think, is the response when an incident of violence takes place or when a woman is feeling unsafe. We have a plethora of helplines and other these things, but nobody really knows how well are they working. And when you say, oh, there's an emergency button inside a cab or a bus, I'm not sure, is there a proper sort of help center beyond that button that is there available? So I think the response to cases of violence, the response when someone presses the help button, you know, the fact that emergency numbers should be put very boldly in all public transport. The third thing, this is the third thing which is very important, because, you know, we want to be safe all the time. But when we are particularly feeling unsafe or when something has happened, we need really quick response. We need efficient response. We need non-judgmental response. And I think that is still a big lacuna that we have. And the fourth is, I think, recognizing the levels of inequality in our cities. So, you know, a young woman, maybe a disabled young woman in a low-income neighborhood faces much more sort of inequalities and barriers on her journey towards being a full citizen.
All right. I have to take a break, but I think it's an important question to ask because this gender differentiation, gender biases are not just Indian. They are widely prevalent globally in some of the most educated countries. So, you know, setting those or equalizing those is going to take a very long time. I'm going to come back to prevention again after the break and get those solutions from Ms. Bedi and Ms. Shah in terms of how do we make our cities more safe. Stay with us.
हॉस्पिटल में एडमिट हुए नहीं कि बिल का मीटर चालू, और ये मीटर पहले आपके ऑफिस का हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस खत्म करेगा।
हम बहुत ज़्यादा केपेबल हैं और बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रेंथ है, जितना हम सोचते हैं उससे कहीं ज़्यादा। हमारी एक ह्यूमन बॉडी है जिसे कह सकते हैं एक मिरेकल है। आप जैसे उसे चलाएंगे वैसे चलेगी। सबसे पहला जो स्टेप होता है इंसान का वो होता है माइंड से ट्रेन करना अपने आप को। पॉजिटिव माइंड से ट्रेन करके आप मेंटली अगर फिट हैं और मेंटली तैयार हैं किसी भी चीज़ के लिए, तो मुझे लगता है कि 90% आप सक्सेस पा सकते हैं उसमें। तो सबसे पहले मेंटली रेडी होना ज़रूरी है किसी भी चीज़ के लिए।
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Today, generating renewable energy is much cheaper than using fossil fuel-based power. We are really at the beginning stages of this huge energy transition. Over time, all fossil fuels will be replaced by clean energy sources of generation.
Simple question. Are we on track?
There are multiple targets that we have enunciated as a country. Number one, we have a 2070 net zero target. We have a 2047 energy independence target. There's a 2030 target for 500 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity. There is a lot of work going on. I won't say confident because confidence is a strong word, but I'm very hopeful that we would be able to come very close to achieving that target.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Meet Sufia Sufi, a world-renowned ultra-runner who traded in her job as an airport ground handling officer for not 1 but 5 Guinness World Records. With the world as a track, she has become the epitome of human endurance, breaking national and international records with every feat that she undertakes. Sufia has traversed the lengths of Kashmir to Kanyakumari, north to south of Qatar through some of the most grueling terrain in the world. And now she plans to go around the world on her foot.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every
The 16-day multi-year campaign by the United Nations managed by UN Women to eliminate violence against women and girls around the world was held between 23rd November and 10th December this year. No excuse, ab koi bahana nahi. We see headlines yet of violence against women almost every day. Nandita Shah, I'm going to come to you and ask you a very simple question. Gender biases, I mean, despite all the progress in the most developed countries of the world, any report that you see, gender biases are shrinking at an extremely slow pace. And we are talking about changing the mindset in every home, which is actually a phenomenal idea. I 100% agree with it. I don't think my child or my son will ever do anything which is remotely disrespectful to a woman. But in the interim period, while that mind shift is happening, what do we do? Give us 3 big solutions, because that's all that we have time for.
I feel one big solution would be, we just have one day, you know, like in Iceland and all, they have one day strike, all women strike for domestic work. We say one day all men just be at home after 7. And you see how every woman will feel safe on the street. So we are saying that we have to come up with something as big, like as a campaign like that, for people to realize what it is that women are not being able to claim the city, they're not able to enjoy the city. That's one. The second, I feel, is really, today men are ready to be part of the solution. And the question is, how do we engage men in being part of the solution? So like what Ms. Bedi is saying, that family is an important role. I think men, as individual men, taking stand on some of these issues is an important area. I mean, we say that even galis are all the beginning of disrespect to women, and how many men and even today how many women say it with such ease. And this is the continuum we are saying disrespect doesn't just start at the level of rape, it starts much earlier, and how do we stop that?
And
that
our movies and our films, as you know, you've highlighted in some of your campaigns, Nandita Shah.
No, so the film is just reinforcing, you know, the sexism and objectification. And it's almost at the level of item numbers are going one level below each other to prove that how bad they can be. And we are saying that the plots of the films need not go that low for it to be able to say what they want to say, even if they are projecting a particular kind of male, because it is really objectifying, and this is what is reinforced on the street. So a lot of time parents want to do a lot more things for their children, but they are not able to because it's not seen as school. Parents see that, and the young generation feels a very big age gap and generation gap with their parents. So I think the communication between parents and children really need to be increased, and that is not there today. And that is what we are trying to do in our work. We are trying to say, let's empower girls to assert themselves, learn to say yes and no when they want to say, but let's prepare boys to hear a no.
Ms. Bedi, I know that you are going to come to the police system, the deterrence. That we also have now digital tools and aids like, you know, internet-enabled data centers. We have surveillance cameras. Other than the mindset change, which is going to, and I think it's a brilliant idea through this show that you say it has to be adopted as घर घर में आप कैसे बदलाव लाएंगे अपने लड़कों के ज़हन में
समझदार लड़का
कहाँ
घर में समझदार लड़का
घर में समझदार लड़का. You've given us the tagline also. Give me 1 or 2 more of your thoughts, even on the prevention side. How can we make our cities safer? And we'll conclude with that, ma'am.
We have tried in one of my NGOs a campaign called Good Boy Campaign. A good boy campaign. घर घर में good boy campaign. मेरा बेटा अच्छा, मेरा बच्चा शरीफ, मेरा बच्चा अच्छा, मेरा लड़का समझदार.
Kalpana, you've been working with the government and non-government stakeholders for several years. Has there been a perceptible mind shift change on making cities safer for women?
Well, yes, there is. I don't know if the word I would use perceptible yet, but there is a shift. There is a recognition that women and the young women and young people are a big constituency and a big part of our cities. So the term, inclusive urbanization, responsive urban systems and services has come into the lexicon, and among the ministry, with the corporations, with the municipalities, looking at issues of women's safety in mobility, travel. These have also started coming into the lexicon a little bit. They are responsive when, data is presented to them. Certainly when there's good data being presented, they are open to the issue. And now we have big players who are presenting data about the level of inequality and discrimination, whether it's World Bank, whether it's UN, whether it's ORF, which is all showing that across Indian cities, there is lack of services that are designed for the needs of women, girls, and others. And I think we have made the first few steps on the journey. I would say that much.
Fair enough. I unfortunately, I've completely run out of time, but I think what I'm drawing and concluding with is, look, we can talk about urban design, we can talk about more responsive system, we can talk about a harsher and quicker judicial system, we can talk about more surveillance, we can talk about lighting, we can talk about, inclusive cities which do not have isolated spaces for women, a more safe transportation system. But at the end of it, what I'm hearing from both of you is that you need to bring a shift in the mind space and the mindset of an entire society before you can make your cities more safe. Nandita Shah, Kalpana Vishwanathan and Kiran Bedi, thank you very much for making the time. Important conversation, and we will keep having them again and again till we have safer cities. Thank you so much for joining.
हम बहुत ज़्यादा केपेबल हैं और बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रेंथ है, जितना हम सोचते हैं उससे कहीं ज़्यादा। हमारी एक ह्यूमन बॉडी है जिसे कह सकते हैं एक मिरेकल है। आप जैसे उसे चलाएंगे वैसे चलेगी। सबसे पहला जो स्टेप होता है इंसान का वो होता है माइंड से ट्रेन करना अपने आप को। पॉजिटिव माइंड से ट्रेन करके आप मेंटली अगर फिट हैं और मेंटली तैयार हैं किसी भी चीज़ के लिए, तो मुझे लगता है कि 90% आप सक्सेस पा सकते हैं उसमें। तो सबसे पहले मेंटली रेडी होना ज़रूरी है किसी भी चीज़ के लिए।
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Today, generating renewable energy is much cheaper than using fossil fuel-based power. We are really at the beginning stages of this huge energy transition. Over time, all fossil fuels will be replaced by clean energy sources of generation.
Simple question, are we on track?
There are multiple targets that we have enunciated as a country. Number one, we have a 2070 net zero target. We have a 2047 energy independence target. There's a 2030 target for 500 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity. There is a lot of work going on. I won't say confident because confidence is a strong word, but I'm very hopeful that we would be able to come very close to achieving that target.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Meet Sufia Sufi, a world-renowned ultra-runner who traded in her job as an airport ground handling officer for not one, but 5 Guinness World Records. With the world as a track, she has become the epitome of human endurance, breaking national and international records with every feat that she undertakes. Sufia has traversed the lengths of Kashmir to Kanyakumari, north to south of Qatar through some of the most grueling terrain in the world. And now she plans to go around the world on her foot.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
हम बहुत ज़्यादा केपेबल हैं और बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रेंथ है, जितना हम सोचते हैं उससे कहीं ज़्यादा। हमारी एक ह्यूमन बॉडी है जिसे कह सकते हैं एक मिरेकल।
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Vedant Agarwal. Our special focus at this hour. Well, the suspense in the 3 states that the BJP has won continues. Who will be the Chief Minister? That is a big question. We'll focus on that. But first up, the headlines. MP Danish Ali suspended from the BSP. Mayawati sacks Danish Ali for anti-party activities. Well, Danish Ali speaks to the media. He says, I'm ready to pay the price for calling out injustice. A massive cash haul. The BJP now targets the Congress over corruption. The Congress MP who's in the dock and the BJP ups the ante. Well, the BJP questions the Congress's silence and holds nationwide protests. Rupees 290 crore and counting, India's biggest ever cash haul. And the first arrest in the sensational Sukhdev Singh Gogamedi murder case has been made. Accused Ramveer, who cooperated with the shooter Rohit and Nitin in Jaipur, has now been arrested. NIA raids in 44 locations in Maharashtra and Karnataka. The raids are linked to alleged ISIS terror conspiracy. 15 people have now been arrested. A political row in Telangana over the appointment of Akbaruddin Owaisi as a Protem Speaker. The BJP MLAs object to the appointment, say that they will not take oath. Our lead story tonight, well, the suspense over the chief ministers in the 3 states continues. Marathon meetings being held here in Delhi and also in all the states. Well, the BJP has appointed central observers, which includes Rajnath Singh, the defence minister in Rajasthan, as the main observer, and also Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar as the main observer in Madhya Pradesh. Well, in Rajasthan, which is certainly the most challenging state for the BJP, many CM probables now emerging, including including Diya Kumari, Baba Balaknath, also former Chief Minister Vasundhara Raje, who was in Delhi recently. She is being seen as a front runner as well. Baba Balaknath, as I said. Also, Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, Union Minister, who brings a certain amount of experience and ministerial experience to the table. He is also being seen as a Chief Minister probable. In Madhya Pradesh, the BJP, of course, is looking at fresh faces, and at the same time, Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan, whose Ladli Behna Yojana is credited for the victory as well. Now, as far as Chhattisgarh is concerned, well, in Chhattisgarh, the BJP is torn between the OBC face and projecting a tribal face as a chief minister. Of course, the Raman Singh factor cannot be ignored as far as Chhattisgarh is concerned. We'll have our experts and our senior reporters joining us on the broadcast as well. But first, let's listen in to what Anurag Thakur had to say as far as the Rajasthan chief minister choice is concerned.
हम सोमवार को अशोक गहलोत जी की जो इच्छा है उसको भी पूरा करेंगे, क्योंकि 5 साल उनकी सरकार में तो केवल भ्रष्टाचार, भाई भतीजावाद और आपसी मतभेद ही देखे गए। अब उनको थोड़ी देर शांति से बैठना चाहिए। हमारी पार्टी में ऊपर से आदेश नहीं होते। हमारी भारतीय जनता पार्टी में आंतरिक लोकतंत्र बहुत मजबूत है। सबसे विचार विमर्श करके विधायक दल की बैठक करके उसके बाद नेता चुना जाता है।
And well, in Rajasthan, the state president CP Joshi gave no clarity as such as far as the chief minister is concerned. But he said that the Gehlot government also took 16 days to form the government. On what basis are they questioning the BJP? Listen in.
अशोक गहलोत जी शायद वो दिन भूल गए 2018 का, जब सरकार गवर्नमेंट के फॉर्मेशन होने में, सरकार बनने में 16 दिन लगे थे। अभी हमारे पर्यवेक्षकों की नियुक्ति हो गई, शीघ्र ही विधायक दल की बैठक होगी और उसके बाद आगामी प्रक्रिया तय होगी।
And our senior colleagues Harsha and Umar joining us. Harsha from Rajasthan and Umar from Telangana. Going across to you first, Harsha ma'am. You know, the central observers have been appointed, but the suspense continues. You know, you've been covered Rajasthan for such a long time, for decades. Which way do you see the tide, you know, going, in the sense that, of course, in Delhi, Vasundhara Raje held a meeting as well, and marathon meetings of the High Command as well. What to expect?
Well, I think what they are going to be doing is definitely keeping an eye on 2024. So whoever will become the chief minister will probably be someone who they are confident will get them all 25 seats. So remember, last 2 elections, they've done 25 out of 25, hat trick. And they're hoping for a hat trick this time. Now, Rajasthan is a state with a lot of complicated caste combinations. So, you know, you have to factor those in. You also need perhaps some amount of experience with governance, because you will have a lot of senior MLAs there. And if you're not making Vasundhara Raje, then somewhere you will have to have, you know, her blessing, so to speak. Because remember, if you look at this election, they had to accommodate her. So you have to factor in the Vasundhara factor. I think that's also going to be important. Very difficult to second guess who will be becoming. We all know the names which are, you know, doing the rounds. All the names that you took, plus the fact that there are senior ministers, Arjun Ram Meghwal. There's even talk that someone like Ashwini Vaishnav could have been parachuted in, given his exemplary governance record. So there are many, many names. Even Speaker Om Birla, for example, his name had done the rounds long back. Then there's the BJP president here, CP Joshi. So all these names are definitely there. Who will be the choice? One really cannot, like we were saying, second guess them, but definitely it has to be someone who will give them this hat trick of 25 seats in the Lok Sabha.
Before I come to you, Uma, is you know, the caste factor, as you said, and the sort of balancing act, and sort of looking at perhaps a stable government in Rajasthan for not just the next 5 years but the next 10 years, are these factors more important than, you know, the numbers game? Who has you know, the support of the MLAs? You know, in the case of Rajasthan and in the case of BJP, ultimately it's a high command who sort of factors in various aspects, and the numbers game is in a sense irrelevant here.
Absolutely. I think the numbers game is irrelevant here, and really the BJP High Command knows who is pulling the strings there. But yes, you know, apart from the caste arithmetic, there was also some kind of a conversation in the BJP that we need to move beyond caste. So we need to have class, we need to have representation, we need to have women, So these factors could also be perhaps somewhere as important as the caste arithmetic. Representing class, representing certain, say for example, representation for women or, youth. So these kind of things I think are as important to them as the caste arithmetic.
Ma'am, thanks so much for joining us with that there. We're also looking at what's really happening in all these states that went to polls. And Uma, ma'am, it was an action-packed day in Telangana as well, with the BJP MLAs refusing to sort of take oath today. But does this also, in a sense, give us a sense or sort of symbolizes the challenges for the Congress as far as their government is concerned, because they do not have a minority face as far as the cabinet is concerned, and that seems to be the point that the BJP MLAs were making, that they said that this is just nothing but appeasement of the minorities by appointing Akbaruddin Owaisi as a Protem Speaker.
Yes, indeed. It started off with Raja Singh, in fact, making quite a personal attack on Akbaruddin Owaisi and calling him a descendant of the Razakars, and saying that he is not going to take oath if Akbaruddin Owaisi is made the Protem Speaker. But the BJP party itself turned it differently, and saying that the senior-most member in the assembly should have been called to be made or invited to become the Protem Speaker, and that the Congress had failed to do that. But I did speak to Uttam Kumar Reddy, who said that he would have been the senior-most member in the House, but he happens to be a minister. He has already taken oath as minister, and therefore he cannot be Protem Speaker. We don't expect the previous Speaker to also become the Protem Speaker, and the Chief Minister, the former Chief Minister, either. And anyway, he's in hospital after a hip fall and a hip replacement surgery. So the BJP saw political advantage and also saying that the Congress is playing the minority game and trying to appease the MIM, and that's the reason why they have said that they do not want to take oath when Akbaruddin Owaisi is in the chair. And they also have complained to the speaker, saying that even before a formal speaker is elected, they want Akbaruddin Owaisi changed. I don't think that is going to happen, but the other challenges for the Congress is going to be that even before the parliament elections come up, they will have to be seen doing what they had promised. The Congress guarantees itself, and the first two of them they started off with today, with the free bus ride for women, and also increasing the Rajiv Arogyashree health insurance limit to 10 lakh rupees. So while the free bus ride is going to, it has caused a lot of excitement among the women, college girls, even the elderly women, and they are happy for that, but it's going to cost the exchequer some 2,500 crore rupees. And the rest of the guarantees, Uttam Kumar Reddy told us that they have to implement within 100 days. And in the same breath, he told us that the BRS government has left the coffers empty from a 58,000, 60,000 crore surplus that was there in 2014. It's some 5.7 lakh crore debt that Telangana is in. So those are going to be the bigger challenges, I would think, for the Congress. Yes, they need a face from Hyderabad, and could that face be from the MIM? That seems a little far-fetched at this time, but their numbers are very delicate, as you know, only about 4 above the magic mark, and therefore, yes, they could have some kind of partnerships and understandings as well to strengthen their own base in Hyderabad.
Right, ma'am. Thanks so much for joining us with that. So many challenges ahead for the newly formed Congress government in Telangana. But returning now to the suspense that continues in the Hindi heartland states. Who will be at the helm? Well, we discussed Rajasthan, but the other interesting states are also Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. Well, in Madhya Pradesh, the BJP is mulling over various factors. In Chhattisgarh, it's going to be, a fight between an OBC face and a tribal candidate. Anurag Dwari breaks it down for us as to what next for these two states.
Yes, so suspense has replaced celebrations there in Raipur. The list is really, really long, and the questions are also being raised over the delay in government formation there in Raipur. The party high command has sent 3 central observers, ex-chief minister of Jharkhand Arjun Munda and Dushyant Kumar Gautam, as well as Sarbanand Sonowal. They will conduct a meeting on Sunday at around 12 p.m. there in Raipur, and the front runner is ex-chief minister Raman Singh. But as I said, the list is really, really long. 5 tribal faces, 3 from the OBC community, and I'll just read out the list for you. Renuka Singh, an MP from Sarguja, and she recently resigned as the Minister of State. Vishnudev Sai, 3-time state BJP president, ex-cabinet minister. Rambichar Netam, an MLA from Balrampur, and Gomti Sai and Lata Usendi, a national vice president and former cabinet minister. Arun Sao, the current state BJP president, is also the frontrunner from the OBC community, and O.P. Chaudhary, a former IAS, is also in the fray, and Ajay Chandrakar, a former cabinet minister. But as I said, the opposition is asking about the delay in government formation, but our sources are telling us that the name of the chief minister will be declared on Sunday there in Raipur itself.
All right, so a tale of many chief minister probables, that is what the sense is. And well, joining us now on the broadcast, Sanjay Singh, senior journalist, and Shipra Mathur, senior journalist as well. Thanks very much to both of you for joining us on NDTV. Going across to you first, Shipra Mathur. While we look at certain peculiar challenges that all of these states present, there are certain overarching challenges for the BJP as well. Of course, the caste arithmetic, balancing that out, both in Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh, and also, in a sense, balancing the old guard with fresh faces. Of course, the BJP is wanting to rejuvenate the party cadre with, the entire vote bank with having some fresh faces as well. How do you look at these challenges? What do you think are the key factors that the BJP is looking at as far as these chief minister candidates are concerned?
That's true, Vedant, that this is a time when BJP is also thinking of changing the face of politics. Because in this election, they have deliberately, I think, kept in the forefront the young leaders and young leaderships also. So I think that major focus would be to change the face of leadership in, at least in Rajasthan, I can say. Because one apparent factor I see that if you talk about Rajasthan and all these states, one of the factors definitely remains that the tribal population has played a big role in, if you see in Chhattisgarh, because in Rajasthan, they have the tribal population is approximately 13%, in Madhya Pradesh, approximately 20-21%, and in Chhattisgarh, approximately 35-37%. In Chhattisgarh, which was not indicated to be a winning state for BJP, but it has won for that very factor where tribal played a big role. So definitely change of face would be in the mind of BJP leadership. In Rajasthan, if I may say that, in whole election, one of the critical factors has remained that nobody was speculating, at least the voter and the analysts were not expecting this much of number.
Right.
But what was the game changer in Rajasthan election? That BJP cadre and the RSS cadre has played a big role. So I think that in Rajasthan, it is going to be a very important factor that Sangh will have a major say in Rajasthan.
That's an interesting point, because Shipra Mathur, just sort of 2 days before the counting, or 1 day before the counting, we also saw Vasundhara Raje reaching out to the RSS, meeting RSS leaders there, and of course you have Baba Balaknath as well. So that's an interesting point there. But Sanjay Singh, the BJP took a big gamble that in none of the states it announced a chief minister candidate. That many would call a big gamble, but it worked in the favor of the BJP. So do you think that largely who will be the chief minister is irrelevant, because ultimately it's brand Modi, and ultimately it's a high command sort of managing or micromanaging these states as well? So does it really matter, who the chief minister will be? Because the BJP is also looking at the next 10 years, not just the next 5 years. So the BJP is going to, sort of place its bets very carefully.
Since you say that BJP will be looking for next 5 years or 10 years, it is important as to who chief minister is. Because the state is ultimately has to be managed by the chief minister. The central leadership, I don't think they micromanage. In terms of election, when it comes to election strategy, yes, they have a major say, major say. Even in these assembly elections, they had a major say. And it was part of their strategy. I wouldn't say that as a gamble, but yes, a shift in their strategy, because these elections were where they wanted to go with collective leadership, and that paid off. And therefore, the person who is chief minister, he or she, has to carry the programs and other developmental work done by the center, and also do something in the state to instill more confidence amongst the people. So when they go to polls, which should be announced in 3 months' time from now, there is a renewed confidence among the BJP supporters, sympathizers, and voters there. And the central leadership, Prime Minister Modi in particular, when he goes to campaigning in these states, he can say that in these 3 months we have made this difference.
Right.
This, of course, is a different thing altogether. But yes, therefore it is taking such time. they actually both, there has to be some degree of consensus, even if there are contenders,
Yes.
even if there is going to be some heartburn. Of course, there would be some heartburns.
Right.
But
and speaking of heartburn, Sanjay Singh, veterans cannot also be ignored. And Shipra Mathur, let me take this question to you. In all the three states, whether it's Vasundhara Raje or Raman Singh or Shivraj Singh Chauhan, these veterans and what they bring to the table, that cannot be ignored either, because they will ultimately play an important role when it comes to the 2024 campaign as well. So, if they're not made chief ministers, what role do you see them playing going ahead? And how important do you think this veteran factor is, or this old guard is, when it comes to the chief minister's that decision?
So I think there are two things. That one, when the old guards are to be changed, then they have to be given major responsibility at the center. So that could be one strategy, that they are given more more responsibilities at the central level. At the same, I think very categorically it has been conveyed that change of faces of the chief ministers is imminent.
Right.
And I also bring in want to bring in the factor that at the ground level, the people who have very good command, because they are looking at the Lok Sabha elections apparently, and winning the seat is more than the caste factor. I believe that the young face is more important to win the factor, who people can look up to, beyond the caste equity. So I think that's going to be a very big factor. The person who has command over, who can be in the good books of the youth also, who can target youth also. But
right.
At the same time,
so multiple factors have to be looked at. But Sanjay Singh, I'm afraid I'm running completely out of time. If I had to ask you, what is that one factor that's going to be most crucial? Is it going to be the chap of the high command or the caste factor? What is it?
Somebody who combines all of these.
Okay.
That's a difficult choice, but yes, somebody who can carry the message of the union government, the works done by the union government,
right.
and somebody who has right kind of social support base on the ground, who can maximize or forecast that Prime Minister Modi said. Youth, Yuva, Kisan, Mahila, and what was fourth? The forecast that he talked about.
Right, absolutely. So it is indeed a tough choice, and the task has been cut out for the High Command. Marathon meetings underway. Thanks very much to the both of you for joining us on NDTV. We'll keep a close watch on this. Of course, the suspense continues. We'll take a short break now, and there's more news on the other side.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Today, generating renewable energy is much cheaper than using fossil fuel-based power. We are really at the beginning stages of this huge energy transition. Over time, all fossil fuels will be replaced by clean energy sources of generation.
Simple question. Are we on track?
There are multiple targets that we have enunciated as a country. Number one, we have a 2070 net zero target. We have a 2047 energy independence target. There's a 2030 target for 500 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity. There is a lot of work going on. I won't say confident, because confidence is a strong word, but I'm very hopeful that we would be able to come very close to achieving that target.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered. where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Meet Sufia Sufi, a world-renowned ultra-runner who traded in her job as an airport ground handling officer for not one, but 5 Guinness World Records. With the world as a track, she has become the epitome of human endurance, breaking national and international records with every feat that she undertakes. Sufia has traversed the lengths of Kashmir to Kanyakumari, north to south of Qatar through some of the most grueling terrain in the world. And now she plans to go around the world on her foot.
Welcome back. The BSP has suspended Member of Parliament Danish Ali for anti-party activities, as a statement from the party says. Well, the statement says that you were warned many times, but your actions or statements were against the policy and the ideology of the BSP. Now, Danish Ali had recently been in the news after Ramesh Veduri had made several remarks, including and used religious slurs against him on the floor of the House in Parliament. Danish Ali had rallied the opposition around that and also backed Mahua Moitra. What really has upset the BSP and what are these anti-party activities? There's been no clarity on that. But Danish Ali has spoken to the media and he says that he's ready to pay the price for calling out injustice. Listen it.
बहुजन समाज पार्टी को मजबूत करने का भरसक प्रयास किया और कभी भी किसी प्रकार का पार्टी विरोधी काम नहीं किया है। इस बात की गवाह मेरे अमरोहा की जनता है। लोकसभा के अंदर मैंने इस देश के शोषित, वंचित, पीड़ित समाज की, किसान की, गरीब की, मजलूम की, पिछड़े वर्ग की, शेड्यूल कास्ट की, दलित की, अक़लियत की, बेजुबानों की जुबान बनने का काम किया। अगर ये सब पार्टी विरोधी है तो मुझे पता नहीं।
So, well, this will have huge ramifications as far as the dynamics between opposition parties is concerned. Well, that's all that we have on this bulletin from all of us here. Goodbye.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
हम बहुत ज़्यादा केपेबल हैं और बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रेंथ है, जितना हम सोचते हैं उससे कहीं ज़्यादा। हमारी एक ह्यूमन बॉडी है जिसे कह सकते हैं एक मिरेकल है। आप जैसे उसे चलाएंगे वैसे चलेगी। सबसे पहला जो स्टेप होता है इंसान का वो होता है माइंड से ट्रेन करना अपने आप को। पॉजिटिव माइंड से ट्रेन करके आप मेंटली अगर फिट हैं और मेंटली तैयार हैं किसी भी चीज़ के लिए, तो मुझे लगता है कि 90% आप सक्सेस पा सकते हैं उसमें। तो सबसे पहले मेंटली रेडी होना ज़रूरी है किसी भी चीज़ के लिए।
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
today, generating renewable energy is much cheaper than using fossil fuel-based power. We are really at the beginning stages of this huge energy transition. Over time, all fossil fuels will be replaced by clean energy sources of generation.
Simple question. Are we on track?
There are multiple targets that we have enunciated as a country. Number one, we have a 2070 net zero target. We have a 2047 energy independence target. There's a 2030 target for 500 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity. There is a lot of work going on. I won't say confident because confidence is a strong word, but I'm very hopeful that we would be able to come very close to achieving that target.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Meet Sufia Sufi, a world-renowned ultra-runner who traded in her job as an airport ground handling officer for not one, but 5 Guinness World Records. With the world as a track, she has become the epitome of human endurance, breaking national and international records with every feat that she undertakes. Sufia has traversed the lengths of Kashmir to Kanyakumari, north to south of Qatar through some of the most grueling terrain in the world. And now she plans to go around the world on her foot.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question.
Meet Sufia Sufi, a world-renowned ultra-runner who traded in her job as an airport ground handling officer for not one, but 5 Guinness World Records. With the world as a track, she has become the epitome of human endurance, breaking national and international records with every feat that she undertakes. Sufia has traversed the lengths of Kashmir to Kanyakumari, north to south of Qatar through some of the most grueling terrain in the world. And now she plans to go around the world on her foot. So thanks a ton, Sufia, for coming to this show and telling us about your amazing journey, literally a journey in which you are running for thousands of kilometers over the last few years. But before all of that, I want to go back to the beginning where it all began. So you come from this Ajmer, a girl from Ajmer, a conservative family, the first girl to have, मतलब घर छोड़ के कहीं और काम करने के लिए जो जा रही हैं, आप पहली जनरेशन अपनी फैमिली की. और आपने सिविल एविएशन ज्वाइन किया, इंदिरा गांधी एयरपोर्ट में आपने शुरू किया और 10 साल आप रोज एयरपोर्ट जाते थे और पैसेंजर्स को दुनिया घूमते हुए देखते थे. तो क्या हुआ फिर एक दिन आपने फैसला किया कि अब मैंने भी घूमना है और मैंने भाग के घूमना है? हाउ डिड इट स्टार्ट?
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल थैंक यू सो मच फॉर गिविंग मी दिस अपॉर्चुनिटी। मेरी जर्नी अभी इस वक्त मैं अपनी जर्नी के बारे में सोचती हूँ और पीछे मुड़ के देखती हूँ तो ऐसा लगता है कि कुछ भी डिसाइडेड नहीं था। इट वॉज लाइक रोलर कोस्टर। होता है ना कि जब आप छोटे होते हैं, आप स्कूल में होते हैं, कॉलेज में जाके आपका एक माइंड क्लियर हो जाता है कि आपको जाके करना क्या है आगे जाके। हर इंसान का एक इंटरेस्ट अलग होता है। मेरी लाइफ में ऐसा कभी नहीं हुआ। हमेशा गोल्स चेंज होते रहे, इंटरेस्ट चेंज होता रहा। मैं घर से बाहर निकल के काम करना चाहती थी आफ्टर कंप्लीटिंग माय ग्रेजुएशन। और मेरी फैमिली में, मेरे पूरे ख़ानदान में मैं अकेली थी जिसने बाहर जाके ये सब किया। फैमिली ने लेकिन सपोर्ट किया हमेशा। एविएशन ज्वाइन किया और बड़े ही कहते ना कि बाहर से जो चीज़ें आपको चमकती धमकती नज़र आती हैं उनका उतना ही डार्क साइड होता है। एविएशन का भी अपना एक डार्क साइड है कि आपको मेकअप लगे हुए चेहरे, हंसते हुए चेहरे दिखेंगे, बट वो उसके पीछे क्या लाइफ चल रही है, आप कौन सी लाइफ जी रहे हैं, वो आप ही जानते हैं। काम करते करते ऐसा लगा कि ये वो लाइफ नहीं थी जो मैं अपने लिए चाहती थी। और सिर्फ जॉब करके घर तक जाना, वापस जॉब पे आना और नाइट शिफ्ट में पूरा काम करना, बिकॉज बहुत ही डिफरेंस है। आप नाइट में काम कर रहे हैं, दिन में सो रहे हैं, उसका हेल्थ पे भी बड़ा डिफरेंट बहुत ही ख़राब असर पड़ता है। तो मुझे ऐसा लगा कि अगर मैं इस लाइफ से, और वो फ्रस्ट्रेशन होता जा रहा था काम का, एक जो वो रूटीन था उससे, क्योंकि आप बाहर ही नहीं आ पा रहे थे। एंड आई वाज फीलिंग कि अगर मैं उससे बाहर नहीं आ पाऊंगी तो हो सकता है मुझे डिप्रेशन हो जाए, मैं डिप्रेस हो जाऊँ, मैं डिप्रेशन में चली जाऊँ। एक बार फ्लाइट के डिपार्चर के बाद मैं ऑफिस में आके बैठी और यही सोचने लग गई कि इंसान की क्या लाइफ यही होती है और क्या यही मकसद है। आपने अपने लिए काम किया, कमाया और बस यही एक लाइफ है। एक फिर ऐसा लगता है कि आप एक रोबोटिक लाइफ जी रहे हैं।
वही दिन दोबारा 10 साल से आप वही कर रहे हैं।
हाँ, वही कर रहे हैं। 10 सालों से पहले ही वो जब मैंने स्टार्टिंग में 1-2 साल स्पेंड किया तो मुझे ऐसा लग रहा था कि मुझे ये जॉब छोड़ देनी चाहिए। उस वक्त दिमाग में कुछ और करने का था ही नहीं। मुझे लगा कि वापस घर पे जाके क्या करूंगी, अभी तो करना ही पड़ेगा जॉब, अब ये कर लिया है। फैमिली ने इतना पैसा स्पेंड किया, क्योंकि आई वाज 16 व्हेन आई लॉस्ट माय फादर। मेरी मम्मा ने हमें पढ़ाया लिखाया, इस काबिल बनाया, हमारी सारी ज़िद्दें पूरी की। तो मैं उनको डिसअपॉइंट नहीं करना चाहती थी कि मैं घर जाके बैठ जाऊँ और ये कहूँ कि मुझे काम नहीं करना। तो एक कंपल्शन था कि बस ठीक है, अब कुछ और करने के लिए नहीं तो एयरपोर्ट पे ही काम कर लेते। बट आई वाज नॉट हैप्पी एट ऑल। कहीं ना कहीं वो फ्रस्ट्रेशन अंदर पलता जा रहा था और मुझे ऐसा लगा कि आई शुड कम आउट फ्रॉम दिस डेली रूटीन। ये जो डेली रूटीन है उससे बाहर आने के लिए एटलीस्ट मुझे कुछ करना चाहिए, एटलीस्ट फॉर माई हेल्थ। एंड देन रनिंग का ख्याल आया। रनिंग का ख्याल इसलिए, वैसे मेरा कोई स्पोर्ट्स बैकग्राउंड नहीं था एंड मुझे याद नहीं है मैंने कभी 100 मीटर भी दौड़ी होंगी। 2017 की बात है ये। एंड फिर मुझे लगा कि रनिंग करके देखते हैं पार्क में, क्योंकि रनिंग ऐसा स्पोर्ट है, आपको कहीं पर्टिकुलर प्लेस पे नहीं जाना, उसके लिए कुछ ऐसा तामझाम नहीं करना है। तो जहाँ अपार्टमेंट में रहती थी वहीं के पास के पार्क में सेम डे ही फ्लाइट के डिपार्चर के बाद में जब हमारी शिफ्ट खत्म होती थी, मॉर्निंग में हम घर पहुंचते थे। 3 किलोमीटर पार्क में रन किया और वो 3 किलोमीटर कैसे हो गया पता ही नहीं लगा। बस सोचती रही, रन करती रही और आई वाज फीलिंग कि कंधों पे जो बोझ था वो कुछ कम हो गया है। दिमाग पे जो एक बोझ था वो कम हो गया है। अच्छा लग रहा था, लाइट फील कर रही थी और वही कंटिन्यू रखा। फिर डेली रन करती थी पार्क में और ऐसे ही बस वहीं से पैशन बन गया रनिंग के लिए। तो 3 किलोमीटर देन बिकेम 6 किलोमीटर आपने करना शुरू किया। फिर आपने फैसला किया कि मैं हाफ मैराथन भागना चाहता हूं। जी। बाय द वे, इस छोटी सी कहानी में 2 सिखलाई है। पहली सिखलाई, हजारों किलोमीटर के भी जो रनर हैं वो शुरुआत में 2-3 किलोमीटर से ही शुरू करते हैं, व्हिच आई थिंक इज अ वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट लेसन दैट द ऑडियंस शुड नो। एक्चुअली बिल्कुल ये सही बात है।
दूसरी सिखलाई ये है जो साइंटिफिकली अभी प्रूव हो रहा है, दिस इज अ लॉट ऑफ एविडेंस फॉर इट साइंटिफिकली, दैट रनिंग एक्चुअली improves your mental health. It releases the necessary enzymes and chemicals in your body to actually improve. तो जो बोलते हैं कि भागने के बाद हल्का लगता है, जी वो साइंटिफिकली प्रूवन है। It is not वहम। So then you decide to run the Delhi half marathon.
जी। फिर मैराथन में पार्टिसिपेट करने का दिलचस्पी ऐसी हुई कि मैराथन से पार्टिसिपेट करते हैं। मेरा फर्स्ट मैराथन 2017 में ही था। आई रेन 21 किलोमीटर्स, हाफ मैराथन किया था, दिल्ली मैराथन, एंड आई टुक 2 hours दैट टाइम।
तो उसके लिए आपने प्रैक्टिस किया? कई
प्रैक्टिस में करती थी, रोज करती थी और ड्यूरिंग वो जब जर्नी शुरू की थी मैंने, तो मुझे एक छोटी सी इंजरी हुई थी। उसको इंजरी को से बाहर आने के लिए, क्योंकि जब कोई चीज़ स्टार्ट कर देते हैं तो आपको पैशन ज़रूर होता है लेकिन एक्सपीरियंस नहीं होता है। एक्सपीरियंस धीरे धीरे आता है। फिर एक कोच भी रखे मैंने, कोचिंग किया और कोच के अंडर ही ट्रेन किया अपने आप को। स्ट्रेंथ वर्कआउट, कोर वर्कआउट, स्पीड कैसे बढ़ानी है वो सब किया। और ऐसे ऐसे करके इंटरेस्ट आता गया। फिर सीधा हाफ मैराथन से मैंने अल्ट्रा मैराथन।
हाफ मैराथन आपने 2017 में भागा।
17 में किया।
2 hours for those of you who don't know, I mean who haven't run 2 hours half marathon is pretty impressive timing.
जी, 2 hours.
Very very impressive timing. It's not something that that many people can do.
जी.
And especially a person who has never run in their life before, who began running literally about 6-7 months ago. So you did the half marathon in 2 hours. फिर फैसला किया अभी फुल मैराथन भागना।
फिर उसके बाद फुल मैराथन नहीं किया मैंने, सीधा 52 किलोमीटर रन किया। एक अल्ट्रा मैराथन थी दिल्ली में, वो की। और बस एक बिलीव था अंदर कि मैं कर पाऊंगी। इसी बिलीव के साथ में वो माइलेज बढ़ते गए और जर्नी बढ़ती गई। तो 52 किलोमीटर्स मैंने सेम ईयर किया 2017 में। और फिर उसके बाद अल्ट्रा मैराथन्स में इंटरेस्ट आने लग गया। मुझे लगा कि आई शुड कम इन अल्ट्रा मैराथन्स और उसी को कंटिन्यू करना चाहिए।
So then what was your first long run जिसको हम मतलब ये मान सकते हैं कि थोड़ा 30, 35, 40, 50 किलोमीटर से बढ़कर अभी 300, 400, 700 किलोमीटर?
जी जी। अल्ट्रा मैराथन करते करते दिमाग में मेरी काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें चल रही थी कि एक तो होता है कि ह्यूमन लिमिट की जब हम बात करते हैं और जब अपने आप को चैलेंजेस देने शुरू करते हैं तो पता लगता है कि वाकई में कोई लिमिट नहीं होती है। हम बहुत ज़्यादा केपेबल हैं और बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रेंथ है, जितना हम सोचते हैं उससे कहीं ज़्यादा। हमारी एक ह्यूमन बॉडी है जिसे कह सकते हैं एक मिरेकल है, आप जैसे उसे चलाएंगे वैसे चलेगी। तो मैं चैलेंज लेती गई और मुझे ये लग रहा था कि इस चीज़ के साथ मुझे एक्सपेरिमेंट करना चाहिए कि ह्यूमन बॉडी कितना दूरी तक जा सकती है। बेसिकली मैं डिस्टेंस रनिंग में ज़्यादा इंटरेस्टेड थी कि लंबा दौड़ना है।
टेल मी अबाउट योर फर्स्ट K2K, जो सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज उस वक्त आपके लिए बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज था, क्योंकि ना आपने इतना बड़ा रन पहले कभी किया है, ना आपको अंदाजा है कि ऐसे रन के लिए इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर क्या चाहिए, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन क्या चाहिए। और इस वक्त आप नौकरी कर रही हैं कि नौकरी में आपको बता दिया आपके बॉस ने कि या तो भागो या भागो?
एक्चुअली इन 2018 आई डिड गोल्डन ट्रायंगल रन, दिल्ली, जयपुर, आगरा का ये जो 700 किलोमीटर का रूट था वो हमारे लिए एक ट्रायल था। हम चाह रहे थे कि इस पर रन करके देखते हैं, एक एक्सपेरिमेंट करके देखते हैं और जो हम चीज़ें जो हमारे दिमाग में चल रही हैं एक्चुअली उसको कंप्लीट करके देखते हैं क्या रहता है। 2018 में मैंने ये 16 डेज में ये 700 किलोमीटर्स कवर किए। उस छोटी सी जर्नी में भी काफ़ी कुछ सीखने के लिए मिला। पैशन बहुत था, अगेन एक्सपीरियंस ज़ीरो था क्योंकि एथलीट वाला बैकग्राउंड नहीं था, तो नॉलेज नहीं थी इंजरीज के बारे में, नॉलेज नहीं थी स्ट्रेंथनिंग के बारे, न्यूट्रिशन के बारे में, बॉडी को स्ट्रेंथनिंग कैसे देनी है, क्या क्या चीज़ें होनी चाहिए। बट कहते ना पागलपन जिस चीज़ का होता है तो आप कूद पड़ते हैं मैदान के अंदर, तो वही मेरे साथ था। मैं कूद पड़ी मैदान में, 700 किलोमीटर कंप्लीट कर लिए। उस दौरान इंजरी भी आई, नी लॉक हो गया था मेरा, नहीं पता था कैसे रिकवर करना है। कोच ने हेल्प किया समहाउ। उसके बाद फिर जॉब भी चल रही थी साथ में, तो समहाउ आई वाज मैनेजिंग बोथ द थिंग्स। फिर जब K2K की बात आई, कश्मीर से कन्याकुमारी की बात आई, मुझे मेरे जो पार्टनर है विकास जी, उन्होंने ये साइकिलिंग से पूरा रूट किया था 10 डेज के अंदर, गिनीज वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड बनाया। तो उन्होंने मुझे सजेस्ट किया था कि इस रूट पे रन करना है ज़रूर। अगर लॉन्ग रनिंग एक्सपीडिशन में अगर आप उतर गए हो तो ये अच्छा रूट है करने के लिए। एंड मैं बहुत सुनते ही एकदम गुज़बम्स आ गए कि K2K, कश्मीर टू कन्याकुमारी रन करना ही एक ड्रीम की तरह था उस वक्त। लेकिन फिर अगेन चैलेंजेस कि मैंने बॉस के पास गई, उनको मैंने अपना प्रपोजल दिया कि किसी तरह मुझे छुट्टियां मिल जाएं, इसके लिए मुझे कंपनी थोड़ा सा सपोर्ट करे। बट वो एकदम से बॉस आए और ऑप्शंस दो रख दिए कि ये या तो जॉब है या रनिंग है, दोनों में से एक ही काम कर सकते हैं। मैंने 1 मिनट भी नहीं लगाया और रेजिग्नेशन लेटर तुरंत दे दिया। नहीं पता था कैसे सरवाइव करना है आगे, क्योंकि दिल्ली में हम रेंट का रूम लेके रह रहे थे। ऐसा कोई फाइनेंशियली बैकग्राउंड मेरा स्ट्रांग नहीं है कि पूरा बैकअप है पीछे, नौकरी छोड़ भी दिया तो चलो सपोर्ट रहेगा। बस दिमाग में बस यही था, पागलपन था, पैशन था कि K2K करना है, K2K करना है। हम एक मैसेज लेके चल रहे हैं, काफ़ी सारी चीज़ें करनी है हमने। तो जॉब छोड़ने के बाद में सारे चैलेंजेस वहीं से शुरू हुए। हम रिसोर्सेज जोड़ने में लग गए, विकास जी और मैं। हम 2 ही टीम थे, हमारे पास कोई बड़ी टीम नहीं थी, रिसोर्सेज नहीं थे, बट कोशिश कर रहे थे कि किसी तरह हमारा ये जो K2K का रन है कश्मीर से कन्याकुमारी का, जिसका हमने पूरा जो बजट बनाया था 10 लाख रुपीस तक का बनाया था, और हम कोशिश भी कर रहे थे, स्ट्रगल कर रहे थे लोगों के पास जाके, जो ऑर्गेनाइजर्स हैं, जो कंपनीज हैं, बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली कहीं से कुछ बड़ी हेल्प नहीं मिल पाई, बड़ा सपोर्ट नहीं मिल पाया। देन वी स्टार्टेड क्राउड फंडिंग, एक प्लेटफॉर्म से, कैटो प्लेटफॉर्म है, वहाँ से हमने क्राउड फंडिंग शुरू किया, बट क्राउड फंडिंग से भी इतना नहीं हो पाया क्योंकि 10 लाख का बजट बहुत बड़ा होता है। हम लोग बहुत भटके उस वक्त, उस दौरान हमारा जो पीएफ फंड था, हमने हमारी जितनी भी सेविंग्स थी, मेरा जो गोल था, अभी मैं ये बात कह रही हूँ तो शायद फैमिली को पता लग जाएगा।
तो पता है टीम में, अच्छी बात।
हमें ये लग रहा था कि श्रीनगर में हम डल लेक पहुंचेंगे और हम 2 ही लोग होंगे, ये जर्नी स्टार्ट करेंगे और ऐसे ही चलती रहेगी। बट जैसे ही वहाँ पहुंचे तो वहाँ की रनिंग कम्युनिटी के लोग, वहाँ की जो पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट था, वहाँ के जो ऑल इंडिया रेडियो के एक थे सर जो रनिंग में थे खुद, उनको ये पता लगा, उन्होंने वहाँ पे रेडियो में इंटरव्यू करवाया, वहाँ सब लोगों को पता लगा। और जिस वक्त स्टार्ट लाइन पे मैं खड़ी थी, इतने लोगों को देख के आई वाज सो सरप्राइज कि इतने लोग भी आ जाएंगे। उसमें लोकल्स भी थे, उसमें पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट था, उसमें ऑल इंडिया रेडियो से जो लोग थे वो भी आए थे। आई वाज फीलिंग सो हैप्पी कि वो सब लोग ज्वाइन करने के और इतना अप्रिशिएट कर रहे थे। बस वहीं से वो जर्नी शुरू हुई, एक पॉजिटिविटी के साथ में।
एंड आप मेरे को ये भी बता रहे थे कि जितना आपको रास्ते में सपोर्ट मिलता गया,
जी,
और यू नो एज वी कीप सेइंग दैट इफ यू रियली वांट समथिंग, यू डिजायर समथिंग,
किसी चीज को आप शिद्दत से चाहें तो पूरी कायनात मिलाने में लग जाती है।
और रास्ते में आपको मिलते गए
जी जी,
जो आपकी मदद करे या who are, you know,
जी जी,
supporting your stay, supporting your,
जी ऐसे ही हो पाया क्योंकि लोगों को पता लग रहा था, क्योंकि जितने भी लोकल न्यूज़ चैनल्स थे, लोकल न्यूज़पेपर्स थे, वो कवर कर रहे थे जर्नी, रास्ते में मिल रहे थे, तो लोगों को पता लगता जा रहा था कि वो अभी यहाँ पहुँच रही हैं। और ऐसा माहौल बन गया था कि अभी जैसे नेक्स्ट सिटी कोई आने वाली है तो वहाँ लोगों को पता लगा, उनको ये लगा कि ये लड़की हमारे शहर से दौड़ रही है तो इसे कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं होनी चाहिए, तो वो सारा कुछ अरेंज करके रखते थे। और यही सिलसिला पूरा कन्याकुमारी तक चला। जैसे ही कन्याकुमारी पहुंचे, मेरा पहला वर्ड यही था कि विकास जी अभी नेक्स्ट क्या प्लान कर रहे हैं,
नेक्स्ट क्या रन होने वाला है।
बिल्कुल, आई वाज फीलिंग सो एनर्जेटिक, और ऐसा लग रहा था कि अभी कन्याकुमारी से भी आगे जर्नी होनी चाहिए थी। काश लैंड होता तो अभी और आगे जाते, बिकॉज वो जर्नी मेरे लिए लाइफ हो चुकी थी। आई वॉज लिविंग माई लाइफ इन रनिंग, डेली 50 किलोमीटर करना, एंड हर एक स्टेप पे यू नेवर नो कि क्या देखने के लिए मिले, बिकॉज आप पूरे इंडिया में रन कर रहे हैं जहाँ पे हर कदम पे सारी चीज़ें चेंज हो जाती हैं, टेरेन चेंज हो जाता है, बोली चेंज हो जाती है, खान पान चेंज हो जाता है, वही सब, और वो लाइफ बन चुका था। एंड जब ये फिनिश हुआ तो मैं खुश नहीं महसूस कर रही थी, मुझे ऐसा लग रहा था कि अभी जर्नी और होनी चाहिए थी। मैं अपनी लाइफ को बहुत मिस करूँगी, ये मेरे लिए लाइफ थी। तो ये K2K की जर्नी ने इतना कुछ सिखाया, मैंने लोगों से बहुत कुछ सीखा, और जो मैं सोच रही थी ना कि एक्सप्लोर करना है इंडिया को, एक्सप्लोर तो किया ही किया, बल्कि ये भी महसूस किया कि आप दौड़ते हुए, आप रन करते हुए लोगों से जब मिलते हैं तो उनसे बहुत कुछ सीखते हैं। कहते हैं ना कि हमारी लाइफ में सिर्फ एक ही रोल मॉडल होता है, ये एक ही मोटिवेशन। हम अपने आसपास सिर्फ ऑब्जर्व करने की बात होती है, हर चीज में आप मोटिवेशन और इंस्पिरेशन देख सकते हैं।
तो कश्मीर टू कन्याकुमारी के बाद अगला आपने ट्रिप पकड़ा 6000 किलोमीटर।
जी,
गोल्डन क्वाड्रिलेटरल।
गोल्डन क्वाड्रिलेटरल स्वर्णिम चतुर्भुज जिसे कहते हैं, दिल्ली, कलकत्ता, चेन्नई, मुंबई का एक पूरा एक ये क्वाड्रिलेटरल है, जो कि 6000 किलोमीटर है, 4 मेट्रो सिटीज का। तो उसके बाद ही एक पुणे की लेडी हैं मिशेल काकड़े, उन्होंने ये रिकॉर्ड किया था, रिकॉर्ड बनाया था ये 2015 या 14 में आई थिंक। तो मैं चाहती थी कि मैं इस पे रन करूं और इस रिकॉर्ड को ब्रेक करूं। बस वहीं से फिर जैसे ये एक्सपीडिशन खत्म हुआ, वहीं से तैयारियां शुरू हो गई GQ की। एंड हम चाहते थे कि हम नेक्स्ट ईयर ये अपने बैक टू बैक एक्सपीडिशन रखें, बीच में गैप नहीं देना चाहते थे, हर साल एक नया एक्सपीडिशन। तो हमने 2020 में ये प्लान किया, एंड अभी भी याद है मुझे जनवरी में जब हम ये रन के लिए निकले, और फैब तक पहुँचते पहुँचते, क्योंकि वी वर कवरिंग दिल्ली, पहले कलकत्ता जाना था हमें, दिल्ली कलकत्ता, एंड देन फिर उसके बाद चेन्नई। तो आंध्र प्रदेश से पहले ही सबको याद है, उसको नहीं भूल सकता है कोरोना का जो हमारा पहला टाइम था, और जैसे ही वो डेट अनाउंस हुआ लॉकडाउन का, हम लोग एकदम बिल्कुल समझ ही नहीं आया कि क्या करना है, बिकॉज हम बिल्कुल बीच में थे, आगे पीछे इतना बड़ा कोई सपोर्ट नहीं था, सिर्फ एक गाड़ी थी और विकास जी थे मेरे साथ में, और हम लोग बीच में फंस गए। आंध्रा से पहले जब हम रुके तो हम वेट कर रहे थे कि जो लॉकडाउन है 1-2 दिन का उन्होंने अनाउंस किया था, तो हो जाएगा, बाद में यहाँ फिर नॉर्मल हो जाएगा, कवर अप कर लेंगे। फिर वो बढ़ता गया, हमारे पास कुछ ऑप्शन नहीं बचा, और हम लिटरली बॉर्डर्स के ऊपर हाथ जोड़ जोड़ के क्रॉस करके गए कि हमें जाने दीजिए, हम यहाँ एक्सपीडिशन कर रहे थे, बिकॉज उस वक्त पुलिस भी कुछ नहीं कर पा रही थी, वो भी
किसी को कुछ नहीं पता।
कुछ नहीं पता था और वो जाने भी नहीं दे रहे थे, बॉर्डर क्रॉस नहीं करने दे रहे थे। तो हमने बहुत रिक्वेस्ट करके उनके हाथ जोड़े और उनको बताया कि सर ये ऐसी सिचुएशन है कि हम घर नहीं जा सकते क्योंकि हम एक्सपीडिशन कर रहे हैं, हम डेली रन कर रहे हैं। किसी तरह हमने वो तेलंगाना बॉर्डर क्रॉस किया, उसके बाद महाराष्ट्र बॉर्डर पे पहुंचे तो वहाँ और बुरा हाल था। फिर वहाँ से गांव में से निकल के हम महाराष्ट्र के गांव में पहुंचे जहाँ हमारे एक दोस्त का गांव था। वहाँ पे शेल्टर लिया हमने, 2.5 महीने गांव के खेत में रुके, वहाँ टेंट लगा के तंबू में ही रुके, 2.5 महीने वहीं स्पेंड किया। बस डेली इसी का वेट करते थे कि चलो 1 वीक 2 वीक निकल जाएगा, वो भी कोई बात नहीं, हम कवर कर लेंगे। बट लॉकडाउन बढ़ते बढ़ते फिर वो मेरा होप भी कम होता गया कि अब तो कुछ हो नहीं पाएगा। जो 2200 किलोमीटर्स मैंने कवर किए थे वो सब वैनिश हो गए।
तो उनका नंबर खत्म हो गया।
क्योंकि होता क्या है कि जब आप स्टार्ट कर देते हैं जर्नी तो आपको कंटिन्यू रखनी पड़ती है, यू कांट टेक लॉन्ग ब्रेक।
Which is not fair also, because if you are saying if you are doing it in X number of days, then you can't say कि I'll take vacation for 1 week, then come back.
Actually वही था। तो इसलिए फिर हम उस गांव के अंदर रुके और वहीं पे मैं ट्रेनिंग किया करती थी खेत के अंदर ही, और अच्छे से प्रिपेयर किया अपने आप को। एंड सेम ईयर 2020 दिसंबर में कोऑर्डिनेटर का फाइनली दिसंबर में स्टार्ट किया, दोबारा से शुरू किया 0 से,
रीसेट कर गए
जी। क्योंकि उस वक्त आफ्टर कंप्लीटिंग 2200 किलोमीटर्स ये फिर दिमाग में पागलपन हो गया था कि ये तो अधूरा ही छूट गया, हो नहीं पाया, अभी तो सब पूरा करके ही रहना है। तो दिसंबर में ये स्टार्ट किया एंड देन हम लोग प्लान कर रहे थे 135 डेज, बट वो 110 डेज में ये पूरा रिकॉर्ड बना। 110 दिन में 6000 किलोमीटर कंप्लीट किया मैंने।
Running Manali to Leh is not any ordinary run that you do on a flat. You have to cross, I think, did you cross the Rohtang Pass also?
Yes.
Yeah, so you have to cross the passes, and that means basically going up an altitude, then coming down. And let me tell you, for those of you who have not run long distances, even running down is not easy because it takes a lot of toll on your knees.
It's not an easy, yes,
not
actually.
easy. We do think running down must be easier, but it's not easy. It takes a lot of. So why did you decide Manali to Leh?
मनाली टू ले इसीलिए क्योंकि रोड पे रनिंग करना, एंड मैंने कभी माउंटेन्स पे रन नहीं किया, माउंटेन्स पे कभी रही नहीं, उसका एक्सपीरियंस नहीं था। और जो मनाली टू ले रूट है वो वर्ल्ड के टफेस्ट रूट के अंदर आता है बिकॉज ऑफ हाई अल्टीट्यूड, लो ऑक्सीजन, और इसके हाई 5 पासेस हैं जो आपको क्रॉस करने पड़ते हैं। तो एक्सपीडिशन ऐसा करना था जहाँ पे सर्वाइवल की बात आए। अभी ये सिर्फ ये नहीं कि रोड पे आपने रन किया, रिकॉर्ड बना लिया, ठीक है, वो अच्छे टाइमिंग के साथ ने आपने पूरा कुछ किया। मनाली टू ले रन करना, इवन वॉक करना भी आपके लिए बहुत बड़ा सर्वाइवल की बात है, क्योंकि वहाँ पे लोग गाड़ियों से ही जाती है तो उनकी तबीयत खराब हो जाती है। तो मुझे ये लगा कि अभी इस रूट के ऊपर रन करके देखते हैं कैसा रहता है एक्सपीरियंस। एक एक्सपीडिशन प्लान करते हैं पूरा, इस पे रन करके देखते हैं। और वो मैंने रन किया था 2021 में मनाली टू ले, बट इट टुक मी 156 आवर्स। हम प्लान तो कम ही करके चल रहे थे क्योंकि मेरा एक्सपीरियंस इतना अच्छा नहीं था और ट्रेनिंग भी मैंने इतनी खास नहीं की थी उस वक्त, टू बी वेरी फ्रैंक। एंड इट टुक मी 156 आवर्स और मुझे लगा था कि ये परफॉर्मेंस अच्छी नहीं है, ठीक नहीं है, मुझे दोबारा करना चाहिए। तो दिमाग में ये था, वो बकेट लिस्ट में रखा हुआ था कि मनाली ले अगेन करना है मुझे। एंड देन फिर उसके बाद में अभी रिसेंटली आई डिड मनाली ले, ये रिसेंटली किया है मैंने, एंड इट टुक मी 98 आवर्स।
98 आवर्स,
यस,
वाओ, 98 आवर्स।
एंड इसकी भी एक कहानी है।
400 and how many kilometers approximately?
It's 470, almost 470 kilometers
plus the passes and all.
Plus the passes.
Elevation अलग।
इसकी भी एक स्टोरी है इसके पीछे। ये चैलेंज मैंने किया, जो पहला अटेम्प्ट था, इट टुक मी 113 आवर्स। हम 100 आवर्स का खुद से चैलेंज लेके चले थे, लेकिन वो नहीं हो पाया। अगेन वो मेडिकल इश्यूज कुछ हो गए मुझे, और स्टार्टिंग के 2 दिन नींद नहीं आई, क्योंकि जब आप इतना रन कर रहे हैं डेली 100 किलोमीटर 200 किलोमीटर, तो आपको सो जाना चाहिए। नींद नहीं आई और कुछ मेडिकल इश्यूज हो गए, वो फिर मुझे वॉक करके थोड़ा सा ज़्यादातर वॉक ही करके कंप्लीट करना पड़ा। एंड इट टुक मी 113 आवर्स। वापस आ गए मनाली में जो भी ये हैजार्ड आया था, नेचुरल हैजार्ड, वहाँ पे हम लोग वापस घर नहीं आ पाए। एंड वहाँ पे हमें यूनिवर्सल साइन मिल रहे थे कि यू शुड डू इट अगेन। और हमारी गाड़ियों पे स्टिकर लगे थे बड़े बड़े 100 आवर्स के। तो देख के ना वो ऐसा लग रहा था कि 100 आवर्स में नहीं हो पाया। बन तो गया रिकॉर्ड, वर्ल्ड रिकॉर्ड बन गया, ठीक है, बट 100 आवर्स में नहीं हो पाया। फिर हम विद इन अ वीक निकल पड़े दोबारा मनाली ले।
अगेन सेम रूट, थर्ड टाइम।
एंड It took me 98 hours.
98 hours. So you did it 2 hours below 100.
जी. एंड वो फीलिंग ही बहुत अलग थी. मतलब कुछ भी ऐसा डिसाइडेड नहीं था कि वो करना है, बस हमने हमारे दिमाग में आया और पागलपन में हम लोग निकल पड़े. और मेरे पास सिर्फ इस बार 3 टीम थी. जो पहला एक्सपीडिशन किया था 113 आवर्स जिसमें लगी, उसमें हम लोग 15 लोगों की टीम लेके गए थे, जिसमें कुक भी थे, डॉक्टर्स भी थे, फिजियोथेरेपिस्ट भी थे, सब लोग थे. एंड इस दफ़ा जब हमने 98 आवर्स में किया तो सिर्फ विकास जी, मैं और मेरे दोस्त राहुल थे. हम 3 ही लोग थे और वो 98 आवर्स में पूरा रिकॉर्ड हो गया.
I want to talk about your last run from Siachen to Kargil.
सियाचिन बेस कैंप टू कारगिल वॉर मेमोरियल का जो हमारा एक्सपीडिशन था, वो हम नहीं चाहते थे कि हम कोई रिकॉर्ड के लिए बनाए उसे. जैसे
वहाँ पे तो रिकॉर्ड सिर्फ एक ही जन बना सकते हैं, वो इंडियन आर्मी है.
जी जी.
वही रिकॉर्ड बना सकते हैं.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल.
क्योंकि वो जो वहाँ पे करके आते हैं,
जी जी,
वो मेरे ख्याल से ऑल ऑफ अस कैन ओनली गिव होमेज, वी कैन नॉट डू एनीथिंग मोर देन दैट.
डेफिनेटली. और हम चाहते भी नहीं थे कि हमें इसे रिकॉर्ड, क्योंकि वो सिर्फ एक प्योर फीलिंग्स थी. हमने पूरे इंडिया में रन किया और मेरा आर्मी के साथ बहुत इंटरेक्शन रहा. जब हमने K2 किया, हमारा जो पहला एक्सपीडिशन था, हमें आर्मी का सेल्फलेस सपोर्ट मिला, स्पेशली श्रीनगर में. हमने कभी कहीं वहाँ पे किसी को इन्फॉर्म नहीं किया, प्रायर इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं दिया कि हम रन कर रहे हैं. बट वो लोग यही कोशिश कर रहे थे कि लड़की सेफली यहाँ से निकल जाए. बहुत केयर कर रहे थे. जैसे वो दूर से दिख रहे थे कि कोई लड़की भाग के आ रही है तो वो नींबू पानी लेके आ रहे हैं. वहीं से मुझे ऐसा लगा कि एक होता है ना, इंडियन आर्मी के लिए हर इंसान के दिल में अलग अलग फीलिंग है, वो हर अलग अलग तरीके से जाहिर करते हैं. और ट्रिब्यूट भी अपना हर अलग तरीका होता है हर इंसान का देने का. मैंने तभी से डिसाइड किया कि मैं एक रन तो इंडियन आर्मी के लिए ज़रूर करूँगी, उनको ट्रिब्यूट देने के लिए. हम जितना दें उतना कम है बेसिकली, लेकिन जितना हम कर सकते हैं उतना हमें करना चाहिए. तो मेरी अगर कैपेबिलिटी है कि मैं रन कर सकती हूँ, मैं लॉन्ग डिस्टेंस कर सकती हूँ, तो मैं ये ज़रूर करूँगी कि सियाचिन वॉर मेमोरियल से कारगिल वॉर मेमोरियल का एक रन करूँगी. क्योंकि कारगिल विजय दिवस आ रहा था और हमने एप्लीकेशन भी डाली हुई थी काफ़ी टाइम से. बट वो एंड मोमेंट पे जाके जब कॉल आया हमें, तो मैं खुशी से एकदम उछल पड़ी कि फाइनली अप्रूवल मिल गया है रन करने के लिए. क्योंकि बहुत डेस्परेट थी. और ये जर्नी इट्स नॉट ऑल अबाउट रनिंग, इट्स नॉट ऑल अबाउट रिकॉर्ड. ये सिर्फ प्योर फीलिंग्स थी मेरी इंडियन आर्मी के लिए. जो कारगिल वॉर के अंदर जो लोग शहीद हुए थे, हमारे जवान जो शहीद हुए थे, उनको एक ट्रिब्यूट देने का मुझे लगा कि मैं थोड़ा सा बिट दे सकती हूँ. फिर हमने एक्सपीडिशन किया और ये 25 जुलाई को हमने कंप्लीट किया था.
25 जुलाई?
25
Oh, that's a good day.
जी, उस दिन कंप्लीट किया था. और हम चाह रहे थे कि जो जर्नी है इसमें इमोशंस हैं, इसमें प्यार है, इसमें रेस्पेक्ट है, इसमें सब कुछ है. तो ये जर्नी हम अपने लिए रिकॉर्ड करके रखना चाह रहे थे कि पूरी जो जर्नी है वो शूट हो. तो ऐसा कुछ अपने लिए बड़ा प्लान नहीं किया था कि इसको मूवी बनानी है, डॉक्यूमेंट्री बनानी है. बट मुंबई की जो एक प्रोड्यूसर हैं, जो फिल्म मेकर हैं, रूपा बारुआ, वो लिंक्डइन पे मुझसे कनेक्टेड हैं और वो काफ़ी टाइम से फॉलो कर रही थी. तो जैसे उनको इस एक्सपीडिशन के बारे में पता लगा तो वो काफ़ी इंटरेस्टेड थी कि वो इसको आगे तक लेके जाएं. इस पे एक पूरा जो मूवी बने और उसको वो आगे तक लेके जाएं. तो वहीं से सारे इनिशिएटिव शुरू किया.
एंड आई थिंक आपने जो आज बताया है कि 3 से 6, 6 से 21, 21 से 52, 52 से 700, 700 से 2200, फिर 2200 से 6000, फिर 6000 से गॉड विलिंग 45,000.
जी जी.
It is only a state of mind.
State of mind.
And the best way to attain that state of mind is to begin it.
Begin it.
And once you begin it, the person who is supporting you, जिसके साथ आप बातचीत करते हो, वो बाकी देख लेगा.
जी जी. और जी जी, डेफिनेटली मैं एक चीज़ और शेयर करना चाहती हूँ ये कि हम ट्रेंड हो जाते हैं किसी भी चीज़ के लिए फिजिकली कि अभी हम तैयार हैं, बॉडी बन गई है, अब रेडी हैं. उससे सबसे पहला जो स्टेप होता है इंसान का, वो होता है माइंड से ट्रेन करना अपने आप को. पॉजिटिव माइंड से ट्रेन करके आप मेंटली अगर फिट हैं और मेंटली तैयार हैं किसी भी चीज़ के लिए, तो मुझे लगता है कि 90% आप सक्सेस पा सकते हैं उसमें. तो सबसे पहले मेंटली रेडी होना ज़रूरी है किसी भी चीज़ के लिए. फिजिकली से ज़्यादा मेंटली ज़्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है.
तो जैसे बोलते हैं ना, हमारे पुराणों में भी लिखा हुआ है कि एक इंसान की अकल और उसकी एक्सपीरियंस उसके उम्र से नहीं नापी जाती
जी.
वो उसने क्या यात्रा की है उससे नापी जाती है. तो उस हिसाब से एट अ यंग एज यू हैव डन मोर माइलेज देन मेनी ऑफ अस सिटिंग हियर टुडे. So thank you very much, Sufia, for coming and giving us this inspiration. And I'm sure a lot of us, at least I, will reconsider once again of putting on the running shoes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
हम बहुत ज़्यादा केपेबल हैं और बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रेंथ है, जितना हम सोचते हैं उससे कहीं ज़्यादा। हमारी एक ह्यूमन बॉडी है जिसे कह सकते हैं एक मिरेकल है। आप जैसे उसे चलाएंगे वैसे चलेगी। सबसे पहला जो स्टेप होता है इंसान का वो होता है माइंड से ट्रेन करना अपने आप को। पॉजिटिव माइंड से ट्रेन करके आप मेंटली अगर फिट हैं और मेंटली तैयार हैं किसी भी चीज़ के लिए, तो मुझे लगता है कि 90% आप सक्सेस पा सकते हैं उसमें। तो सबसे पहले मेंटली रेडी होना ज़रूरी है किसी भी चीज़ के लिए।
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Today, generating renewable energy is much cheaper than using fossil fuel-based power. We are really at the beginning stages of this huge energy transition. Over time, all fossil fuels will be replaced by clean energy sources of generation.
Simple question. Are we on track?
There are multiple targets that we have enunciated as a country. Number one, we have a 2070 net zero target. We have a 2047 energy independence target. There's a 2030 target for 500 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity. There is a lot of work going on. I won't say confident because confidence is a strong word, but I'm very hopeful that we would be able to come very close to achieving that target.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Meet Sufia Sufi, a world-renowned ultra-runner who traded in her job as an airport ground handling officer for not 1 but 5 Guinness World Records.
This is NDTV, and you're watching NDTV 24/7.
Hello everyone, you're watching The Big Fight and I'm Maria Shakil. One factor that has emerged from the election results in these 3 states of the Hindi heartland is that caste has not played a predictable role. The straight arithmetic, which is often done, may not yield desired results. But it is also true that caste remains the centerpiece of Indian politics and will be significant, like all elections, also in the run-up to 2024. But caste, in its traditional way, has been reimagined. As stage gets set for Mandal 2.0, we take a look at the aspiration versus representation debate. Remember, in Mandal 1, there was no caste census. This time, it is becoming a unifying issue of the opposition being led by the Congress. BJP's answer to the Mandal movement was its Kamandal mobilization and social engineering, with several leaders within the party, from the OBC in particular, being given a place of pride. Late Kalyan Singh, Uma Bharti, Vinay Katiyar, among others. But in Mandal 2.0, the Prime Minister has brought a new caste system. He says that he believes in only 4 categories: youth, women, farmers, and the poor. So the question is, what will resonate with the voters in 2024? Will it be a caste-based mobilization, or the Prime Minister's appeal to look beyond caste and look at class and gender? That is our debate on the big fight. Aspiration versus representation. What is the winning narrative for 2024? I'm going to begin straight with Professor Chandan Gowda. Your opening comments now.
What's the question, Maria?
What is the winning narrative? Caste versus the 4 caste reimagination that has been done by the Prime Minister, where he says it is women, youth, the poorest of the poor, and also the farmers.
Maria, I don't think it's this or the other, because even the 4 categories of women, youth, poor, and farmers can be better understood if you count caste, because all of them will have caste. It's not as if they're casteless categories. Maria, one very quick thing we may bear in mind, regardless of how this pans out as an election matter, the importance of doing a caste census independently must be understood, I think, outside of political calculations, because we haven't had one for the last 90 years or more, and we don't have a clear sense of who we are as a demographic portrait, and we are simply unable to know the mortality, the fertility, literacy, age, all these essential sorts of data by caste and community. And it's not just caste. Please remember, when we count caste, it's not just caste within the Hindu order. We are counting castes among Muslims as well as among Christians. So it's an overall sense of how the country is put together in a community profile.
Okay, your opening
I think it's important for us to have that.
Okay, your opening comments, Shruti Kapila.
Hi, I think this is a false distinction between aspiration and representation. Caste is a basic fact of Indian life, and it has become politicized and has been since actually more than 100 years. And it is in mobility. The subgroups or the subcastes are what are in mobility, which actually the BJP has been very agile in addressing that. It would be false to say that the BJP is not doing this. After all, the RSS started under the Aras to woo the OBCs in, to not be an upper caste, as it were, Sangathan. And you're seeing that in a way that engineering continues. The problem really is that there is a new imagination that is required, and especially given that the government or the state remains the largest employer in India, so reservations and representation are going to become more and more significant, especially as India grows. So I think this is not... Yeah.
Okay,
so
Neerja Chaudhary, your opening comments as the stage gets ready for 2024?
I think it is, as you say, the 4 categories that the Prime Minister had pitted. I think it is caste versus anything versus Narendra Modi. In 1971 elections, and foreign journalists had asked Indira Gandhi what was the issue in that election. She said, I am the issue. In 1980, when she won with the largest ever majority, she was again asked that question, and she, in quotes, was the issue. And Narendra Modi has been an issue. Narendra Modi will be the central issue in the 2024 elections. Now, coming to caste has been a very important issue, just as community, mandir, religion has been a very important issue in a country like ours, where people are emotional, decide on emotional issues more than other issues. So I think the caste issue was flagged by the opposition, that they wanted a caste census, but it has not been fully spelled out by them. What does it mean to call for a caste census? Does it mean the empowerment of the OBCs? That was not fully spelled out. And the other question is that the Congress has never been associated with the OBC issue in North India. In the South, yes, it's won elections, but not in the North.
Okay, I'm coming back to you, but opening comments from Ashok Bharti now.
No,
and then I bring in the politicians.
Thank you, Maria. That normally what happens that the argument is aspiration and caste. But people tend to forget that caste have their aspirations. They have aspiration of justice, they have aspiration of rights, they have aspirations of representation, they themselves have the aspirations. So therefore, this can't be really, there is not between this and that. In fact, all Dalits, Adivasi and OBCs and even Brahmins, they want their representation and they are aspiring to have the representation. Unfortunately, in Indian politics, the political space has been hegemonized by the Savarnas, and Muslims are very marginal force now. Dalits are represented because they have the representation, constitutional mandated representation. Adivasi constitutional mandated registration. But what about OBC? OBC are far lesser in representation than their population is in India.
Okay, so that is what Rahul Gandhi has been talking about.
Yes, absolutely.
And that's what the opposition is increasingly talking about.
And I believe that the 2024, because the narrative has just begun, so the narrative of the caste will further amplify.
Okay. What is amplifying according to you, Mr. Badodia?
Well, I have heard many panelists and I also tend to agree that this dichotomy between caste and aspirational India, which we are trying to portray, I don't see it as a contradiction. I see that there is a class within the caste, and the aspirational India has overwhelmingly all those people who belong to the subjugated, exploited, marginalized sections, and they are the Dalits and the OBCs and even more particularly the women. The women at large, as Baba Saheb Bhimrao Ambedkar always observed, that the entire women force have been subjected to a lot of subjugation in this country. Now, coming back to this analysis of the elections, see, the elections will be a combination of a large number of variables, as I had stated earlier, and even in this election, unless there is a leadership, as I tend to agree with Nirja Chaudhary, that imaginative leadership who will be able to combine everything.
Leadership in the opposition bloc or the India bloc, yes.
So
Shama.
I agree with Ashokji what he said. One, of course, is there are two different things, the caste and aspirational part. And the other thing is in Telangana, BCs are 54%. And Congress party has won there, so caste has made a difference, the census we were talking about. The other very important point today is Modi ji in his speech said that for his party there are 4 castes, that is women, youth, Kisan and the poor. Now in his time, what has happened to women? We know what happened to women in Manipur. We know what Brij Bhushan Sharan Singh did to women. The Prime Minister did not stand with the women of India. He talks about youth, the highest unemployment rate, 10%, it is during his time. He was supposed to give 2 crore jobs, he did not. He talks about Kisan. What has happened to Kisan? During the 3 black farm laws, more than 700 Kisans died. Did the Pradhan Mantri go and speak to them? Did he say one word? No. He talks about the poor. The gas price is more than 1,000. The petrol price and diesel price is more than 100. During the Congress time, it was subsidized. What does he do for poor? He increases the GST, puts 5% GST on their dal, chawal, curd, yogurt. So there's nothing for the poor, nothing for the youth, nothing for the women, and nothing for the
Okay, Guru
Kisan.
Prakash Paswan,
So
your
how
opening
can he say
comments.
that these are the castes?
Will it be responding to Shama or you'll be setting a different narrative?
No, I think the people of India have responded, Maria, on multiple occasions. And only a couple of days ago, we saw people of Madhya Pradesh. There is a difference of more than 100 seats. So I think the people of Madhya Pradesh obviously don't agree with the Congress party and the leadership. The difference of seats in Rajasthan, the difference of seats in Chhattisgarh. Look at the difference in the terms of vote share. So you have to understand, you have raised a very valid point. And only on 6th of December, 2 days ago, Maria, we were remembering Baba Saheb Ambedkar on his death anniversary, which is also called Mahaparinirvan Divas. And I'm reminded of Ambedkar with respect to this debate. He makes a very prophetic statement. He says on 26th of January 1950, India is going to enter into a life of contradictions. We will have equality in our politics, but we will have gross inequality in our social and economic life. And it continues till date. The fundamental problem is that the Congress party structurally institutionally, organizationally, historically anti-representation, anti-Dalit, anti-OBC, anti-Muslim. Mr. Rahul Gandhi goes to Madhya Pradesh, says caste census. Who is the CM candidate? Mr. Kamal Nath. Historically, Congress party had not shared position of power and responsibility with marginalized section.
Okay, what about Bihar? Mr. K.C. Tyagi, since it is Nitish Kumar's idea of caste census, he is the one who released the caste survey also, and now that has become the talking point of the entire India bloc. Go ahead, your opening comments.
मायरा जी, 1931 में पहली बार जनगणना हुई थी। उस समय फ्यूडल सोसाइटी थी, कॉलोनियल रूल था, लोग अपनी जात छिपाते थे, समाज में ऊंची जात का होना सम्मान का था, पिछड़ी और छोटी जात का होना अपमान का था। हमारे उत्तर प्रदेश में कल्याण सिंह जी जो मुख्यमंत्री रहे वो लोध पिछड़ी जाति के हैं, लेकिन वो लिखते थे कि हम लोध राजपूत हैं। दे वर नॉट फ्रॉम द फॉरवर्ड कास्ट। बिहार बनारस के आसपास की जितनी भी कुर्मी कम्युनिटी है वो लिखती है कुर्मी क्षत्रिय। दे आर नॉट क्षत्रिय, दे आर बैकवर्ड। तो ये फिनोमिना तब से चला आ रहा है। 90 साल के बाद इस तंत्र को तोड़ने का काम हुआ है जब जातिगत जनगणना के आंकड़े सामने आए हैं। अमृत काल का पीरियड है। इन समूहों को जानने का अधिकार है कि इनके सोशो इकोनॉमिक एम्पावरमेंट कितने हुए। मैं एक और चीज कहना चाहता हूं कि समाज के जो लॉज ऑफ डेवलपमेंट है वो कितने काम करते हैं। जब मंडल कमीशन लगा था तो मैं एमपी था उस लोकसभा में, मुझको 100 लोग रोज एक्यूज करने रेब्यूज करने आते थे कि आपने मंडल क्यों लगवाया। आज 30 साल के बाद 32 साल के बाद विभिन्न राज्यों से लोग आते हैं, कहते हैं कि नीतीश जी का एक दिन का कार्यक्रम हमारे यहाँ दिलाइए। पिछड़ा वर्ग के लोग उनका सम्मान करना चाहते हैं। आज कोई लड़का जल के नहीं मरा, आज किसी ने नारे खिलाफ में नहीं लगाए। और
my question is that if it is an issue which is not getting resonance, I think in the context of Bihar, it's the women who as a caste neutral constituency which are discussed even more than say the OBCs. My question then is that what worked in Bihar may not work in other states. So one size fits all is something that the results of which we have seen.
मारिया, जो पॉलिटिकल पार्टी ऐसे सोशो इकोनॉमिक चेंज के प्रोग्राम इंप्लीमेंट करती है उसके पास विल पावर भी होनी चाहिए और उसके पास कैडर भी होना चाहिए। ये कोई नीतीश कुमार ने आज अचानक कर दिया ऐसा नहीं है। इसकी जड़ समाजवादी आंदोलन है, डॉक्टर लोहिया से लेकर के कर्पूरी ठाकुर तक। याद करो, देश की राजनीति में पहला भूचाल आया था 1978 में, जब मुंगेरी लाल कमीशन की रिकमेंडेशंस वहां पर लागू हुई थी। आपके पिताश्री उस समय कम्युनिस्ट पार्टी के बड़े नेता हुआ करते थे और उसमें अति पिछड़ों के लिए 12%, पिछड़ों के लिए 8%। अब बड़ी महिला आरक्षण की बात हो रही है। कर्पूरी ठाकुर देश का पहला नेता था जिसने 3% का आरक्षण महिलाओं के लिए 1978 में किया था।
So is it like an old wine in the new bottle there? Guru Prakash Paswan? These are all old ideas which are being manufactured in a new way in your government. That's what the charge is.
No. If you allow me to respond to Mr. K.C. Tyagi ji, Mr. Nitish Kumar unfortunately has been misled. What he represents today is the face of neo-feudalism. On the floor of the House, Maria, you are demoralizing, insulting the Mahadalit Chief Minister. Are you justified in doing that? This is your words on the floor of the House. तुम deserve नहीं करते थे, हमने एहसान किया तुम्हें CM बना करके. This is the level of discourse. Is this the level of discourse we want? Mr. Nitish Kumar is the face of neo-feudalism.
No, while I would love to discuss Bihar politics, but I'm going to, let's look at the larger India picture, Guru.
No, I'm answering. No, this is the problem. This is the tendency. You look at RJD, Rashtriya Janata Dal, after Lalu Yadav, if it comes to sharing of power, Deputy CM, my son will become. Rajya Sabha, my daughter will go. Leader of House in the Legislative Council, my wife will become. Tej Pratap will become the Health Minister. Is this your idea of social justice? Is this your idea of caste census?
Guru, I'm saying let's look at the India picture, because this narrative or what the Prime Minister says, that there are new castes, 4 new castes of Adivasis, of women, of farmers and youth. If this is what he is speaking, and versus caste census, which is going to be the unifying idea, which will decide the narrative of 2024 is the big question. Chandan Gowda.
Like I said earlier, those 4 new constituencies that the Prime Minister talked about will be meaningless if you don't have caste data, because all of these communities have castes. They're too abstract right now. Farmers don't exist as farmers. All of them have castes. So do women, so do youth, and even tribals can be broken down by religion, right? So we need a caste census regardless of what you want to emphasize in the political.
My question is that farmers are beneficiary class also. Women are beneficiary class as well. So why can't it be seen from that prism rather than being the overarching theme of caste?
The thing, Maria, is if you don't look at, when we do a census of the caste, you'll also get the economic data of all these castes. How have they done on literacy? How have they done on assets, etc., etc. Unless you have a sense of how each caste is made up. Please remember, one of the big contributions of the Bihar caste census is that it showed 25% of the upper caste Muslims are poor, 28% of the Bhumihars are poor, 25% of the Brahmins are poor. So you need to have a sense of how each caste is made up inside. And that's what the aspirational class or whatever you're talking about, you need to tap into. Old style reservation will not work if it doesn't take into account inner class dynamics within each caste, and that you will know only if you do a caste census, which will not just be a caste census, it will be a census of caste along with all other variables that the census usually takes into account. One more thing very quickly, Maria. A lot of money will be saved, a lot of effort will be saved if the caste is included in an extra column in the regular census that will happen sometime soon. Right? Please remember the demand for the caste census came in 2001, 2011, again 2021, COVID, no census, but when we have it, it's just one other column. And what we do with it is another matter, but we need data for sure. Better reservations will follow, better policies will follow. And even the private sector, which we want to do something about it, will also have some solid data to work with. Right now, it's just
Shama Mohammed.
So Guru Prakash talked about CMs. Now we have had now former Chhattisgarh CM, OBC. Former Rajasthan CM, OBC. Present Karnataka CM, OBC. So, we walk the talk, unlike you. You have to tell us how many you have. Then he spoke about Parivarvad. I want to ask him, why is Yedurappa's son the BJP president in Karnataka? They don't have answers to those Parivarvad. They continue. Then he says, wait, let me speak.
Guru, I'm coming to you. Let Shama finish the point. Yes.
Then when Danish Ali was called a terrorist by their BJP MP, why didn't the Prime Minister of India condemn it? I don't get it. Just because he's a Muslim, Muslims have no face in India. You're not supposed, the Prime Minister of India, being the Prime Minister, saw a member of Parliament calling another MP terrorist inside the Parliament, Atankvadi. The Prime Minister of India should have condemned. He doesn't do it. Now I'm going to give you some figures. They have said the Prime Minister Garib Kalyan Yojana has been extended to 80 crore people. We are 140 crore. So that's more than 50% people are poor in this country. We are in the global hunger index 111 out of 126. What does that show? That they're saying there is development happening, but we don't see that on the ground. Now I'm going to give you some Anka dates. One is during UPA's time, the average GDP was 8.2%. Right now it's 5.7. You don't have answers. Unemployment rate during our time was 2.2%. Unemployment rate right now is 10%. Export growth during our time was 69%. Your export growth dipped to -9 in 2019, has gone up to 22%.
Okay.
So please do not tell us where development was happening.
These
are all afwa, rumors, gas, everything, but real development we don't see on the ground.
Guru?
And what is the aspiration then for any youth out there?
Maria, I think this is precisely the problem of the Congress party. The level of grace and humility they have lost. They have seen there is a difference of more than 100 seats in Madhya Pradesh.
We have one in Telangana with where the OBCs are there. Caste census work there.
Maria, if you're in studio, can you shout? Does it give you a right to shout if you're in studio?
No, you come to the studio next time.
Please, one moment. Guru, please go ahead. Go ahead.
This is the level of grace and dignity of a Congress spokesperson, and thank you so much for exposing that. Now, coming to the OBC share, Congress party since 1952 to 2023 has made more than 250 chief ministers, out of which only 40 chief ministers, madam, 210 chief ministers belong to upper caste. That is the reality. when for the first time an Adivasi ki beti reaches the highest constitutional office in the country. What did Mr. Adhir Ranjan Chaudhary, leader of the Congress party in the Lok Sabha, said? Rashtrapati, the level of discourse is this by the Congress party. What did Mr. Udit Raj say? What did your official
Why didn't you allow her inside the temple? Why didn't you allow her inside the temple? If you have so much respect, allow her inside the temple. So what's the point of symbolism? She should have gone to the sanctum sanctorium. You kept her out of the sanctum sanctorium.
You have talked about some statistics. You have talked about some statistics. Let him respond to those. He is responding to the statistics. Please go ahead.
Telling him what
let him respond to the statistics. Please go ahead.
This is not the You gave her uninterrupted time. I was silent when she was speaking.
Please go ahead.
The fact is that they cannot tolerate an Adivasi ki beti reaching the highest constitutional office in the country. व्याकुल हो जाते हैं ये लोग. गरीब का बेटा प्रधानमंत्री बनता है, कैसे बन गया? गांधी परिवार के लोग प्रधानमंत्री बनने का अधिकार रखते हैं. This is the reality of the feudal Congress party. The Congress party must understand and reconcile this. I think for the first time,
asked you questions on the Garib Kalyan and the overall data that she has on the jobs. Can you respond to those, please?
Maria, it was P. Chidambaram. It was P. Chidambaram in 2013. He said 44 crore people are below the poverty line. Now we have the IMF saying that there is less than 1% of poverty, extreme poverty.
Then why are you giving 80 crore people free food? What are you talking about? You can't just quote numbers. We have to see what's at the ground level. You can't say one IMF said, this one said.
There's no shouting and screaming on big fight. That is the important part here. Please go ahead.
They won't allow a Dalit to speak, Maria. This is the reality.
No, please, I'm a Muslim. Okay. I'm a Muslim.
Okay, please, one moment. Please, there's no Dalit Muslim angle here, please. Both of you are representing your respective parties.
That is the reality. ये लोग पचा नहीं सकते इस बात को कि आदिवासी की
first Dalit president.
Okay, I'm going to move away from the politicians. I'll move away from the politicians completely. We are looking at this tutu meme, of course, on expected lines between the BJP and the Congress. But you know, it is going to be when the entire caste survey was released by the BJP, by the Bihar government. At that time, it was seen as a game changer idea. But then we have seen how it was, of course, you know, adopted or appropriated by Congress party. But then there is a response that has come from the BJP. Yes, Prime Minister Modi will be the central figure in these elections. But when he talks about 4 classes or aspirational classes, do you think that will get more resonance than caste as an issue?
Look, first of all, I want to make the point, aspiration, you know, Prime Minister Modi putting his finger on the pulse of an aspirational India is one of the factors that makes for the Modi phenomenon. Of course, there is Hindutva, there's nationalism, there's national pride, there is OBC empowerment, there is a strong leader with no family in tow, who works 24/7, tough leader, and so on. But there is also this factor, one, the subalternization of India, that an OBC like him, a chaiwala, can make it to the top position, which gives new heart to communities across the country, and also, you know, one who puts his finger on the pulse that today we, 65% of India being 35, we are having an aspirational India who are looking ahead.
So if there is that aspirational age group which is looking for a new narrative, here is the new narrative which has come its way.
That he provides with other things. But one other thing I will say, he has the Modi phenomenon or the BJP, what the narrative it's putting out, has a mixture of a lot of things. It is not either caste versus community, which used to be the narrative in the past, Mandal versus Kamandal. Today is Mandal 2 versus a whole host of factors, which includes OBC empowerment, which includes Mandir, which includes Young India, which includes a tough leader. All that, there is a mixture. It's a heady mixture that the BJP is putting out under Modi's
Yes, sir.
leadership.
Please go ahead. Yeah.
No, I think that I have been part of the civil society movement, and civil society has settled the issue of women, youth, farmer, poor, and they consider that these categories are intersectional categories. And if we are talking of the youth, we need to talk about the Dalit youth, Adivasi youth, OBC youth. If we were talking of the women, we need to talk every category of the women. For example, if we want to empower the women, you know, the government has brought the legislation to empower the women through the parliamentary representation. Will it not be will it not be the aspiration of the women to become the member of parliament? any appropriate...
Yes, then why should it be looked at from the prism of caste within women?
I'm coming to that. Because the reason being that I believe this narrative is being advanced because there is a pressure of the representative community, the community that are seeking much justifiable representation in the parliament, in the Vidhan Sabha, in the jobs, in the market, in the economy.
So after emerging as a constituency, women are saying, give us representation. That exactly is the point. If there are these multiple caste constituencies, they are saying, let it be about aspiration now. Because in India, now the conversation is around aspirational districts rather than about certain pockets which are...
Aspirational district is a program. Is not the aspiration of the people. It's a government plan.
You
it's
are,
a Niti Aayog plan.
Guru, respond to this.
And just
aspirational
one question
district doesn't
just
mean
one question to,
that you are actually representing the aspiration. Yes.
One question to the Guru Prakash Paswan. Guru Prakash Paswan, you have a number of chief ministers. Tell me how many of them are the Dalits?
No, I will give you the data, sir. I will give you the data.
No, give me that how many currently?
Yes, he is speaking. He is speaking. Yes.
He doesn't have it.
Yes.
He hasn't
no, I think for a party,
Please, let's not have these jibes unnecessarily. Go ahead.
No, Maria, it's completely normal for the Congress party because obviously they can't see a Dalit speaking. That is number one. Number two, you see out of 250 chief ministers, chief ministers, Congress party has appointed only 40 chief ministers.
He's asked about your party. Don't come to us.
Maria,
I will speak about that. He asked you about the Dalits in yours. Why don't you answer that? You're going whataboutery.
So should I move away from the politicians completely if you overspeak on when he's speaking? That's out-shouting. It doesn't work on big fight, please. Let one person speak. I'm going to come back to you. Yes, go ahead.
मरिया इनको बर्दाश्त नहीं होता है कोई दलित बोलता है तो कोई दलित बोल कैसे सकता है इनके सामने इनको बर्दाश्त नहीं हो सकता है
चलिए गुरु बताइए ना जो सवाल पूछा उसका जवाब दीजिए
हाँ इन्होंने बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर का यही हश्र किया बाबा साहब अम्बेडकर को लोकसभा में नहीं आने दिया 1956 his death happens it took them more than 40 years 40 साल बाद आपने नेहरू जी ने भारत रत्न खुद को दे दिया इंदिरा गांधी ने भारत रत्न खुद को दे दिया लेकिन अम्बेडकर को आप नहीं दे पाए बाबू जगजीवन राम को आप नहीं दे पाए दिस इज द रियलिटी ऑफ द कांग्रेस पार्टी एंड व्हेन इट कम्स टू भारतीय जनता पार्टी बंगारू लक्ष्मण फर्स्ट दलित टू बिकम द नेशनल प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ बीजेपी फर्स्ट दलित टू बिकम अ लोकसभा अध्यक्ष इट वाज जीएमसी बालियोगी फॉर द फर्स्ट टाइम अर्जुन राम मेघवाल इज द सेकंड दलित टू बिकम द यूनियन लॉ मिनिस्टर आफ्टर Baba Saheb Ambedkar. That is the truth. How many Dalit president Congress party are? Zero. The Congress party insulted Sitaram Kesri in the official premises. In the official
what is he talking about? How many Dalit
party insulted Sitaram Kesri. The Congress party Prime Minister Rajiv Gandhi opposed the recommendation of Mandal Commission. The Congress party opposed the first backward classes commission. There can be no other political organization who can be anti-backward, anti-Dalit, anti-women than the Congress party. And the Congress party historically structurally
Guru, you have to respond to the point that has been made about aspirational district may not be really representing aspirations per se. This is more of a program.
No, but Maria, then you look at the tribal seats. The number of constituencies reserved for the tribal communities, more than 2/3 of the tribal seats has been won with the BJP. What does that represent? And also, for your information, the aspirational districts are poor districts. The aspirational district combines of the Dalit, OBC and the tribal population. And if we have more than 50 seats out of 75 seats of the aspirational areas voting for the BJP, it represents a fact that the poor, the Vanchit, Soshit, Pirit are standing...
Okay, Shruti Kapila.
Make a point.
Just one thing, I think having a caste census should be uncontroversial. It is a very basic data, public data. And in fact, many parties have in their private, in their data analytics units, have that material available. After all, there was a caste census done in 2011, which was not made public. So that's just one aspect of it. It's a minor aspect. I don't see why that is the issue of controversy. The change that is taking place is actually how the OBC parties have moved and how Dalits have moved politically. For sure, the BJP has been successful in incorporating Dalits into its voter share, like the schedule. The fight is going to be at the largest, as it were, swing voter of the country, which is the OBCs, which is why this data is controversial, which is why this data is not being made public. Secondly, this is where the Congress faces a real strategic political vision issue, because it is now in direct competition with those OBC parties, which split away from it under VP Singh in the first Mandal movement. So in one yes, correct to focus on caste as the social issue, as the key social issue in India. But I think it lacks imagination to just focus on the census, because the story has moved. And now the competition is precisely that whether it is the JDU, whether it is the SP, these parties are saturated, and they are going, and is the Congress actually going to make a reverse move and start incorporating what it lost out in the 90s to these parties? Okay. So I think that I see the situation politically. I do not see, I think all of this is false.
But the point is that what may have happened, yes.
It's false to actually say that developmentalism is, or aspiration is opposed to caste.
Yes.
Caste is a...
No. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that very much interlinked, but in the battle of narrative, this is the way it is playing out. So here is a party which is saying that, yes, I have OBC representation. Yes, I have ensured that there is a proper representation of Dalits and the Adivasis in the government structure. But going ahead, this is the way India should be talking about. So that's what I want to understand from you, all of you, in the next few minutes we have for wrapping up this discussion. And I'm going to begin with you, Shama. The point here is that after so many years of independence, shouldn't India be looking at reimagining its narrative? And this is what that opportunity is, that cusp or moment where we can look at various old ideas of caste and look at them perhaps in a different way.
So when the Prime Minister of India wanted the OBC card, wants to play, he would say, I am the OBC Chief Minister. Let's not forget it. Now when we ask for a caste census, he does not want to bring it out. He changes the goalpost. That's the Prime Minister of India. Now if you look at Guru Prakash, he has not answered one of my questions, whether it's Garib Kalyan Yojana, whether it's the numbers I've given, nothing. He just keeps repeating the same thing. The Congress did this, and he was talking about Dalits when we're talking about OBCs here. Let's understand that. And if you look at the Dalits, in 97, the first president of India, Narayana, is from, the Congress made him the first Dalit president. Jagjeevan Ram's daughter, the first speaker, Meera Kumar, a woman speaker, who gave it? The Congress party. So let's not get into that. We know what we are, and we have had Dalit presidents unlike you. But you have not spoken a single word on the OBCs. When she's asked you who is your OBC Chief Minister, you don't have any statistics. And what I want to say is the Prime Minister of India says youth, the Prime Minister of India says women, but what has he done for any one of them? He has insulted the farmers of India. He has snubbed the farmers of India.
None of you will be screaming on the show. None of you will be screaming on the show. I'm moving away from the politicians again. No, there's no need to scream. There is no need to scream. Please go ahead, Mr. Surendra Badaria. Please. No, ma'am, I'm sorry, ma'am. Please go ahead. Mr. Badaria.
He won't be allowed to talk because
please go ahead, Mr. Badaria.
When he's been,
please go ahead. You were screaming, ma'am.
No, I'm not screaming because he's not allowing me to talk.
Yes, please.
That doesn't work.
Yes.
You see, the narrative in the coming elections will be that somebody who can combine the aspirations, the caste inequalities, the gender discrimination, at the same time he will be able to address the question of unemployment and other economic issues which are facing the country. Now, in that also, people would like to know what is the strategy, how they are going to come together, and how they... For instance, in 1971, when the elections took place, Mrs. Gandhi said, मैं कहती हूँ गरीबी हटाओ, ये कहते हैं इंदिरा हटाओ. So she caught the imagination that she will be able to abolish the poverty. But what happened to the poverty? The numbers of unemployed, the numbers of those people who are hungry, the numbers of illiteracy has grown. So nevertheless, ultimately it will, that
no,
person...
but my question is, can caste be that unifying force?
So caste alone will not be the unifying force.
Caste alone will not be a unifying force. So Mr. K.C. Tyagi, if caste census is not the unifying force of the India bloc, then what is?
मैंने आपको पहले भी कहा, दोबारा फिर कहना चाहता हूं कि ये 1990 नहीं है. जब मंडल लगा था तो कमंडल लेके चल दिया. आज कोई किसी की हिम्मत है जो नीतीश कुमार ने किया बिहार में उसके खिलाफ बोल दे? कोई पॉलिटिकल पार्टी है? और दूसरा ये, मैं सुदीन भदौरिया से 100% एग्री करता हूं और आपसे भी कहना चाहता हूं, हमने एक मौका इन चुनाव में खो दिया. मेरे कांग्रेस के मित्र बुरा ना माने, सीट भी ना देते, कम से कम कैंपेन के लिए तो बुलाते. मैं हिमाचल प्रदेश के चुनाव में नीतीश कुमार जी से पूछ करके गया था कि क्या मैं वहां कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए समर्थन मांग सकता हूं। उन्होंने भेज दिया, मैं बगैर बुलाया गया था, क्योंकि मैं चाहता हूं कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी हारे। वो मौका, ऐतिहासिक मौका, कांग्रेस पार्टी ने अपने किन्हीं कारणों से गंवाया है। अब हमारी मीटिंग होगी, ये सारे सवाल जो आपने एस्पिरेशंस के उठाए हैं,
if this is what the sentiment is much before the bloc takes shape, then Congress has much to worry.
No, there has been certain issues because we left it to the state leaders, and of course we will now speak on these, whatever they have, whatever they want to speak to us. We are one. We have decided that we are going to fight as one, and there will definitely be, Maria, you have to understand, there are many parties coming together, different parties coming together. There will be lot of teething issues. We have understood those issues, and we are now firmly going to work on it.
Fine.
त्यागी जी, जरूर हम काम करेंगे उसके ऊपर. जो आपकी बात हमने सुना है.
Go ahead, sir.
No, I think as far as 2024 is concerned, that the caste and representation are not antagonistic.
Yes, they are not contradictory.
Yeah, they are not contradictory. So therefore, I believe that the narrative for political party, winning narrative for the political party is primarily will depend on their imagination to present before the people of the country. And I believe both camps are, sharpening their swords and...
No, but if we were to look at women per se, women as a caste-neutral constituency have emerged...
Women is not a caste-neutral.
And they have emerged in multiple states. Ask Mr.
Maria, I'll tell you.
He will talk about it in my state of Bihar. That has happened in multiple states,
Maria,
sir.
I'll tell you, in the feminist movement, there is a strong resistance to the upper caste feminist movement. So there are caste fights in the feminist movement. Therefore the women's are not unifying force. So that the fundamental argument of the OBC and Dalits and Adivasi has been the women are not caste neutral category.
No, but what we have seen is reimagination of politics. That's what I'm saying. If women,
well, how do you know if you do not have data?
I have traveled to several states where you realize that women are talking about the benefits. They're talking about welfareism. So let's look at different elections from different lexicon. This is what I'm suggesting, and this is what I'm asking on the show. If it's aspiration versus representation, on one hand it's talk about aspiration, on the other hand is representation. Let the people of India decide which is the best narrative. But going ahead, Professor Chandan Gowda, my question is, yes, we need to know how many, we need to know the count in each block. But then, India of 2024, how do we discount that there is a need for not sticking to issues or arithmetics that we have been doing in the past? That calculation that is based on such ideas should be done away with.
Yes, thank you, Maria. I think what you said is important. I mean, if you just, Nitish Kumar's immediate response after the census came out in Bihar was to say, well, I'll increase the reservation to 65%.
Yes.
For me, that is not the way to think about it, because the data will allow you to talk about social justice in a more sophisticated manner, not the old-fashioned manner. And that's what I would like to see them do. If you have new data, how do you talk about social justice now in a different fashion, right? Because there are tensions within each community, right? Please remember, even the Dalits in Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh have asked for internal reservation. That must be a clear sign that you can't go along with old categories anymore. Now, having said that, you said what can be the India Front's platform? I think it's too early to say. They have not met yet, but I would imagine the federal autonomy is something that they will all want to protect, and the integrity of all the central government institutions, etc., and the way they interfere with states functioning, etc., will also be key, I would imagine. And definitely linguistic justice and all kinds of other social justice things will emerge in the common minimum program they'll come up with.
The point that you made, that if there are new categories being looked at, Guru Prakash Paswan, as the Prime Minister suggesting, then why should there be opposition to caste census? It will only help to, make these categories function better.
Yes.
No, Maria, I think there has never been an opposition to caste census. Let me make this very clear. The Honorable Union Minister of Home Affairs have on record said that whenever the time comes, the caste census will be committed. But the simple point is this, that you cannot use caste census as a rhetoric. And that is what is being used as of now. Mr. Lalu Yadav, Mr. Stalin, you look at from north to south, all the regional political parties, the family-based enterprises. After all, what is the objective behind caste census? The share in power. Representation must be shared, but that is not happening. It is the Bharatiya Janata Party. I gave you the example of Bangaru Lakshman, who made a Dalit as the first national president of a national political party. And obviously, it was not...
Okay, he is disagreeing. He is disagreeing.
Guru Prakash Paswan, D. Sanjeevaya Reddy was Congress president. And let me tell you, when the Congress I was formed, Babu Jagjivan Rao was the founding president of the Congress at that time, when Mrs. Gandhi formed. So don't, facts, you can't play with the facts.
Yes, okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I think there are placeholders and there are full-timers. D. Sanjeevaya was a placeholder president for you, sir. D. Sanjeevaya to Charanjit Singh Channi. Charanjit Singh Channi was a placeholder chief minister of Punjab.
You cannot say placeholder, then what is the president of India? It's symbolic. Yeah, you're also placeholder. Sorry, you can't just, it's your issue, then it's not a placeholder. What is Yadurappa's son? It's not dynastic politics in Karnataka. Why was he given? There are many others who could have become the president. Why was not it given to somebody else from the backward class or anything? Why did you give it back to Yadurappa's son? Why did you give it back to a Lingayat? Why? That's called dynastic politics. I am sorry. You don't have an answer. Prime Minister Modi cannot speak about Parivar. Let me go back to the question that I asked Guru, because, you know, that is where the entire debate is emanating from. If you have caste census, it will ensure that all these 4 categories that the Prime Minister is talking about, there'll be better distribution.
Absolutely.
And better representation.
Absolutely.
Maria, you can have 100 other people against me as well, but the people of India are standing with me and my party. That is the truth and the reality. And as far as caste census is concerned, it cannot be the sole criteria. It cannot be the sole criteria. What is the representation that you have shared? We have different political party representative here. Who is the OBC? The Congress party send any OBC to the television? No. The Congress party send any Dalit to television?
Okay.
Absolutely not.
Okay, Guru, that is not what I'm going to give the final word to 2 women on the panel, but before that, KC Tyagi, go ahead, sir.
कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनली पूना पैक्ट में और सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने जो व्याख्या की है क्लासेस की, वो है सोशली एंड एजुकेशनली बैकवर्ड क्लास. अब ये 4 क्लास जो प्रधानमंत्री ने डिस्क्राइब की हैं, तो ये पिछड़े वर्ग की, दलितों की जो एमर्जिंग पावर है, उससे ध्यान हटाने के लिए, क्या दलित का जो बच्चा है, दलित की जो महिला है, दलित का जो किसान है, उसका स्टेटस सोशली और एजुकेशनली वैसा ही है क्या जैसा अपर कास्ट का है? और 2 क्लासेस हैं. 2 क्लासेस कैसे हैं? हिंदुस्तान के अंदर तो 4 क्लासेस हैं. हमारे यहाँ तो स्वर्ण अलग हैं, स्वर्णों में भी 2 हिस्से हैं, दलित हैं, बैकवर्ड हैं. ये सारी एक्सरसाइज बिहार के जातिगत जनगणना से डर करके डाइवर्जन के लिए की जा रही है. कभी कहते हैं कि मेरी जाति गरीब है, तो गरीब के अंदर जो है, फिर ये जो बाबा साहब का संविधान था जिसमें सोशली एजुकेशनली बैकवर्ड लोगों को आरक्षण मिला है, तो वो क्या गलत था? सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने, राम जेठमलानी हमारे वकील थे, उन्होंने मंडल के तहत सुप्रीम कोर्ट की पूरी बेंच ने कहा कि सोशली और एजुकेशनली जो बैकवर्ड है. अभी तीसरी क्लास कहां से आ गई? इज द प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफ द बीजेपी द मार्क्सिस्ट पार्टी दैट दे आर 2 classes in the country, that there are 2 classes in the world?
Shama, 30 seconds.
One the working class, other the bourgeois.
The Prime Minister of India does things according to his convenience. Our question today, and Rahul ji has clearly said that out of the 90 secretaries, only 2 are OBC. We don't know what is the representation of OBCs unless we know what is the percentage of the OBC in the country. That's when we can find out the representation, isn't it? So I want to know, ask Guru Prakash, why is the Prime Minister of India against a caste census? Tell out the truth. Just like you want symbolism, you have an Adivasi president, but you don't allow her into the sanctum sanctorum of the temple. She should stand outside the glass and watch what is happening inside the temple. You are anti-Adivasi, anti. Okay, anti-women and anti-Kisan. That is what the Bharatiya Janata Party. Neerja Chaudhary, please.
I want to say very simply, sum it up by saying a very senior leader of the BJP had told me just before the Uttar Pradesh elections, when I talked about the Jats leaving the side of the BJP, he said, we are not worried about the Jats, they will come back to us. What we are worried about is retaining the support of the OBCs. And that the OBC factor is going to be a very decisive factor in 2024. There'll be many issues, but this factor will be. And the fight for the OBCs is what we are seeing today. The fact that Congress party has not been able to effectively use this card. They have flagged it, caste census, but they have not been able to make it an issue of OBC empowerment. And I think that's, even though they had 2 CMs out of these 3 who lost, well, not CMs who lost, but the leaders of the Congress party who headed the campaign in Chhattisgarh, Baghel, Kurmi, Gehlot, Amali, both OBCs, and then of course Kamal Nath. Kamal Nath of a state where there's a large section of OBCs, and yet they could not play this card effectively. I think that is where they need to go back to the drawing table. Or the drawing board.
That's what the good side of the...
54%
Yes, so that's what she's...
So we played the card in Telangana and we won.
Okay. Okay, let's see how it actually plays out in the run-up to 2024. Sudhindra Badoria, Ashok Bharti, Shah Mohammad, Nija Chaudhary, Shruti Kapila, Professor Chandan Gowda, K.C. Tyagi and Guru Prakash Paswan. Really appreciate your time. Thank you so much. I'll be back with another episode of The Big Fight. Thanks so much for watching.
Different people believe in different things. In cricket, some hail the king, some believe in God. Some wait for Mr. Right, some believe in swiping right. Some run away from risk, others run after it. For some, kids mean babies. For others, kids mean puppies. Some want a home to settle in the future. Some want to roam the world today. Some make a career in a company. Some make a career out of building companies. But when it comes to money...
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
हम बहुत ज़्यादा केपेबल हैं और बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रेंथ है, जितना हम सोचते हैं उससे कहीं ज़्यादा। हमारी एक ह्यूमन बॉडी है जिसे कह सकते हैं एक मिरेकल है। आप जैसे उसे चलाएंगे वैसे चलेगी। सबसे पहला जो स्टेप होता है इंसान का वो होता है माइंड से ट्रेन करना अपने आप को। पॉजिटिव माइंड से ट्रेन करके आप मेंटली अगर फिट हैं और मेंटली तैयार हैं किसी भी चीज़ के लिए, तो मुझे लगता है कि 90% आप सक्सेस पा सकते हैं उसमें। तो सबसे पहले मेंटली रेडी होना ज़रूरी है किसी भी चीज़ के लिए।
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Today, generating renewable energy is much cheaper than using fossil fuel-based power. We are really at the beginning stages of this huge energy transition. Over time, all fossil fuels will be replaced by clean energy sources of generation.
Simple question, are we on track?
There are multiple targets that we have enunciated as a country. Number one, we have a 2070 net zero target. We have a 2047 energy independence target. There's a 2030 target for 500 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity. There is a lot of work going on. I won't say confident because confidence is a strong word, but I'm very hopeful that we would be able to come very close to achieving that target.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
जनता का प्यार और आशीर्वाद.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Meet Sufia Sufi, a world-renowned ultra-runner who traded in her job as an airport ground handling officer for not one, but 5 Guinness World Records. With the world as a track, she has become the epitome of human endurance, breaking national and international records with every feat that she undertakes. Sufia has traversed the lengths of Kashmir to Kanyakumari, north to south of Qatar through some of the most grueling terrain in the world. And now she plans to go around the world on her foot.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
हम बहुत ज़्यादा केपेबल हैं और बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रेंथ है, जितना हम सोचते हैं उससे कहीं ज़्यादा. हमारी एक ह्यूमन बॉडी है जिसे
Look, first of all, I want to make the point, aspiration. You know, Prime Minister Modi putting his finger on the pulse of an aspirational India is one of the factors that makes for the Modi phenomenon. Of course, there is Hindutva, there's nationalism, there's national pride, there is OBC empowerment, there is a strong leader with no family in tow, who works 24/7, tough leader, and so on. But there is also this factor, one, the subalternization of India, that an OBC like him, a chaiwala, can make it to the top position, which gives new heart to communities across the country, and also, one who puts his finger on the pulse that today we, 65% of India being 35, we are having an aspiration.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Today, generating renewable energy is much cheaper than using fossil fuel-based power. We are really at the beginning stages of this huge energy transition. Over time, all fossil fuels will be replaced by clean energy sources of generation.
Simple question, are we on track?
There are multiple targets that we have enunciated as a country. Number one, we have a 2070 net zero target. We have a 2047 energy independence target. There's a 2030 target for 500 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity. There is a lot of work going on. I won't say confident because confidence is a strong word, but I'm very hopeful that we would be able to come very close to achieving that target.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Meet Sufia Sufi, a world-renowned ultra-runner who traded in her job as an airport ground handling officer for not 1 but 5 Guinness World Records. With the world as a track, she has become the epitome of human endurance, breaking national and international records with every feat that she undertakes. Sufia has traversed the lengths of Kashmir to Kanyakumari, north to south of Qatar through some of the most grueling terrain in the world, and now she plans to go around the world on her foot.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
हम बहुत ज़्यादा केपेबल हैं और बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रेंथ है, जितना हम सोचते हैं उससे कहीं ज़्यादा। हमारी एक ह्यूमन बॉडी है जिसे कह सकते हैं एक मिरेकल है। आप जैसे उसे चलाएंगे वैसे चलेगी। सबसे पहला जो स्टेप होता है इंसान का वो होता है माइंड से ट्रेन करना अपने आप को। पॉजिटिव माइंड से ट्रेन करके आप मेंटली अगर फिट हैं और मेंटली तैयार हैं किसी भी चीज़ के लिए, तो मुझे लगता है कि 90% आप सक्सेस पा सकते हैं उसमें। तो सबसे पहले मेंटली रेडी होना ज़रूरी है किसी भी चीज़ के लिए।
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Today,
hello and welcome. You're watching Left, Right and Centre. I'm Gargi Raut. Stay with us for all the news you need to know. We'll be discussing the huge cash seizure in Jharkhand and Odisha. We have spokespersons from both the BJP and Congress to debate that. But first, a look at the headlines. Danish Ali, who was recently abused in Parliament by Ramesh Biduri, is suspended from the BSP by Mayawati for anti-party activity. He hits back, says he only worked to strengthen the party and never indulged in any anti-party act.
The BJP's all-out attack on the Congress party over massive cash seizure in Jharkhand and Odisha, in which a Congress Rajya Sabha MP is implicated. The BJP holds protests, questions the Congress. The Congress distances itself from the cash haul and from the MP. In Srinagar, a policeman injured after terrorists opened fire at security forces. Mohammad Hafiz Chad has been rushed to a hospital for treatment. A week since the BJP's resounding win in 3 states, but no clarity on who the new chief ministers will be. Minister Anurag Thakur replies to Ashok Gehlot's jibe, says the new Rajasthan chief minister will be known on Monday. And in Telangana, controversy after Akbaruddin Owaisi is appointed the Protem Speaker. BJP MLAs boycott the swearing-in function, meet the governor instead. The Congress says convention was followed. Up first, let's get to the latest from Jammu and Kashmir, where a policeman has been injured after terrorists opened fire at security forces. This took place in Srinagar. The injured cop, Mohammad Hafiz Chad, has been rushed to a hospital for treatment. Let's go across to Nazir now for more. And Nazir, the area has been cordoned off. What is the latest you can share with us?
Well, this incident happened in the Bimina neighborhood of Srinagar this evening when militants, they targeted the policeman at his home in Hamdania colony, Bimina in Srinagar city. Mohammad Hafiz Chad lives there. He actually belongs to Karna area of Kupara district. So clearly on a day when we see security has been beefed up in the run-up to the Supreme Court's pronouncing the judgment on Article 370 on Monday. There's beefed up security, and there have been so many advisories which have been issued by the police. Lots of things are being done on the ground to ensure nothing goes wrong ahead of that historic verdict on Article 370 on Monday. We see this attack in Srinagar city. Perhaps they are trying to send a message that they can actually try to disrupt the peace. But police, we know, has been on high alert, and they have largely contained militancy, but we know there have been several such incidents. Only yesterday, a police inspector who was injured in a militant attack when he was playing cricket on 29th of October, Masroor Ali, he died at All India Institute of Medical Science yesterday. His last rites were conducted by police in Srinagar. He was paid homage. So Masroor Ali, he died yesterday, police inspector. So today, this is a cop who has been critically injured. He has been shifted to hospital, where according to police, his condition is stable. But this is, again, a chilling reminder that despite militancy being on all-time low, what police and the government has been saying, it is on its last leg. We see several such targeted attacks in Srinagar, and we have seen recently there was an attack, encounters in Rajouri, in Anantnag as well. So the targeted attacks, encounters continue despite the fact that number of militants is all-time low in Jammu and Kashmir, and particularly when the security has been beefed up in the run-up to the upcoming verdict by the Supreme Court on 370. This attack in Srinagar is clearly a disturbing thing for the security apparatus in Jammu and Kashmir.
All right, and Nazir, thanks so much for joining us with that. So shooting right there in Srinagar, in which a policeman has been injured. Now, the big focus on the show, the huge controversy over the massive cash seizure in Jharkhand and Odisha. The BJP has upped its ante over the massive cash seizure that has taken place. This is linked to a Congress Rajya Sabha MP. Today, there were protests held in various parts of the country, and several senior ministers also hit out at the Congress. So far, the Congress has distanced itself from this entire incident, saying they have nothing to do with the businesses of their Rajya Sabha MP. At least 290 crore in hard cash has been recovered so far during raids in Odisha, Jharkhand and Bengal on the offices of an Odisha-based distillery. Crores of rupees were also recovered from the Congress MP Dheeraj Kumar Sahu's properties in Jharkhand. He's a member of parliament in the Rajya Sabha. The Congress on the back foot, the BJP mounting its attack. The Prime Minister also put a post on social media on this in which he spoke spoke about how certain leaders, claim to be very honest, but look at these visuals. We'll get voices from both the Congress and the BJP. The Congress has distanced itself, but first let's take a look at this report.
Close to rupees 300 crore in cash recovered in IT raids over 4 days. From locations associated with Congress Rajya Sabha MP Dheeraj Prasad Sahu. Odisha's IT department acted on the basis of a tax evasion tip-off. Sources say the raids are likely to continue since 6 to 7 rooms are yet to be checked and 9 lockers haven't been opened as yet. Some fresh locations where cash and jewelry may be stashed away have also been identified. Places linked to Buddha Distilleries Private Limited spread across Bhubaneswar and Balangir in Odisha and Ranchi and Lohardaga in Jharkhand. BJP held massive protests across the country and is raising questions on Congress's silence.
3 बार लगातार राज्यसभा का मेंबर ऑफ पार्लियामेंट बनाया गया और राहुल गांधी जी के काफ़ी नज़दीक हैं और वो तो जाहिर होता है इस बात से कि सोनिया जी, राहुल जी, प्रियंका जी और मल्लिकार्जुन खड़गे सब ने चुप्पी साधी हुई और आज साहूकार जी के माध्यम से बताएं कि ये साहूकारिता कांग्रेस के कितने लोगों के बीच मौजूद है और इस भ्रष्टाचार का क्या ही अंत है.
BJP's Amit Malviya too took a dig at the Congress, sharing a picture of Rahul Gandhi with MP Dheeraj Sahu. Responding to the charge, Jharkhand's Congress State President Rajesh Thakur asked the BJP to hold its horses and let the investigation conclude.
अभी कुछ कहा नहीं जा सकता, अभी पूरी बातें सामने आने दीजिए. साजिश है, षड्यंत्र है या सचमुच में उनका है, न मैं किसी का बचाव कर रहा हूं, मैं एक व्यवहारिक बात कर रहा हूं. इसलिए कर रहा हूं कि अभी तक कोई आधिकारिक बयान इनकम टैक्स की तरफ से नहीं आया है, जो कि अब तक आना चाहिए था.
Sources say the IT department has frozen several of the company's accounts. The income tax department has also sought information about the source of income as well as the massive cash deposits. With Harivansh Sharma in Ranchi, Bureau Report, NDTV.
All right, well, to talk more about this, we're now joined by Charu Pragya, spokesperson of the BJP, and Adil Singh Boparai, spokesperson of the Congress party. And first to you, Adil Singh Boparai, the Congress on the back foot, just those visuals have been absolutely shocking, and this IT raid connected to a member of parliament from the Congress party.
Well, Gargi, why should we be on the back foot? This is a businessman MP. If there is a raid, the law will take its own course. What does the Congress party have to do with it? He will have to account for the money if at all it's been found. But the BJP and the income tax
Well, it's
department,
definitely been found, and those visuals are there on our screens.
he in his individual capacity will be held accountable.
But can you really distance yourself? Because at the time when, Congress leaders are talking about corruption and attacking other alleged corruption, at this point to have one of your own MPs implicated in this way, someone who has been sent to the Rajya Sabha several times by the Congress party.
You have to give me time. You'll have to give me time to
go ahead.
respond. The fact that the income tax department is leaking these photographs out to the media obviously means that there is a political angle. But be that as it may, the law will take its own course. But I have a larger political statement to make. Why is it that the agencies conduct selective and discriminatory approach vis-a-vis corruption or alleged corruption? Where are the agencies? Where is the enforcement directorate with respect to Narendra Tomar's son? Those videos are in public domain. He's heard striking deals running into thousands of crores. He speaks about setting up shell companies. So surely there cannot be a selective or a hypocritical approach towards alleged corruption. The ED also must swing into action. And as far as the BJP is concerned, none other than the highest echelons of the Bharatiya Janata Party have made stinging allegations against Ajit Pawar, against Chhagan Bhujbal, against Mukul Roy. And today they are within the BJP fold. The BJP is in government with them. So therefore, surely the BJP's laundry department forgets the stains of corruption when those people join their own fold and their own ranks. So therefore, what I seek to highlight is the hypocritical, discriminatory and the selective approach of the Bharatiya Janata Party. As far as the individual concerned, as far as his issue is concerned, the law will take its own course. We have nothing to do with it. He is answerable to law. He is answerable to the income tax department. So therefore, to extrapolate that and link to the Congress party, it's petty politics by the Bharatiya Janata Party. I will urge my friend Charu to speak about Narendra Tomar, who is a cabinet colleague of Mr. Modi. When is the ED going to be sending him notices? I'm curious to know that.
All right, well, let's go across to Charu. And Charu, the BJP really taking this as an opportunity to attack the Congress party. There were protests held today. You know, union ministers have spoken. The Prime Minister himself has also tweeted those images of the cash haul. And he's, spoken. He hasn't named anyone, but spoken about, certain honest leaders who give speeches.
Good evening, and let's remember that a situation like this is rare. Obviously, we have to talk about it and we have to draw attention to it. There is a Congress leader who lost elections twice. He lost Lok Sabha elections twice, yet Congress went out on a limb to support him, sent him repeatedly to the Rajya Sabha, holds his hands and walks across the country, supports him every step of the way. And today, when it is inconvenient, they want to disassociate from him. Have you suspended him from the party? I want to ask you. Have you taken a stand which says that you have nothing to do with this person? Not at all. You would rather be quiet about it. Which tall leader of the Congress has spoken out against this? Please tell me. Of course, the law will take its own course, as it always does. But these visuals the country is watching for a party which wants to call itself Mohabbat ki Dukaan has basically become Nafrat ki Dukaan, and I'll tell you why I'm saying this. But very importantly, especially on a day like today, Corruption ki Dukaan. Anti-corruption day hai aaj. And on a day like this, since yesterday, we've been seeing visuals of notes after notes being counted at the residence of a Congress leader. And right now, it's so convenient to say law will take its own course. But what are you doing? You have created an ecosystem where people like Sahu are allowed to flourish. You had created an ecosystem when a situation like this was considered normal. Let the authorities do their job. They've been doing it fabulously all this while.
Well, in all fairness, Mr. Sahu, this business that was, it was there, the Sahu Infra Private Limited, etc. The distilleries were all in Odisha and Jharkhand and Bengal as well. But Charu Pragya, what of Adil's, contention about how certain leaders who have various cases against them and are accused by the BJP of various corruptions, once they join the BJP, we don't hear anything of it. And this is a common refrain, a complaint from the opposition, across the ball.
Yeah, and they prefer to say this because they cannot come up with any other defense. Let me assure you of one thing. This party and this government has a zero tolerance policy towards corruption. Nobody is going to be spared. And you understand that cases can take very long to run and wrap up. Here in this case, because there has been a raid, we are seeing the visuals of it. But wherever the trails go, I'm going to ensure that I come back on your show, Gargi, so we can talk about this again and we can pinpoint the blame where it lies. It doesn't matter what is the political affiliation of a criminal here. An economic criminal.
The public is absolutely shocked by these images.
Nothing else.
Definitely the public is shocked by these images and, these areas, Bolangir, etc., Odisha, where one usually hears of, tribal issues, and you're seeing all these images coming out of the cash. But at the same time, it all
poorest of the poor region of the country.
Politicians, the entire political class is all, many of the public feel just involved in some corruption or the other. And as Adil said, is it a case that only, the opposition MPs, opposition leaders, the spotlight is on them and the agencies only target them? Yes, Charu?
No, absolutely not. And I can give you a number of cases. See, in Madhya Pradesh, how would the raid happen at the house of a BJP leader if the government had a tolerance policy? So please, now this is a non-excuse that the Congress hides behind. Even right now, I didn't hear my friend Adil say anything about the wrongdoings of this person. You cannot say it's his personal business. But if it is a BJP leader, unki behan ki, bete ke, bhai ke, padosi ko bhi aap BJP se link
all right, let's take that to Adil. Adil, how can the Congress distance itself? You know, this amount of cash is like mind-boggling, almost 300 crore, 290 crore.
Absolutely.
And the machines are breaking down and counting it. And this is all connected to a Congress member of parliament. So really at a time when many of your leaders talk, you know, allegations of corruption against the government and other leaders, these visuals are absolutely startling. And I don't see how the Congress is just, you know, being considering itself as no part of this at all.
Well,
and are you going to take action against this MP?
I have several points to make. Number one, the nation was equally outraged when former BJP chief Bangaru Lakshman was caught on camera accepting bribes. This is for Charu's former BJP chief, Mr. Bangaru Lakshman. The nation hasn't forgotten that, so much for the party with a difference. Having said this, Narendra Tomar is a cabinet minister. He's a cabinet colleague of the Prime Minister. His son is caught on camera. The stings are all over social media, where he's discussing 1,000 crore rupee deals. Where is the enforcement directorate? The emperor from the pulpit in Maharashtra made allegations against Mr. Ajit Pawar and Chhajan Bhujbal. Where is the enforcement directorate? What happened to those cases? On the eve of the coup by the BJP and its acolytes in Maharashtra, you had ED notices sent to several erstwhile MLAs of the Shiv Sena. What happened to those ED cases? So therefore, the BJP has been adopting a very selective approach. As far as this individual is concerned, perhaps my very dear friend Charu didn't hear me clearly. The law will take its own course. Let the agencies do its job. And ultimately, the individual concerned will respond. But how can you link the Congress party to business operations of a member of parliament? He's a businessman. I believe I'm given to understand he's in the liquor business. If there is tax evasion, he will have to account for it. He will pay penalty otherwise. If there's any other law which has to be invoked, I'm sure Mr. Modi's agencies will do that. How do you link it to the Congress party? So therefore, this is petty politicking. And the fact, and this is something which is very, very curious and intriguing, how is it that sensitive and secret photographs clicked off the money undertaken by the Income Tax Department are in public domain? How is that possible?
All right, I'm running out of time. Charu, quickly, if you can answer that.
So, the first thing I want to say is to all the opposition leaders who keep screaming about how ED keeps raiding their leaders. Well, here is why ED has to raid your homes, because every single time an action like this is taken, massive amounts of cash is uncovered. Massive amounts. And this is not the first time it has happened. There's no explanation to it. That's the first thing. The second thing, BJP leaders are raided as well. And if they are found to be guilty, they are not spared. And we are very, very clear on that. The third and the most important thing is we are not going to allow a system where you are talking about hatred for fellow Indians, where you are looting fellow Indians, where you come into power only to misgovern and pull down this country. We're not going to allow that situation to continue. And I'm glad we have these visuals in front of us, and I'm glad we're discussing it. India needs to see this.
All right. Well, I'm going to wrap it there. Adil, one last word from you.
When will India see action against Tomar's son? When will the ED knock his doors? Does Charu have an answer? Or is the ED only...
Yeah. He's more concerned about...
Why not? That's not corruption.
He's found to
That's
be
not
guilty.
corruption.
That's not corruption. Who's running away?
What about Ajit Pawar? What about Chhajan Bhujbal?
Your own leader.
So that's not corruption.
You know, five times you shoved him into parliament.
Cabinet minister's
5 times. 2 times you lost. India was spared. Yet you found reasons to send him to Rajya Sabha. No, of course there is it, Adil. I'm not shouting.
All right, we'll leave it there. Adil Boparai making the point that many leaders who've had cases against them those cases seem to just vanish once they join the BJP. And this is something that has been said again and again. And BJP hasn't really been able to answer that. But thank you both, Charu Pragya and Adil Singh Boparai, for joining us on the program. As you can see, a record cash seizure, 290 crores in cash, so much so that the note counting machines were breaking down and new ones had to be brought in. Well, moving on now to the other big story today. The BSP suspended its member of Danish Ali, a member of parliament, Danish Ali, who accusing him of indulging in anti-party activities. The Mayawati-led party issued a statement. It was made clear to you earlier itself not to indulge in anti-party activities. However, it seems you have forgotten. Danish Ali was recently in the news after he faced objectionable remarks from BJP's Ramesh Biduri on the floor of the House. He was also seen vociferously defending Mahua Moitra as a member of the ethics panel. Danish Ali addressed the media in the evening after this news was public, saying that he never indulged in anything against his party.
बहुजन समाज पार्टी को मजबूत करने का भरसक प्रयास किया और कभी भी किसी प्रकार का पार्टी विरोधी काम नहीं किया है। इस बात की गवाह मेरे अमरोहा की जनता है। लोकसभा के अंदर मैंने इस देश के शोषित, वंचित, पीड़ित समाज की, किसान की, गरीब की, मजलूम की, पिछड़े वर्ग की, शेड्यूल कास्ट की, दलित की, अक़लियत की, बेजुबानों की जुबान बनने का काम किया। अगर ये सब पार्टी विरोधी है तो मुझे पता नहीं।
I am right outside the BSP office in Lucknow, and these doors might not see their Lok Sabha MP from Amroha, Danish Ali, walk into them. Danish Ali has been suspended from the party by the Mayawati, from the BSP by the Mayawati for allegedly anti-party activities, which has been completely denied by Danish Ali, saying that I have done no such thing, and the decision by the Mayawati, BSP Supremo Mayawati, is unfortunate. Now, Danish Ali was recently involved in a controversy when Ramesh Biduri passed unparliamentary remarks against Danish Ali. After that, Danish Ali was seen protesting vehemently against the BJP, and he also met several opposition leaders. He tried to meet Rahul Gandhi, and he also met Nitish Kumar. So this obviously didn't go well with the BSP, and there were also speculations that he might join any other party. So keeping up with their traditional stand, BSP took action against Danish Ali before the speculations could even come true. Danish Ali was suspended by the BSP Supremo Mayawati. Now, what does this actually mean for, if you look at politically, what are the political implications of this? BSP has been time and again maintaining that they are not aligned with any party, neither with BJP nor with the India bloc. They are not aligned with any alliance, neither with NDA nor with the India bloc. But there have been allegations by the opposition bloc against BSP that they are soft towards the Bharatiya Janata Party. Now, this action, of course, gives some legitimacy to the allegations by the opposition that the BSP is soft towards the BJP. If we look at from the lens of the opposition, BSP has been maintaining that they are not part of the India bloc, and this clearly gives a straight message that they want to stay away from the India bloc. Now, Danish Ali was seen, rallying behind the opposition leaders. He met the opposition leaders, and he was also speaking against the BJP in the Lok Sabha, and was also a part of the ethics committee in the whole Mahua Moitra controversy, and was somehow, speaking for Mahua Moitra in the parliament. Now, this action against Danish Ali gives a clear message that the BSP is not in any way going to support India bloc. If we talk about the other parties, what does it mean for the Samajwadi Party and the Congress? This, of course, is a huge opportunity for the Samajwadi Party and the Congress, as Danish Ali is a minority leader. He won Lok Sabha elections on BSP ticket from Amroha in 2019. And this can, of course, be a great opportunity for either Samajwadi Party or Congress to increase their foothold, increase their presence, especially in the western Uttar Pradesh.
In other news, West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee today said she has written a letter to Prime Minister Modi seeking time to meet her on any date between December 18th and 20th in Delhi. The Trinamool Congress leader sought the meeting to discuss the non-payment of dues by the centre to West Bengal. This is an issue they have been raising repeatedly. She will be travelling to Delhi on the 17th of December.
मैं दिल्ली जा रहा हूँ इसी के लिए कि 18th, 19th और 20th के मैं एनी डे प्राइम मिनिस्टर को लेटर लिख के टाइम मांगा कि हम हमारा साथ फ्यू एमपीज को लेके हम मीट करने चाहती हूँ कि हमारा 100 दिन का काम रुपया नहीं दिया है और 100 दिन का काम पे जो काम किया है उसका रुपया भी नहीं दिया गया है और हमारा 1,15,000 मनी हमारा रुक के रखा है। हेल्थ में भी टाका रुपया देना, हमारा शेयर देना बंद कर दिया है। हमारा बांग्लाबारी करने के लिए जो शेयर था हमारा वो भी बंद कर दिया। हमारा ग्रामीण रास्ता का भी शेयर बंद कर दिया। हॉस्पिटल का शेयर जो हेल्थ का भी मिलता है हमारा, जो हमारा शेयर से, मेरे को उसका रुपया नहीं चाहिए, लेकिन हमारा जो शेयर है हॉट स्टेट का अगर मिलता है तो हमारा क्यों नहीं मिलेगा।
And finally, bad news for students heading to Canada. Canada has announced a major change in its immigration regulation that will affect foreign students who want to study there, especially Indian students. The minimum cost of living financial requirement for students will be raised rather from the current 10,000 Canadian dollars to 20,635 Canadian dollars from the 1st of January. Canada's immigration minister said this is being done to ensure that students don't face any financial hardship in the country.
So starting in on January 1st of next year, in 2024, the financial requirement for study permits will be raised to reflect the current cost of living. And as such, a single applicant will need to show that they have $20,635 in funds to support themselves in Canada, moving up from $10,000, as I mentioned in French. Moving to a more accurate cost of living level that helps international students arrive with necessary resources to live and study in Canada. Future increases will be tied to the low income cutoff that Statistics Canada publishes every year.
All right, and with that, it's a wrap from me. Thanks so much for watching. Good night.
Verdict of 5 states. Accurate coverage on NDTV.
The larger question of
In-depth analysis.
I would differ as far as Rajasthan is concerned.
Best analysts. Biggest newsmakers.
Narendra Modi is known for fiscal discipline.
No one covers elections like NDTV. Election means NDTV.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Meet Sufia Sufi, a world-renowned ultra-runner who traded in her job as an airport ground handling officer for not 1 but 5 Guinness World Records. With the world as a track, she has become the epitome of human endurance, breaking national and international records with every feat that she undertakes. Sufia has traversed the lengths of Kashmir to Kanyakumari, north to south of Qatar through some of the most grueling terrain in the world. And now she plans to go around the world on her foot.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
How often have you turned away from debates that descend into endless fights? We bring you a show where every question is answered, where every debate finds its resolution, where every story finds its conclusion, where opinions collide but facts prevail, where stories unfold with insights and trust. When the noise ends, the last word begins.
Welcome to Serious Business on NDTV. 30 minutes of hard business news. One topic, one speaker, and a conversation that's relevant to you. I'm Manvi Sinha Dhillon. The size of India's economy and the pace of its economic growth means that India has enormous energy demand. India is already the third largest energy consuming nation in the world, but what's interesting to note that it's already the fourth largest in terms of renewable energy installed capacity. And we're talking about the world here. Well, India has set itself ambitious targets, installing 500 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity, producing 5 million tons of green hydrogen annually, cutting emissions by 45% by 2030. These sound like big targets, but there are also big opportunities. And I think there's a 2021 World Economic Forum report that crystallizes some of the opportunity that we're talking about. World Economic Forum in 2021 projected 50 million net new green economy jobs in India and a $1 trillion opportunity by 2030, $15 trillion by 2070. Now, these are all big numbers, and at some level, we can't absorb them. These are ambitious targets. But how is India going to get there? Where is India today? To get the macro and the on-ground picture, we're very pleased to welcome Sumant Sinha, founder, CEO, and chairman of Renew, a leading decarbonization solutions provider with a pioneering and impressive track record. And he's going to tell us more about Renew, but I'm just going to take a moment and introduce Renew to you. It was the first renewable energy company to be listed on the NASDAQ. It produced 17,385 gigawatt hours of renewable energy in FY23, so that's the year that's just gone by, and that would have powered 5 million households annually. It represents 1.9% of India's total installed power capacity. But like the space, its portfolio of activities is evolving. The term decarbonization solutions provider is a relatively new one. What does that mean? What does it cover? What does it encompass? Those are all questions we're going to address in our conversation. Very long introduction, Sumant, but I wanted to set the context. Thank you for joining us on NDTV.
Not at all. Thank you for having me on your show.
Well, I hope I got all the numbers right, and I hope I got the description of Renew right, but I want to talk to you about, quote unquote, this massive energy transition that India is going through. So we all read about it, we hear about it. You have a vantage point. What is this transition? Where are we now in it?
Yeah, those are big questions. So let me try to take a stab at answering them. See, what is actually happening in the world is that there is a big shift that is happening from fossil fuels to clean energy. And when I say clean energy, that really means solar and it means wind for the most part. It could also mean hydro, although of course hydro has been around for a much longer time. And it could also mean nuclear. But again, nuclear is a little bit slower off the blocks. Now this transition is happening at a very rapid pace. It's partly driven because of all the climate change issues around us, which have got their own imperative and their own urgency, and that we need to deal with really, really rapidly. And I'm sure we'll talk about that later. And it's also being driven by commercial issues. The fact is that today, generating renewable energy is much cheaper than using fossil fuel-based power. And therefore, there is this strong commercial dynamic also driving this change. And so therefore, we are really at the beginning stages of this huge energy transition, which essentially means that over time, all fossil fuels will be replaced by clean energy sources of generation. And that's going to be really fantastic from a climate change standpoint. Now, when I say early stages, I mean really we're looking at really the electricity sector right now. And electricity accounts for only 25% of all energy. Right. And all carbon emissions from energy account for, and I'm going to again get into some numbers, 75% of all global carbon emissions, right? So electricity is only therefore about 20% of total carbon emissions. But now what is happening is to further sort of give legs to the energy transition and make it truly energy versus electricity, we now have the development of things like green hydrogen and so on. which allows us to get further into the energy value chain and really make this a truly proper energy transition. And that's really where we're at right now.
But India specifically, and I said those numbers and I was slightly incredulous as I said them, and I know we've been saying them now for a while, but there is this question that pops up: are we on track to meet the 2030 targets? Not being cynical here, simple question: are we on track?
So you know what? There are multiple targets that we have enunciated as a country. Number one, we have a 2070 net zero target. We have a 2047 energy independence target. And then, of course, if you dovetail it to the closer to the present time, there's a 2030 target for 500 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity. All of those are very important, right? And they're important because we have to bend the trajectory of our carbon emissions, and we have to make sure that we generate enough electricity to power India's economic growth, and to do it in the most economical way. Now, 500 gigawatts, which is 500,000 megawatts of capacity, and to give you again a context, today the entire installed capacity of the entire power sector of India is 450,000 megawatts. So from the dawn of history of India, till now we've added 450,000 megawatts. And we have to add only from renewables an additional close to 350,000 megawatts by 2030 to meet this target.
Right.
So it is an enormous target, right? But I must say that there is a lot of work going on, and I am pretty hopeful. I won't say confident, because confidence is a strong word, but I'm very hopeful that we would be able to come very close to achieving that target.
So I want to make this real and talk about Renew, because you've seen this sector since 2011, and I may have used the phrase evolution to describe what you're sort of currently going through in terms of a company. But very quickly, if you can say where you started, where you are today, and where you want to go, it'll give viewers a sense of how this space is evolving.
Sure. No, look, when we started in 2011, at that time, renewables was a very niche sector. It was this little quasi-interesting part of the power sector as a whole, where the big daddy was really coal-based power in India, right? And at that time, renewables was more expensive than coal as well. So that's when we started. The government at that time itself was also encouraging actively more renewable capacity, because there was this view that was developing at the time that for climate change, renewable energy was an important tool to deal with it. So that's when we started. We were adding about a gigawatt and a half of mostly wind at that time of capacity in the country. Most of the capacity addition was coming from coal-based power. What's happened since then is that in 2014, 2015, when this government came in, Prime Minister Modi set a target of getting to 175,000 megawatts of renewable energy capacity by 2022. And that was the first time that such a large target was set. And even at that time, 175 was almost half of what was then India's total installed capacity. So very ambitious, right? And you must give credit to the Prime Minister for really having sort of seen a little bit the view about the future and the fact that renewables would have a central role to play. And I think at that time also there was a recognition that ultimately renewables was within your borders. Therefore, it fostered and encouraged energy security. The fact that it would get so cheap, we certainly did not know. Maybe the Prime Minister had a premonition of it, perhaps, who knows. But essentially that target was set. Then in 2017, renewables actually became cheaper. And suddenly the achievement of this target became a lot more straightforward, because now it made sense for us to just add only renewable energy capacity rather than coal-based capacity, right? And then around 2019 is when the Prime Minister first came out with the target of 450,000 megawatts, which was then later changed to 500,000 megawatts by 2030. And by that time, because it had become cheaper, the whole commercial element had sort of rallied behind the achievement of this target, right? Now there are of course various other factors at play as to whether we can meet the target or not, and I'm sure we'll address some of those issues. But purely from a requirement standpoint, India's power demand is growing at 6 to 8% a year. If you look at just the growth, the incremental growth, 50 gigawatts is not going to be able to satisfy even the incremental demand growth, let alone replacing the existing stock of installed coal-based capacities. So by 2030, I suspect that we'll only be reaching that target, right? Now, coming back to your question about Renew. So we've actually sort of gone through this whole wave of renewables becoming more and more central, which is something that perhaps we might not have been able to anticipate at the time we started, but obviously it's played into our advantage because we've always been a purely clean energy focused company, and all the capabilities that we built in terms of project execution, all the understanding of how the sector works, how the wind blows, the sun shines, and the generation, all of that obviously was expertise that we developed over the years. And we now have a fully integrated execution model where we do everything in-house, from project development all the way to the installation of the assets and then to managing the assets as well. That has put us in a very strong position now, because what that now means is that, and let me talk about what's happening in the sector today to illustrate or give you a sense of what we are up to. So now what's happening is that as we look at the target out to 2030, renewables is intermittent and it's cheaper, but it's intermittent, right?
So storage is key.
Storage is key, and also from a DISCOM standpoint, they don't want to deal with the intermittency because it's just hard for them to do that. And so they're saying to us, look, can you give us power that is not totally intermittent in nature, give us more managed kind of power. And so now what we are doing is, and this is I think fairly unique in the world, that India has come up with this innovation that in some ways we are pioneering, that you can combine solar and wind and storage together to provide a much more base load kind of power to the distribution companies, which is much easier for them to absorb. And by giving them that kind of power, which is not fully base load at this point, right? But it is moving in that direction. It therefore allows them to absorb a lot more renewable energy capacity. And that therefore allows us to start trying to meet the 2030 targets. So this is a pretty interesting evolution that is happening in the Indian context.
And then there's green hydrogen.
Yeah.
What is green hydrogen? What are you going to do in that space? And the fact that big corporations are making announcements, isn't it sounding like a very competitive space?
Yes, it is. And you asked me the question earlier about what does it mean to be a decarbonization company. And while the core electricity sector is something that now you can deal with through all these round-the-clock power solutions using wind and solar, I think the next evolution that is happening now is in the fact that we are now being able to move renewable energy, which is up till now only going into the power sector, now more broadly into the rest of the energy value chain, which, as I said, is a much bigger part of the whole system, through the medium of green hydrogen. Okay. Now, what happens is that almost 75% of energy is consumed in mobility, whether it's shipping or aviation or cars, for example. A chunk of it also goes into heating applications, and it goes into various industries like steel and cement and so on. Now, those parts of the carbon emissions from the energy sector, we can start addressing through green hydrogen. And therefore, it really extends the whole impact of the clean energy transition much more broadly. And that's why it's such a central, and that's why there's so much buzz around it. Now, green hydrogen is made very simply by passing a current through water and separating out the hydrogen molecule from the oxygen molecule. And the current really means if you get that current or the power source being renewable energy, then it's clean, and that hydrogen produced in that manner is called green hydrogen. Okay, so that's very simple. You can also make hydrogen through gas, through methane steam reforming is a particular process, but that's very methane emitting. And that's what we are doing globally right now, right? And we need to move that into this other mechanism. And so that's why there's a lot of excitement around it, because it's got a massive amount of applications. It brings down methane, it brings down carbon emissions very fundamentally. And that is why all governments around the world are saying, how can we move towards green hydrogen? Because that will allow us to really bring down carbon emissions much more substantively. And there is a belief that over time, the cost of producing this green hydrogen can become competitive with the cost of producing hydrogen formed from gas, which is called grey hydrogen. And that is something that remains to be seen. But that's why there's so much buzz around green hydrogen.
So I want to regroup and come back to Renew and say that today, Again, I'm referring to the term decarbonization solutions provider. Are you looking at building capacity in renewable? Are you looking at partnering with large Indian corporates, with large overseas corporates? Are you looking at the technology piece to really be the pioneer on how to get there first and fast? So, how is that whole portfolio shaping up?
Sure. So, really what we are doing is, okay, let me take a step back. The cost of producing green hydrogen, 70% of that is the cost of producing renewable energy. Okay, the electrolyzer part is only about 30%.
Okay.
Now, obviously, renewable energy is something that we understand, extremely well. And therefore, it's a very natural extension for us and for a number of other renewable energy companies to bolt on an electrolyzer in front of the renewable energy, and hey presto, you become a green hydrogen provider as well, right? And that's something that we are looking at doing as well. Now, if you look at green hydrogen, there are broadly two applications of green hydrogen. One, you replace grey hydrogen, right? Which itself will require something like, let me put it this way, replacing 1 million tons of green hydrogen requires about 50,000 megawatts of renewable energy capacity. Okay, and we have 100 million tons of that being produced globally. So 100 times of that is the amount of renewables required, which is an enormous, huge addition to the power sector, renewable energy as well. So we intend to play a big role in that. Now, what we're going to do is, we are in India, we have a tie-up or a joint venture with Indian Oil Corporation and L&T to essentially supply green hydrogen to Indian customers, whether they are in refineries, refining companies, or whether they are fertilizer companies or other users of grey hydrogen. Those are the primary industries in which hydrogen is used. So that's for the domestic market. In addition to that, globally, a number of other parts of the world are trying to decarbonize their own sectors by trying to procure a lot of green hydrogen. And India is actually going to be one of the best places to make green hydrogen. And I think the government recognizes that, and which is why there's such a strong push right now to make India a big manufacturing location for green hydrogen.
Okay.
And
that's going to attract global investor interest.
It will, and the point is somebody has to execute these projects, and that's where we come in. We can put up the renewable energy part, supply that through wires into ports where you can put up the electrolyzers, make the green hydrogen there, convert it into green ammonia, which you can then put on a ship and send it to any part of the world.
Got it.
And India is a very competitive place to be doing all of this for a couple of reasons. One is we have a great grid. Our grid allows us to produce in Rajasthan, for example, and ship to Tamil Nadu, to a port there, which most other parts of the world don't have that capability. So we can do some of those things. We also have the capability of doing these round-the-clock power solutions, which allows us to operate the electrolyzers much more evenly and get more mileage out of them. And so for those reasons, India is actually a very good location to produce hydrogen, and that's something that we intend to do as a company. And then thirdly, we look at whether selectively it makes sense for us to have a leg for hydrogen production outside India as well, although we are in very early stages of looking at some of those things. But our primary thoughts are about whether we can actually produce green hydrogen and sell it to outside countries. Now, the only way in which anybody is going to make the investment in all of this is if you actually get a green hydrogen purchase contract in place, just like we have a power purchase contract, right? And so that is something that everybody in the world is thinking about. How should that work? Should it be long-term agreements? How should they be priced? Those are the conversations that we're having with.
And I guess you're also having conversations about definitions, right? Because the European Union definition of green hydrogen, different from ours, needs some sort of working through.
Yeah. So you're absolutely right. Everybody in the world has a slightly different definition. We need to align them. Every country wants to start giving some degree of incentivization to making green hydrogen within their borders, as is India. Some countries like the US are giving much more incentive. Some countries are not giving any incentives. India is somewhere in the middle. And we need to have a level playing field.
Okay, on that note, we're going to take a break. And when we come back, I'm going to put my cynic hat on and say, what are the challenges as far as this sector's growth is concerned? Back in our conversation with Suman Sinha in a moment.
हम बहुत ज़्यादा केपेबल हैं और बहुत ज़्यादा स्ट्रेंथ है, जितना हम सोचते हैं उससे कहीं ज़्यादा। हमारी एक ह्यूमन बॉडी है जिसे कह सकते हैं एक मिरेकल है, आप जैसे उसे चलाएंगे वैसे चलेगी। सबसे पहला जो स्टेप होता है इंसान का वो होता है माइंड से ट्रेन करना अपने आप को। पॉजिटिव माइंड से ट्रेन करके आप मेंटली अगर फिट हैं और मेंटली तैयार हैं किसी भी चीज़ के लिए, तो मुझे लगता है कि 90% आप सक्सेस पा सकते हैं उसमें। तो सबसे पहले मेंटली रेडी होना ज़रूरी है किसी भी चीज़ के लिए।
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, covering the latest developments across politics,
business and technology,
bringing you stories that shape our nation and the world.
Today, generating renewable energy is much cheaper than using fossil fuel-based power. We are really at the beginning stages of this huge energy transition. Over time, all fossil fuels will be replaced by clean energy sources of generation.
Simple question. Are we on track?
There are multiple targets that we have enunciated as a country. Number one, we have a 2070 net zero target. We have a 2047 energy independence target. There's a 2030.
Welcome back to Serious Business on NDTV. We're in conversation today with Sumant Sinha, founder, CEO and chairman of Renew, a leading decarbonization solutions provider. We've been talking about India's journey when it comes to renewable energy and Renew's journey and what the world is seeking right now and whether or not India and Indian companies are well placed to deliver that. So we're going to come to the challenge piece. But before I ask that, top 3 policy enablers, and relatively recently, that have really sort of kept the momentum going for the growth of this sector, the renewable energy sector?
Well, the first I would say, which is very underappreciated, is the fact that the government created an entity called the Solar Energy Corporation of India. That allowed us to be one step removed from the distribution companies, which have credit standing which is not the best in the world. This allowed us to bring down cost and allowed us to sign comfortably long-term power purchase agreements. So that is, I think, number one. It also, by the way, brought discipline and transparency in the auctioning mechanism. So that is one. The second, I would say, is the fact that we have a single grid in the country, and that grid is being very well planned for future evolution of renewable energy capacity. And that is therefore allowing us to make sure that there is enough capacity for us to connect into.
Oh, that's
and send
great
the
to
power
hear.
from one part of the country to a different part. And these round-the-clock solutions, for example, are enabled by the grid because we can actually put up the solar in Rajasthan, put up the wind in Karnataka, put up the battery somewhere else, and then combine all of this virtually into a round-the-clock power solution and sell it to an Uttar Pradesh or a Delhi or wherever. The third policy enabler, I would say, and there are actually quite a few competing things that the government has done, is, I think, really the fact that they've come out with purchase obligation targets, thereby putting some degree of pressure on the utilities to start shifting towards renewable energy. I would say those are the top 3 in my mind. But there are many, many more, frankly.
Well, it's good that we've got the sample of the top 3 because now I'm turning to challenges. And I'm sure as a company operating in that space, you're raring to go faster, wider, deeper, bigger. So if you had to say 3 things in the external environment, and I'm not saying it necessarily has to be policy, it could just be legacy infrastructure constraints, for example. What would be the top 3 challenges that come to your mind?
I think the top really would be land acquisition. That is something that we have to do at a very local level. And land is a state subject, so every state tends to have different laws. Therefore, acquiring land, is always not that straightforward because it's a very fragmented area, and therefore you have to go to many, many farmers to acquire land for a project and so on. So that is number one. The second issue I would say that is somewhat challenging, financial health of the distribution companies. Yes. That is something that has not been resolved over the years that I've been in the sector, although there's been a lot of talk around it. And while the central government has insulated people, developers like us from taking that credit risk, nevertheless, we all know that at the back, that's what it is. And ultimately, it's the distribution companies that actually have to buy the power. And if they're not in good financial health, then the power demand from the consumer will not be transmitted seamlessly to people like us, right?
I mean, could that explain why there's this evolution of, like, captive project partnerships?
Partly, yes.
Because it's like security for both parties, and you're in that space.
No, absolutely. Which is also why, because the distribution companies are relatively not that efficient, they load a lot of extra costs onto the power that they sell. And because of the subsidization of the retail customer, industry